Claimed by the Alpha Wolves, the Omega Selection, Book 1, by Lacey Carter Anderson, narrated by Beth Ann Rutherford. 1. Faye. The moonlight filters through the trees, just barely lighting my path as I race along, breathing hard. I'm focused, knowing I can't go home, no matter what. I need to put as much distance between myself and my cabin as possible. Behind me is only danger. The path ahead is my only chance at escape. A chill rolls down my spine, and I stiffen, alert as silence spreads around me in every direction. The forest seems to be holding its breath, waiting. But waiting for what? I don't think I want to find out. The feeling makes me pick up my pace, although I'm still hyper-aware of where I step. I've never been the most graceful person. Actually, my brother, Miles, always used to say I could hurt myself on air while grinning down at me and ruffling my hair. And he was right. For half a second, I smile at the memory, and then my smile freezes. Miles. Pain sears through my chest, but I push the thought of him away and focus on putting one foot in front of the other. I just pray a root doesn't trip me as I hurry through the woods, my backpack bouncing heavily on my shoulder. I can't afford to get hurt. Not tonight. Any other night, I would be wandering around without a care in the world, breathing deeply, taking in the sweet scent of pine and the usual soft animal noises filtering through the trees. I'd be letting the moonlight wash over my face, reveling in the floral notes of night-blooming jasmine and petrichor, because the forest has always been kind of magical. I think about the mushrooms, berries, and food I've been able to gather in these woods, of my brother and I searching for mushrooms, bringing enough back for Grandma to make a stew. I was younger then, and new to the freedom of not always having an adult at my side. I remember being afraid of every little noise, only for it to turn out to be completely harmless. A bunny or a cicada would have my heart racing, but my brother would point out to me that fear of the woods is usually unwarranted. It's usually a safe place for us wolves. We're the hunters. Everything else is the prey, he'd say. But not tonight. Tonight, I'm the prey. I can feel it. I guess as much as I've shut out my pack bonds, they still figured out a way to find me. The silence around me continues to stretch in all directions. Even without seeing them or smelling them, I know they're out there. The forest knows they're out there. Somehow, they figured out I was going to make a run for it. I curse under my breath, wishing I'd had the forethought to leave sooner, before they came looking for me, before they started to think about how I would handle being taken, knowing that there's no way I'd go willingly. As I run, I try to determine how many of them are after me, but it's impossible. They're not yet close enough for that. I just sense them all around me, like they're trying to box me in. I know I can't outrun them. They're stronger, faster, and there's more of them. My mind races, trying to find a way out. There has to be a way. I can't let them take me. I can't let them destroy my life. I leap over a fallen log and land heavily, tweaking my ankle, which is so fucking stupid that I want to scream. Slapping a hand over my mouth to keep from making a noise, I grit my teeth. I might be a weak Omega, but I'm stronger than they think. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I keep going. But I'm slower now, trying not to limp. Suddenly, their scents drift to me, hot and sharp like sweat. Through the flowers and vines, the scent permeating from all around me. They're close enough for me to smell them. This isn't good. I need to be faster. I speed up and push through the dense foliage. And then I'm coming to a rapid stop, staring at 2 gray wolves as they bare their teeth at me. No, this can't be happening. I still had time. I still had a chance. It's like they came out of nowhere, materializing from between the trees. Their eyes glow in the low light, and my eyes lock onto their teeth, long and lethal. What the hell do I do now? They take a step forward, forcing me back. Then, when I keep taking steps backward, gaining a little distance, they let out a low, warning growl, which makes me stop. My heart pounds, filling my ears as my mind works slowly to consider my options. If I start running again, they'll just catch me, and I sure as hell can't fight them, so what? I know I'm out of options, but I don't seem to have it in me to give up when I know the consequences if they catch me. I put my hands up, continuing to step back. Maybe they're like dinosaurs, and if I move slowly enough, they won't realize I'm escaping. Okay, now I've officially lost my mind. There's the sound of a twig snapping behind me, and I whirl around. My stomach sinks. There are several more wolves in a semicircle behind me. There's no way I'm getting out now. As the realization begins to sink into me, one of the wolves shifts into a tall, familiar man with dark hair, dark eyes, and an air of importance. My alpha's face is stern, as it always is when he looks at me. Like, no matter what I do, I'm just a problem to him. It's strange. I remember his face so clearly. I remember it when I told him that the son of the leader of Pack Obsidian had murdered my brother. It was just as cold and harsh that day as it is now. Probably because even if he believed me, he wouldn't go against such a powerful pack, especially not for an Omega. My eyes only meet Charles's for a split second before dropping to the ground. It's instinct. A survival code buried deep inside my body that I can't control. He is an alpha. I'm an omega. We both have our places in the pack. His at the top and mine at the bottom. Faye, he says in a disappointed voice, and I swallow. That's me, I joke, even though nothing about this is funny. You shouldn't have run, he says, and the sound of his voice makes a shiver run down my spine. The cool air whips around my legs, the soft growling of the other wolves like a chorus around me. We all know what's coming. The wolves are going to enjoy this little show of ours. Well, I'm sure I'll replay every moment of this night for the rest of my life. Well, I laugh, despite the adrenaline coursing through my body. I'm still speaking to the ground. To be fair, I ran because someone was chasing me. Charles moves forward, and I jerk back on instinct. But he gets a hand on my arm before I can step out of his reach. A jolt goes through my body at the contact, and there's a deep instinct within me to whimper and cower. Power like his can be felt by everyone, but most of all, Omegas. Let's go, Faye, he says, his hand tightening around my bicep until I look at him. It's painful, but I wouldn't dare pull my arm away. It's like his gaze alone has paralyzed me into compliance. The two parts of me are at war. Part of me wants to keep running, to ignore his directives, and the other part knows it's not within my nature. Don't make a scene. Please, I say, my voice coming out light and breathy. Just, you don't have to tell anyone I'm even here. They would never know. I don't come to the village. I'm not around other wolves. I'm just out here alone in the woods. No one would know and no one would care. He just shakes his head, looking bewildered. Why are you this opposed to having alphas? I don't know how to explain myself, but having alphas as my mates has unlocked a soul-deep fear from within me. Not only have I seen the cruelty an alpha is capable of firsthand when my brother was murdered by one, but I've also seen how little alphas care about us omegas, like we're walking uteruses whose only purpose is to reproduce. And if that wasn't bad enough, it took the deaths of everyone I love to make me realize that being connected to other wolves is nothing but scary and painful. I just want to spend the remainder of my days alone. Can't anyone understand that? Can't they just accept it? I'll stay in my cabin. I won't cause any trouble, I tell him, trying to sound convincing. It's not safe. My voice grows frantic. I'm perfectly safe. With the distance between me and any alphas or betas, no one will be drawn to me, I swear. His voice dips a bit lower and softer. Even if you could manage to convince someone that it's safe, it's certainly not regulation. Sometimes the rules don't have to be followed, I say, resisting the urge to yank away from his touch. He still has his hand around my bicep, a light threat to how easily he could overpower me. Charles shakes his head. Not when I'm involved. He sighs. Already, I made a mistake allowing you to stay out here too long and wallow, away from the connection to our pack, all because of that disagreement with Pack Obsidian. Not that your parents' and grandparents' deaths helped with your behavior, of course. Disagreement? The word echoes through my mind, stinging like an angry jellyfish each time it repeats. An alpha's son murdered my brother in cold blood just because he came across him on our lands and felt like killing him in front of his friends. He was laughing while he did it, while ending his life in cold blood just because as a strong alpha, he could. That's it. He killed the only person I loved because he could, and no one did fuck all about it because only an Omega saw his murder. That's not a disagreement. He continues, his tone factual. But it's been 4 years since Miles' death. 3, I correct him, my stomach twisting. And several since your grandparents died. I try not to remember the one and only vacation my grandparents took, which ended in a semi-truck rolling over their tiny car. 5 years, I clarify, trying not to flinch. And you were, what, 8 when your parents were killed? 6, I say, like my age really makes a difference. His words seem to have caught up with him. His gaze finds mine and gentles, if only by a bit. That's a lot of loss. I understand that. My parents' deaths were the easiest to swallow. I barely have any memories of them before an angry alpha, leader of a powerful pack, started a fight that ended in them being killed. I was 16 when my grandparents died, and remembered that clearly. But we were never close. I was their burden, and they were the only people willing to raise me and Miles. But Miles was different. His death was violent, right before my eyes, inflicted by a psychopath who changed my view on the world. His death? I will never recover from it. Do you understand how I feel? I asked, my voice small, turning his words on him. For once, an alpha looks away from me. It doesn't change biology. Soon you'll go into heat, and you'll need a male, whether you like that fact or not. I can handle going into heat on my own, I say, trying to sound strong, but knowing I don't. You can't. he tells me kindly. I shake my head. He sighs, which he seems to do a lot around me. Are you going to make this difficult? 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 Sure, because why the hell would I make my kidnapping difficult on him? Haven't I already? I joke, trying to cover my terror. My legs are shaking, almost uncontrollably. He gives me a droll look, his fingers flexing. Finally, he sighs. You certainly could have made it easier simply by coming to town when you knew your time had come. But no bother, you'll come now. No, I say, after a long moment of silence stretches out between us. Then I flinch. No one disobeys alphas, least of all someone like me. There are 5 other shifters surrounding me, and I know they're scowling within their wolves. They probably think this is a waste of their time, dealing with an Omega, coming all the way out here for one Omega that nobody cares about. I just wish my alpha's sense of duty hadn't outweighed his desire not to trek out here and waste all their time. He sighs again, releasing my arm, and I immediately try to bolt away from him. I know it's useless from the first step. They caught me because I'm slow. I can't outpace alphas, but I have to try. I don't know why. I get a few feet away at max before his arms wrap around my waist, and he's hoisting me up over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes. Crying out, I struggle, panic unfolding within me. No, I say, squirming, trying to wriggle out of his grasp. For a brief moment, I think I might actually do it. His grip loosens, and I slip an inch closer to the ground. Maybe I've caught him by surprise. I kick my feet, trying to gain purchase, thinking that if I just don't give up, I might get away from them. But he's adjusting his grip, and once he has a good purchase, it's like I'm in a straitjacket. I can hardly move. Damn it, damn it. You're 21, Faye, he says, and I'm glad that he's at least breathing a little heavily. The selection requires that all Omegas of age attend. Those are the rules. You're not special. You don't get to ignore them just because you don't want to. Struggling like mad only seems to tire me out and make his grip tighter, cementing the fact that this chase is over. The predators have won. The prey has been caught. Fighting tears, I say, "You don't have to tell me I'm not special." I sigh, slumping against his back as he carries me. I'm very, very aware of that fact. If it means anything, I am sorry, he says, his voice quiet so only I can hear it. I trace my hand along the fabric on his back absently, bouncing with his steps. It doesn't, I say. And then, if I said I'm not 21 yet, would you let me go? Without hesitation, he responds, I wouldn't believe you. I let out another long sigh, trying to feign being calm, but inside my head is spinning. I am running out of options. Hell, I've run out of options. If my alpha has his way, and he always does, I'm going to the selection, whether I like it or not. After a moment of quiet walking, he speaks again, his voice low. You've made it clear you don't want to find a mate. I almost laugh. Don't want to find a mate. It's more than that, so much more than that. But yes, I don't want to find a mate. I never want to find a mate. I want to stay in my quiet cabin until I draw my last breath, letting every meaningless day blur into the day before it. Respectfully, I don't think you understand it at all. Again, I find I have to swallow down my tears. After a moment, he says, if it helps, I don't think you'll have to worry about ending up with one. I'm surprised. Oh, why is that? He's quiet for a second, like he's trying to figure out the nicest way to put it. Apparently, deciding he can't sugarcoat it, he just comes out and says it. "You're just so weak. I doubt the bond will actually take with anyone. It may be a few years of selections before someone accepts you as a potential match. And that will only be if they're very desperate for an Omega." Wow, I breathe. Thank you. And I mean it. For other Omegas, the prospect of not finding a mate is terrifying. For me, the opposite is true. Being too weak to form a bond is the best I can hope for. As long as I don't go into heat anytime soon. Sarcasm is an easy coping mechanism, but deep down, I'm sending up a prayer that he's right. Let me be too weak for the bond to form. That's my only hope. 2. Faye. Hey. I startle and glance over at the dark-haired Omega sitting next to me in our bus seat, wondering why she suddenly decided to talk to me after our long and peacefully silent journey. She's looking at me intensely, having paused in whatever she's knitting, her needles sitting idle above a mess of yarn. I don't even have to ask her how she feels about coming to the selection, because she's been radiating peace and happiness from the first moment we got on the bus, just like all the other girls. If only I could do that. But it's been 2 days since my alpha caught me. I'm no closer to accepting my fate. No closer to unraveling the tangled ball of anxiety that's lodged itself in my stomach. I realize my hand is clenching the bag in my lap so tightly that my knuckles are white, and I loosen my hold, if only a little bit. It's hard to drag in a full breath as I look at her, waiting for whatever she's about to say. But as her mouth opens, her attention shifts to the front of the bus, and whatever she was going to tell me dies on her lips. Just ahead of us, huge gates seem to leap out of the dense woods that surround us. They are iron, well-built and intimidating, screaming of a Gothic castle forgotten by time. I wonder how many Omegas before me looked at these very gates, feeling the same terror that churns my guts. Probably none. I'm probably the only Omega in history who doesn't want to find her mates. I'm probably also one of the only Omegas with enough life experience to understand that as Omegas, we're on the bottom of the food chain, and the Alphas are at the top. To them, we're just a tool to use to get children. There's no real love between us, no real connection. The selection, in all its glamour, is just a lie to tell young women too foolish to know the truth. Holding my breath, we pass through the gates, and the world seems to close in around me. This is really happening. There's no escape now. "I'm Linda from Pack Gold," she says, this time softer, nudging my arm a little with her elbow. "Are you okay?" I let out a watery laugh, dropping my head into my hands. "No, I'm not okay. How can I be okay? All I want is to go back to my quiet cabin in the woods. It might have been cold, even with the wood stove crackling with flames, and food might have been so hard to come by that I went hungry many days, but it was home. It was the only safe place for me in this world. And now, what will become of it while I'm away? Nothing good, I'm sure. But I can't say that, so I just open my mouth and ask, is anyone okay? A moment of silence passes before the Omega speaks again. Yeah, I'm okay, actually. Most of us are pretty excited for what's about to happen, but you don't seem too well. I can hear your heartbeat. It's racing, and you look clammy and pale. Are you okay? What she doesn't say is that she can basically sense my fear as a wolf, which is embarrassing. It certainly says something about just how weak I am if even an Omega can sense my fear. I blush at the idea that my heart is pounding so loudly she can hear it. I swallow and take a breath, trying to calm my breathing, hoping that will slow my heartbeat. But all it does is make me feel suffocated. Not only am I drowning right now, the people around me know it, which just makes a shitty situation even shittier. I start, but my throat is too thick for me to talk. Looking out the window and seeing nature would usually help me during a moment like this. But all I can see is the neatly tended road, the branches cut back from the woods to make room for it. This isn't nature. Not really. This is a place that man has carved out for himself. As I glance at the bus full of Omegas happily chatting to one another, all being carted off to the selection, I realize they wouldn't care that we're being taken to this place by force, or that the pretty gate and well-tended road is only leading to our enslavement, because they don't see this ceremony that way at all. My mother says coming here is one of the most magical times, a time we'll remember forever, the Omega says. She can't possibly know that mentioning her mother, mentioning having a family of any kind, only makes me feel worse. She continues, "It's my first time. Is it yours?" My mind is stuck on this Omega's mother, the talks they must have had, how they chatted before she got on the bus and came in for the selection. I wish so desperately that I had something like that. But my mother died when I was just a little girl, and my grandmother died before she could tell me much of anything. Right now, I have no idea what I'm walking into. Not a damn clue. Just that I might never be free again after this. If only I had someone left who cares about me. Miles. Feeling heat pooling in my cheeks and my eyes getting hot, I try to count in my head, to think of something, anything else, but the memory comes unbidden, like always. First, I see my brother's mop of curls. That's always what comes into focus first. His hair, which I would know anywhere. I can see it bouncing as we run through the fields. Can picture the time he shaved his head bald and Grandma had a fit about it. I remember his smell, like the grass, and the way my hand always seemed so small compared to his. But it didn't matter. None of it did. Because we were best friends. We had our grandparents, but they didn't care much about us, so we mostly just had each other. It was enough for us, though. Then, as he always does, Kurt comes into the frame like a nightmare, sending a chill down my spine. I see blood dripping. I hear the sound as it hits the earth. And I remember, again, that my brother is dead. And that Kurt murdered him all because he wanted to. That was enough of a reason for him. The grief hits me every time nearly as hard as it did the first time. The sorrow and dread planting in my chest and rooting throughout my body. My brother is dead. My entire family is dead. Kurt's cold smile is what lingers after the rest of the memory is gone. He's the son to the powerful alpha of Pack Obsidian. That neatly trimmed blonde beard around his face, the swept back, almost slick blonde hair. Everything about him screams of power and wealth, even though the truth is that facade simply hides the monster within him. I hate him with everything in me, but it doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do about it because I'm just an Omega. With a start, I realize the Omega next to me is still staring, waiting for me to answer her question. I think back, trying to remember what she was saying before the memory came to my mind. I say, coughing a bit, then straightening in my seat. Was it my first time? Yes, but only because I was unsuccessful in evading the committee. Yes, it's my first time. Where are you from? I think about it for a moment. My best asset is my cabin, located far enough out in the wilds that most people from the city wouldn't see a reason to venture out there. I can't reveal its location to anyone, even if this Omega seems harmless. If I have any intention of escaping and running back there, it's bad enough that Charles knows. The border. Pack Ivory, I say, finally, thinking that's vague enough to keep me safe, but specific enough to answer her question. Oh, she says, eyes widening slightly. She's gone back to knitting, and I notice that the garment in front of her has gotten increasingly longer since we started our journey, while the ball of yarn sitting between us dwindles. I'm from here, from the outskirts of the city. I've never even been to the wilds. My brother and dad go sometimes to hunt, but I've never been good at hunting. Oh, I say, non-committal, hoping the conversation might just die out there. It doesn't. This Omega is committed to talking to me. Are you good at hunting? I think of living out at the cabin by myself, hunting and catching rabbits, collecting mushrooms, making my own food and minding my own business. For the first time on this entire journey, I grin. Yes, I say. I'm decent at it, even if the winter can be a bit lean. Wow, she shakes her head. That's impressive. A moment of silence lapses, and we bounce along on the bus. My head itches to turn, to look out the window, but at the same time, the thought of watching my life get further and further behind me fills me with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Motion sickness swirls in my stomach, and I hold on to the seat in front of us to steady myself. Are you excited? You must be nervous. My mom says it's completely natural to be nervous. When the Omega speaks again, I jump, having already fallen back into my own thoughts. I wonder how I can answer her without seeming like a complete nutjob. Honestly, I say, turning a bit in my seat so I can see her head on. She's pretty, with long hair that hangs straight over her simple dress. I am nervous, but not excited. I just want to go home. You want to go home? She sounds shocked. Yes, I say, leaning back into the seat and closing my eyes, picturing my little bed, simple stove, and the books I've managed to collect over the years. I just want to go home. Where I should be. Where I would be if the hunting party hadn't caught me unaware. Every second my mind goes idle, I go back to thinking, trying to figure out what I could have done differently, if there was a way for me to get away. But won't you go into heat soon? I clear my throat. If it's possible, my face gets even hotter. Going into heat, I hate the thought. Yes, I say confidently. But out at my cabin, I'm safe. Far enough away from everyone else that I'll never have to take a mate if I don't want to. Wow, the Omega says, shaking her head. I've never heard of anything like that before. She laughs. My mom is going to flip when she hears this. An Omega who doesn't want a mate. An Omega who thinks she can go into heat alone. It's so strange. I know it's strange, but I don't understand why. The only thing scarier than being dragged from my safe home to the selection is being linked with a mate, becoming their property, being treated however they want to treat me and having no choice in my life from this point forward. When she sees me looking at her, she lets out an awkward laugh. I'm sorry, she says. I didn't mean to offend you. I have a tendency sometimes to just say whatever I'm thinking. My mom says I don't have a filter. I'm so sorry. No, I force a laugh, shaking my head and waving a hand at her. It's certainly not the first time someone has called me strange. I'm used to it. The bus starts to slow, and I realize talking to this Omega has helped me calm my nerves just a bit. Thank the gods for that. As we roll to a stop outside the castle, my anxiety starts to pick up again, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Glancing around, I see nothing but the massive castle, built of tan stone. It has large steps leading up to the front door and spreads out in all directions. There are people waiting for us, but none of them are staring at me. I squint up at the castle windows, wondering if someone is staring down at me from one of them. But I don't detect any movement. Maybe it's all in my head. It's probably just nerves. Well, she says, gathering her things and standing up from the seat. Her knitting needles hang loosely from her hands. It was nice to meet you. Thank you for chatting with me. And I wish you the best of luck in there with whatever you're trying to do. Thank you, I say. Then I add on, you too. And I mean it. I don't begrudge any of these Omegas their opportunity to find mates or to write their futures filled with babies and packs. I just don't want that future for myself. Whatever they do here, my goal is to stay out of sight, not gain the notice of any alphas, and to be sent home unattached at the end of this. That can't be too hard, can it? 3. Faye. I jump when there's a knock at the door. Who the hell would be visiting me? Apparently, my plan to go unnoticed is already failing after barely an hour of being at the selection. The person knocking doesn't wait for me to invite them in before they push the door open, letting in the sounds from the hallway. Good evening, miss, a man says, holding out a big white box. I stare in confusion. He's obviously a servant in the household, a beta shifter. But what has he brought me and why? My anxiety creeps up as a heavy weight settles in my stomach. Faye, hello? And I get the sense he's trying to nudge me since I haven't responded. Yes, I respond, but the word comes out barely above a whisper. We were informed by your alpha, Charles, some time ago, that you'd be requiring a full wardrobe to properly represent your pack. He generously sponsored your entire wardrobe for the duration of your stay at the selection, in hopes of making you more desirable to the other alphas. This is your attire for the event this evening. The rest of your new outfits will be delivered to your room before nightfall, he says, reaching forward and taking the lid off the box. He reveals a sparkling emerald green dress and a matching mask. It's shiny and probably pretty, but I've never owned a dress, so I wouldn't begin to know if it really is. He's watching me, waiting for a response, but I don't know what to say. My eyes skip past him, looking out into the hallway, where other Omegas are still finding their rooms and chatting with one another. Would anyone notice me if I just disappeared? When my eyes slit back to the servant's eyes, he's frowning. His dark hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. I tense, knowing the frown is because of me, but having no idea why. I've been away from society for so many years, alone in my cabin, that I've forgotten how to act, forgotten all social norms, and that realization only deepens my anxiety over what will be coming after this. Maybe I can just run. I can shift, race through the woods, and find my way back home, can't I? My eyes dart back to the hall, and my hands curl into fists. As if reading my mind, he says in a low voice, I understand that, as an Omega, your instincts might be telling you to run. It's highly inadvisable. The selection has a specific committee dedicated to ensuring all eligible Omegas are present for the event. No matter where you go, they'll find you, and they'll drag you back. I shiver, remembering how the alpha of my pack had chased me through the woods with his men and then tossed me over his shoulder like I was nothing. Would a group of shifters who don't know me or my background be gentler? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. You should also know that it's required that every Omega attends each event during this election. Anyone who fails to show up for an event will be brought to the event by force. Our goal here is to have every girl leave with at least one mate, although it is common for alphas to return to the selection, sometimes several times. We know that's not in the best interest of the women. Leaving an Omega to go into heat on her own, to be mated by an assigned pack member with protection until she can return to the selection next year, is not preferable. He says all of this with a stern voice of warning, like he's aware of just how little I know about all of this. The first event is only a short time away. You'll know it's occurring when the bell rings, so you'll need to hurry and get ready. This sounds like a fun place to be. Okay, I say, letting my gaze fall to the ground. More than anything, I just want this guy to leave my room. I just want to sit alone with my thoughts until I'm forced to take another step forward in this nightmare. Can't I have even a few minutes of peace? He stares at me a moment longer, sets the box on my bed, then turns on his heel, shutting the door behind him. I've no more than fallen back onto the bed, throwing the box with the gown to the side when there's another knock on the door. You have to be kidding me. The servant probably came back to school me again, and I can't stand the thought of talking to him. My social battery is already done. My body is all over the place with the new people and new things. I just want to crawl into the corner of my cabin, the warm spot near the fireplace, and sleep forever. The knock comes again. Okay, I say, but I can't seem to move. Can't seem to face one more person and one more thing. There's another knock, this time louder, which pisses me off. But at least my anger is enough to get me to stand up and start toward the door. I said okay, I grumble, swinging the door open. I'm not going to... Faye. The soft voice is familiar, like a dream I've had too many times before. Only it doesn't belong to someone from my dreams. Adeline? I say her name in shock. Adeline stands in front of me, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Her long brown hair has been braided intricately on her head, drawing attention to the soft lines of her jaw and her big hazel eyes. Her short legs peek out from the sparkling pink dress that's obviously been tailored to fit her small frame. My brain rushes through a montage of memories, from us playing in the creek together to her giving me a princess makeover. Adeline was my closest friend in the village before Miles died. She stood at my side when we buried both my grandfather and my grandmother. Yet, when I lost my brother, it was too much. Talking to people, being near them, just too much. Even when it came to Adeline. Even though she was one of the few people who believed me about Kurt. My throat feels thick. Conflicting feelings rise up inside me. I abandoned her. I was not a good friend to her. She has every right to be angry with me, to want nothing to do with me. Hi, I say, and to my shock, a moment later, we're in each other's arms. I have to swallow rapidly to keep a sob from climbing up my throat. It's so good to see you, she says. It is? I can't imagine that's true. Even now, grief holds me firmly in its grip, making it hard to breathe, to even function. I am not someone anyone should want to see or be around. Least of all someone I was so shitty to. It's good to see you too, I say, then more softly, I missed you. Our hug lasts for too long, probably, but I find I like it. I hadn't thought I'd miss the company of other people, the touch of other people, but maybe I had. Yet soon I'll go back to my quiet cabin, so I shouldn't get used to hugs and touches. She finally ends the hug, pulling back and staring at me. Her gaze moves from my head to my toes, probably seeing how my white blonde hair falls limply on my shoulders, or the fact that I know my jeans and t-shirt have holes in them. And that's if she isn't focusing on just how much weight I've lost since my brother's funeral. Whatever she's noticing, it can't be good. There's nothing good about me. I'm so sorry to barge in on you like this, Adeline says, laughing and wiping a tear away from her face. Not at all. Please come in. I usher her into my room and close the door behind her. She smiles. I thought I saw you in the hallway earlier. I was surprised because everyone from Pack Ivory, except for you, was brought in a couple of days ago. Today's bus was the last one, and just for the stragglers. She seems to realize she's babbling and takes a breath. I needed to come and say hello. Guilt, potent and sour, pools in my belly like warm tar. I can hardly stand to look at her. All I can think about is the last time I saw her. We'd bumped into each other at the local market on one of my rare trips into town for supplies. At that point, I was submerged in my grief, and I'd already gone months without talking to her or answering her calls. Hell, when she came out to my cabin a few weeks after a trip to town, I'd pretended I wasn't home, even though she knew I was. At the market, we'd made eye contact over a display of flowers, and I'd turned and ran down the street while she called after me. I remember that moment, and how all I could think about was running away, my body too steeped in guilt and grief and anger to handle talking to her, so I could apologize to her for ignoring her for months. I haven't seen her since that day in the market, and she looks even lovelier now than she did then. Adeline is all kind eyes and dark hair, and my heart aches for her friendship in such a deep part of my soul that it's staggering. The realization leaves me reeling. I thought I was happy without any friends. Aren't I? Adeline, I say, the sob that's been threatening to appear finally ripping out, making me hiccup. I put my hands under my eyes to try and quell the tears. I'm so sorry. I can't explain what it was like after everything. Her face gentles. You don't have to apologize. If my family member was murdered by an asshole and everyone just pretended it didn't happen, I don't know what I would do either, she says, moving forward and giving me another quick hug. At the time, it hurt my feelings, but my mom lost her brother too, and she explained to me that grief is different for everyone. And you were so alone. I just wish I could have been there for you. A picture forms in my mind of me going through the last few years with Adeline in my life. My gut clenches and my heart aches. Everything would have been so different. Even though it wouldn't be fair to her, no one should have to deal with a person that broken. I'm sorry, I say again, because I don't know what else to say. Forget about it. She smiles. Crazy that we see each other again here, though, isn't it? Crazy is one word for it, I say, and I actually manage to laugh. We're both the same age, so this is the first year both of us would have to attend this election. I should have thought of that before I was even brought here. I would have thought about it if I wasn't so caught up in my own head. I'm just so happy to have someone I know here, Adeline says, her voice a bit higher than normal. Since I got on that bus, my stomach's just been churning. I can relate to that, I say, thinking of the many times I almost vomited on the bus. That's why I'm hiding away in here. I just feel so overwhelmed. Overwhelmed is an understatement, but she doesn't need to know that. If we're going to be seeing each other here, I need to try my best to hide the jagged little pieces of myself. Adeline is a good person. She doesn't deserve to cut herself due to me being in pieces. Yes, but hopefully it will go quickly, and we can both find our mates. I've always dreamed of finding my mate ever since we were little. Do you remember that? She gets a dreamy look on her face as she talks, and a sweet smile lifts the corners of her mouth. Vague memories crop up of Adeline talking about wanting to have 7 mates, 1 for each day of the week. She said she'd divide up who did each chore, including cooking, and they'd all try their hardest to get her little gifts. And if they did a good job, she'd reward them with a kiss. Yes, I remember. I chuckle. While Adeline would daydream about becoming an adult, I would desperately cling to remaining a child. But I'm not particularly interested in finding my mate. Oh, come on, Faye, she says, wrinkling her brow. I know that's what you always said when we were kids, but, well, that's kid stuff, isn't it? Surely you've changed your mind since then. Change my mind? Not a chance. As much as she looked forward to a house full of people, I hated the idea. People are complicated. People are fragile. And when you love someone, it's pretty much a guarantee that you'll lose them. It just depends on when. If anyone should know, it's me. I'd lost my parents, my grandparents, and finally my brother. I'd lost more people in my 21 years than most lose in a lifetime, especially with how long shifters typically live. Losses like mine, they just don't happen. When I shrug, Adeline shakes her head and continues talking. When I spoke to my aunt about not having a mate, she said it's one of the most terrifying things you can experience as an Omega. Going into heat without a mate? It gives me shivers when I think about it. Sorry if this is a bit too personal, but have you seen any of the signs? I think about the hot flashes, the moments of extreme confusion, and then ultra clarity. The itching under my skin to get as close as I can to another person. No, I say, shaking my head as I lie. No, thank the gods. I'm terrified of the idea, Adeline says, just as a loud bell rings throughout the building. I jump. Shit, is it time for the first event already? I thought I had more time to prepare. Time to figure out my plan. When I glance at Adeline, I realize that she's already wearing her gown. Her mask sits next to her on the bed. My gaze meets her eyes. I'm not ready. Come on, Adeline says with a laugh, jumping to her feet. Let's get you dressed for the ball. That's not what I meant by I'm not ready. Another sob starts to creep up my throat, coupled with anxiety roiling in my stomach, but I push it down and get to my feet, accepting Adeline's help. Some part of me knows that my only choice is to leave this room on my own, or to be dragged out of it. If I'm going to have to do this no matter what, I'd rather do it on my own. After quickly undressing, I step into the gown, and Adeline laces it up in the back. Then she brushes out my blonde hair and lays it delicately on my shoulders. Every second she works, all I can do is stare at my reflection in the mirror. I look fragile, like the softest wind could blow me over. How did I get so weak? Curls would do nicely, she says, shaking her head. Too bad there isn't time for tomorrow's. Another bell rings out, making my bones tremble, and Adeline takes my hand, placing my mask in it and tugging me toward the door. For some reason, having her warm hand in mine calms me, if only by a little bit. At least if I'm going to do something terrible, I can do it with someone I like and trust. Come on, she says. Time to meet our suitors. Or not. I mutter as we step out into the hallway, enjoying the stream of omegas funneling toward the grand staircase at the end of the hall. As we pass under an elaborate chandelier with hundreds of small candles, I send up a prayer to the gods. Please, let them pass over me. Let me leave here unscathed and unmated. 4. Ezra. Hey, man. I open the door to see Cayson standing in the hallway, a bottle of wine held high in his left hand. His hair is in its usual fashion, short on the sides and far too high on top. Probably styled with half a bottle of gel. He's wearing a light blue suit for the first big selection event. It screams his desire for attention, almost comically loud compared to my simple black suit. And he's smirking at me, revealing the dimples in the corners of his mouth. It's usually a look he saves for whatever pack of ladies he's trying to get into bed. I guess I should be flattered he's using it on me. Cayson gives me a quick hug, patting my back like he's assessing me. Hey, man, he says. Muscles looking a little small. I can help you with that, if you want to join me for some workouts. Please. Cayson is smaller than me in all ways, even though it's not by a lot. At 6'5", I'm a tall man, but I never stop reminding him that at 6'2", he's shorter than me. And while he's naturally muscular, I'm still bigger because I actually work at it by keeping myself busy helping my pack. The only way he'd get bigger than me is if he started participating in his pack, or started hitting the gym on a daily basis, neither of which he's going to do. Not when there are drinks and fun to have. But I don't say that. Yeah? Well, I'd rather have small pecs than a small He cuts me off. Shut the fuck up, he says, cuffing me on the back of the head and pushing past me into my room. He spins in a circle, letting out a low whistle as he takes in my plush room. I close the door, rolling my eyes at his theatrics as he falls down onto the bed. Why do you always get the best rooms? He complains, holding the wine bottle up to me. My room doesn't even have a proper sitting area, and you have a fucking balcony? I find a corkscrew in a drawer and pop the bottle open. I hand it back to him, even though I probably shouldn't be encouraging his drinking. The thing is, I could use a drink, and the time to relax with a good friend before the first event takes place with the Omegas. Cayson sits up, taking a long glug of the wine before he passes the bottle to me, because we're animals who don't need glasses. But if I say that, I'll never hear the end of it. Did you guys get that problem sorted with the geese? He asks, even though I'm sure he doesn't really care. I shake my head and accept the bottle. It's warm, and I want to ask him where he got it. He's always screwing around. He probably stole it from the kitchens, something he's done at many different homes, and he wonders why he gets the shitty rooms. Yes. I wipe the back of my hand over my lips and hand the bottle back. No thanks to you. Not that I'd expected him to help when I'd texted him about the geese situation on my pack lands. I'd mostly just wanted to see him, even if he just hung out with me while I took care of the damn creatures. As frustrating as Cayson can be, he can also find the fun in any situation. He lifts his hands like weights on a scale on each side of him, even though he has the wine bottle clenched in one hand. Deal with the geese problem or travel through Europe? I don't know, man. It's a hard choice. I smirk. Your mom says you could have been helpful. She thinks you and the geese speak the same language. Something about being loud and whiny while also being useless. Fuck you, Cayson says, laughing and taking another long pull from the bottle. His complexion is looking more golden than usual. I guess afternoons by the sea in Italy will do that to you. You should have come to Europe with us, man. It was amazing. You would not believe the girls over there. They think we're like fucking royalty. I roll my eyes at him and reach for the bottle, and after a moment, he relinquishes it to me. Despite drinking most of it, he's not even slurring. Seems like Europe also helped him up his alcohol tolerance. Although I'm not surprised. The group of guys he went with were all rich alphas who hadn't been given the responsibilities of the pack yet. I'd hung out with them. The only thing they seemed to know how to do was drink and fuck. Yeah, my dad would have been super pleased with me running off to Europe and leaving him to handle the pack, I say, after swallowing down another mouthful of warm wine. Because, my father wouldn't have been happy. But also, it's nicer than saying I didn't want to go either. You know how much he loves wasted time and lollygagging. You're talking about having fun, he says, casting me a knowing look. Same difference. Europe could be fun if you were into that kind of thing. But deep down, I know I would have had a terrible time. Cayson is one of my best friends, but sometimes being around him is like being a babysitter. If I'd been in Europe with them, I would have been the one cutting the alphas off and making sure they got back to their hotels without losing a limb. Once, when Cayson actually did convince me to come out with him, I'd had to tackle him out of the street to keep them from getting hit by a car. The next morning, when I was patching up my scrapes and bruises, he'd asked what they were from. And getting blackout drunk was hardly a rarity with him. The guy had demons, and those demons were only silenced with girls and liquor. I can't imagine the geese were the worst of your worries, Cayson says, reaching into his pocket and producing a cigarette. I narrowed my eyes at him. Don't even think about smoking that in here, I warn. I'm not getting in trouble for your poor behavior. Not only that, but who wants the room and clothes to smell like smoke? Sure as hell not me. Calm down, man. It's just something to fiddle with. You know I would never tarnish your good name. He flashes a smile I don't trust at all. I eye him warily, then dump the last drop of the wine onto my tongue, wishing there was more. Something has to settle my nerves. I'm in no way looking forward to my first selection event, nor all the omegas I'll be trying so desperately to avoid while looking like I'm participating. I just need something to calm me down a bit. If not liquor, then what? You're right. The geese were the least of our worries. We're also working on fixing the river problem, I say, sighing. Every year, the houses at the bottom of the village flood, which causes a lot of headaches. It also affects the fields, and when they flood out, we lose a significant amount of our crops. Our storehouses are already dwindling. The last thing we need is to sacrifice more food. Not that Cayson worries about things like that, since he knows how well set up my pack is. The thing is, Pack Azure is an incredibly powerful pack, with a lot of wealth and resources. But we don't live for today. We plan for tomorrow. Every decision we make has to be correct. Our primary duty is to ensure our people are well-fed, safe, and housed. It's an around-the-clock job that I haven't taken a break from since I came of age. I wasn't about to let geese or flood stop me from doing that job, no matter how backbreaking dealing with the pack issues is. It's tiring, but it's also gratifying. Once you've held a baby in your hands, knowing that your actions will directly affect the rest of their life, you start to take the job a little more seriously. I, for one, know the names of each member of my pack, have a relationship with them, and, I think, their respect. Even if, again, all things come with a price. It's been a hellish process, I continue, rolling the bottle between my hands as Cayson stares at the floor. We've been trying to dig away paths for the water to go when it floods. Many of the seamstresses are putting together bags to fill with sand. We're basically putting in a lot of effort now in hopes that when the storms come, we won't have to deal with the same flooding. Sounds like a whole lot of fun, Cayson says, his voice laced with sarcasm. Then adds, You couldn't catch me dead digging up river sand like that. Although I'd heard it rumored his people were having issues too. Did you stop at home or just come straight here after Europe? Have you seen your father? Cayson flicks his eyes at me, and I immediately regret asking the question. Unlike me and my father, Cayson and his father don't get along well. I tend to use my father and his expectations as an excuse to Cayson and the others for why I don't join them on more of their adventures. But the truth is that I'm a man of routine. I would rather be in bed by 9 every night than out chasing trouble. Besides, when someone in the pack needs me, they always know right where to find me and my dad. The same can't be said for Cayson and his situation. No, and I don't intend to, Cayson finally says, tearing me away from my thoughts. That old asshole has enough control over me as it is. I'm just trying to stay out of his way, and hopefully he'll forget about me altogether. He's not really interested in me taking over anyway. There's a tinge of jealousy there, and I try to ignore it. My father has been adamant and meticulous about training me to take his spot one day, insisting that I need to be ready to take care of the pack. Cayson's father seems to enjoy his control and doesn't relish the idea of anyone taking his spot, no matter the fact that it will happen eventually, with or without his blessing. A loud shout comes from the hallway, and several guys let out whoops. Some people are definitely more excited about the selection than others. I feel a ball of dread lodge itself in my chest, just south of my heart. The first event will be starting any second. What the hell am I supposed to do? You excited, man? Cayson asks, leaning forward and grinning at me, as though he's ready to move on from the depressing talk of his father. Excited? The word comes out as a horrified question. He laughs. Excited! For the selection! Surely you'll have your pick, as the would-be alpha to one of the 9 largest packs. You too. Every Omega wants an alpha from Pack Steel, and you're next in line to run the pack. Omegas will be flocking to you, I say, dodging his question. So you're excited? He asks, lifting a brow. Yeah, I say, returning his laughter, even though it sounds hollow, and rubbing my hand on the back of my neck. What's the point in having your pick if you're not interested? I don't know. Maybe this isn't my year. What? He looks shocked. I shrug, finally speaking the words aloud. I don't think I'm ready for an Omega. Cayson studies me for a long moment, rolling his cigarette back and forth between his fingers. I don't know what he's thinking, but the problem with Cayson is, for all his pomp and recklessness, he's smart. He's not just going to let something like this go. Not ready or don't want one? I don't know, I say, trying to keep my tone light despite the fact that I can't raise my gaze from the floor. I see Cayson's boots move a bit as he shuffles forward on the bed, sitting up. A long moment passes between us, and I fight the rage and sorrow battling for dominance in my throat. I just want him to let this go, to move on without analyzing this further, because I know what he'll find if he keeps on digging, and it's only going to bring me pain. Is it about Katie? I blink hard, and for a brief moment, my fist itches to connect with Cayson's face. But it's not his fault. It's just a word. Just a name. It shouldn't have this effect on me. It has nothing to do with her, I say, knowing my tone is sharper than I intend for it to be. I try to move on, shifting the attention to Cayson instead. What about you? Are you excited? Do you intend to find an Omega? Oh, yes, Cayson drawls, grinning. I intend to enjoy as many as I can, at least during the selection. I won't be taking any home with me. He wrinkles his nose. The gods know I don't need to be tied down at 21 years young. My stomach tightens. Sometimes Cayson is too unserious for his own good. Before I can try to figure out something to say to that, the bell sounds from the hallway, filtering into my room with a dull echo. "Shit," Cayson says, jumping to his feet. "I have to have a smoke before it starts." He moves to the door, then stops for a moment. "You coming, man? We can stop by my room real quick, then head down." "No," I say, clearing my throat and looking up at him. "You go on without me." He stares at me for a long moment, then shrugs, lighting up a cigarette the moment he turns into the hallway. And I give a little prayer of thanks that he'd just let this go, even though he knows more is going on beneath my surface. The last thing I need right now is for someone to watch me battling my own inner demons. 5. Faye. I can't breathe. Every moment of the ball, from the second Adeline and I walked in, has been torture. All around me, elegant gowns are twirling and catching in the light. It should be beautiful. I should marvel at the sight. But it just feels like an optical illusion designed to overwhelm me. The music is too loud. I can smell all the people in here, including the perfumes that many of the Omegas are drenched in. And the atmosphere is so tense with expectation, it's making my head hurt. Every Omega is looking for a man, a mate, at least one, if not many. Every Alpha is prowling around the place, grinning when a beautiful woman looks their way. It's like I'm in a supermarket, except everyone is for sale. I can't stand it. Adeline wanted to stay together, but when an Alpha approached her and asked her to dance, we both knew she couldn't say no. Left to my own devices, I've been using my small size to my advantage. Every time a man in this ballroom looks at me, I slip away, moving through the crowd and trying to pretend I didn't feel his gaze on me. I can escape these men. I just need to be faster and smarter. A live band sits atop the stage, playing a beautiful but upbeat song that has everyone dancing. It's been so long since I heard live music. I should stay and try to enjoy it, but my body moves as though I'm not in control of it, seeking an escape, since I know better. If I get lost in that music, even for a moment, I know it could give enough time for an Alpha to pounce on me. And if he asks me to dance, I'll have no choice but to say yes. And if he likes me, I'll have no choice but to be his mate. So, I keep moving, fleeing, like a rabbit in a room full of wolves, which is pretty damn ironic given what I am. When I turn the corner and dodge a server with a tray full of champagne, I see a man and woman coming through the door, giggling, their arms around one another. When I turn a bit, I can see it's a door to a balcony. Out there, I'm technically participating in the event, but I'll be out of sight. I dash out, taking my first deep breath of the evening. I run to the railing, sucking in air, finally feeling my heartbeat calm. My temperature slowly decreases as the cool air sweeps across my flesh. I focus on the trees all around me and the beautiful sight of the lake. This I can handle, finally being alone. "Well, hello there," someone says, and I jump, spinning around, my hand to my chest. I get a quick glance of the man before lowering my gaze. He has a shock of dirty blonde hair that's been neatly styled and stands tall. His thick eyebrows give him a serious look, but the grin on his face quickly undoes it. His jaw is chiseled, his dimples inviting, and a face that screams, "Pretty boy." Despite his good looks, my body tells me to get as far from him as I possibly can, even as his delicious scent of wood and smoke flow over me. "Who are you hiding from, little Omega?" he asks, and I see his boots as they take a step nearer to me. I pack up, sliding away along the railing. How quickly can I make it back into the party if I bolt for the doors? Would he try to stop me? "I'm not hiding from anybody," I say, hearing how my voice wavers. "I just wanted a breath of fresh air." "You're a breath of fresh air yourself, aren't you?" he flirts. I don't respond. I don't even know what to say. Flirting isn't one of my limited skills, even if I wanted to, and I really don't want to. "Be honest. Who are you hiding from?" he asks, and a little of the humor leaves his voice. I decide to be honest. "Everybody. I don't like parties." "Well, that's new. Most of the girls I've met love parties. They'll dance and drink all night long, not stopping for anyone or anything." He pauses, and I can feel him studying me. "Are you from around here?" He knows you're not from around here. I think of the stark contrast between my grandparents' cabin, so far removed, and the bustling opulence of the city we passed through, and this castle. I'm obviously not from around here, and haven't been operating in society for quite some time. Is it that easy to tell when you look at me? "I get the feeling you don't like to talk much," he says, taking another step toward me. I match him with another step away. "Aren't you here to find a mate? Standing out here on the balcony isn't going to do you much good." "I'm not interested in finding mates," slips from my lips before I can stop it. "Not interested?" I hear him sniff audibly. What Omega isn't interested in finding a mate? You have to find a mate. Did your mother teach you nothing? I cross my arms over my chest. She taught me not to talk to strange men. Luckily, I'm rather normal and completely safe, he says, laughing as he advances on me. There's no need to run from me. I'm not running. I promise I won't bite. Biting isn't what I'm afraid of. What are you afraid of? My back hits the wall and I suck in a breath, my eyes darting up to meet his as he steps closer. Now that I have nowhere to go, he leans down, inhaling, his dark eyes roaming over my body in a strangely possessive way. A way I'm pretty sure the alphas shouldn't be looking at any of us omegas just yet. I feel my core heat in response, and a blush bursts over my cheeks when he raises his eyebrows at me. He's ridiculously attractive, in a way that rivals every other man at this ball. How had I not noticed him before? Maybe because I was too terrified, or because I don't want a mate and don't want this man's attention. But even though I remind myself of these things, I feel weird, tingly, and alive. Tentatively, I breathe in, smelling his scent. Something like cedar and dark, smoky ash. He's the one who smells like a breath of fresh air. If you were trying to get it in the middle of a forest fire, which has to be a warning, right? My skin lights up with pleasure when his nose touches the base of my neck, skimming along my collarbone, tracing up toward my ear. Slowly, he brings his other hand to my head, tipping it back, and I'm affronted when my traitorous body complies immediately, allowing him access. All at once, my brain and body are at war. My brain telling me again and again that this is the exact scenario I was trying to avoid. My body stuck, paralyzed, vibrating with the pure, simple pleasure of having him this close, knowing he wants me, knowing that he's an alpha and I'm an omega, and this is a dance as old as time, a dance I don't want to participate in. "Cayson!" someone shouts, stumbling out through the open balcony doors. The man, Cayson, freezes, his nose pressed to the side of my neck, my chest brushing his as it rises and falls rapidly. Apparently, not realizing Cayson is busy, the person laughs, stumbling forward and grabbing his shoulder. "Hey, bro, come on. There's a chick inside letting people do shots off her." Cayson spins around, pushing the other person hard in the chest with 2 hands. The guy stumbles back, but keeps laughing, and after a moment, 2 more guys appear at the door, also clearly inebriated. I get the impression they're all friends, but Cayson doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk to them right now. Maybe because of me. Maybe because he just doesn't want to deal with a bunch of drunk assholes. I don't know. "What, too much of a wimp to do a body shot?" one of them challenges. Cayson glances back at me. Somehow, the other men haven't noticed I'm here, but my heart is still hammering away. I managed to back myself into a corner when all I wanted was to get away. Out here, on the balcony, there's nowhere to go. But I have to get out of here. I have to stay away from this man. "Get the fuck out of here," Cayson growls at the men, taking another step toward them, herding the guys to the other side of the balcony, which offers me an escape. My body protests the loss of the compelling man, but I use his distraction to slip out around him, edging back into the ballroom, hurrying along, terrified that he's going to notice I left and come after me. But as I dart into the crowd and away from the man, no one comes after me. Which is what I wanted, right? 6. Faye. Inside, the crowd is even more raucous than when I first went outside, and I struggle to push my way through the bodies. They press closer, guys and girls alike, reaching out, grabbing my dress, telling me to loosen up and dance. It's like the alcohol and the hormones have made all of them think that tonight is one giant orgy. I feel like I'm going to be sick. All this touching, all these people, all these smells. There's no room to just exist. So, I do the one thing I'm not supposed to do. I slip out into the hallway. It's an immediate, sudden relief. The hallway is relatively dark and quiet, and though I can hear the faint noises of the party in the ballroom, it's so muffled it doesn't bother me. I slide down the wall, not caring what happens to my gown, letting my head fall into my hands. What's so wrong with me that I can't stand an evening in a ballroom, surrounded by luxury? For most Omegas, this is the dream, and I'm out in the hallway, hiding from it. The thing is, I know what's best for me. I know I'm not meant to be linked to another person. I know I can't handle being linked to another person. The council and all these damn alphas need to just accept that and let me go back home. When can I go home? I just want to go home. It's only a matter of time before someone comes along and scolds me for being in the hallway when I'm supposed to be in the ballroom, letting the men sniff all over me. A shudder runs through my body at the memory of that man, Cayson, pressing his nose into my neck. It had no business feeling as good as it did, and I try to convince myself that the shudder that went through me was caused by disgust and not related to the warm, tingling feeling in my stomach. But why did being touched feel like that? Would I have felt that way being touched by anyone after so long? Or was that man special? I don't like the direction of my thoughts. It feels like I'm shining a flashlight into the corners of my mind that are best left in the dark. There's a sound down the hall. I flinch, heart in my throat, but no one comes. No one is there, but I know someone will be soon, and I can't be caught out here when they arrive. Forcing myself to stand, I take a few deep breaths, closing my eyes. I need to ready myself to go back into the ballroom. I need to be prepared for all the people, all the sounds, and all the smells. Today is just the first day of the selection. There's going to be a hell of a lot more events like this. I can handle this. I can do this. Seconds will turn into minutes, then hours, and it'll be over. I just have to stop being a coward. Before I can move, something wraps around my neck tight, and I feel my head bounce off the wall as I'm shoved back. When I open my eyes in a panic, he's standing in front of me, the man from my nightmares, a wicked grin across his face, the same grin he had that day. I feel the color drain from my face and my heart stop in my chest. He's here. Kurt's actually here. I can't look at him without seeing Miles' body, without hearing the sound of my brother's neck being crushed, without seeing the blood and the emptiness in my brother's eyes. Kurt cocks his head, tightening his fingers around my throat, cutting off my air supply so I can't scream, and my hands fly to my neck, trying to pry his fingers away. My movements are rushed and filled with terror as I try to use all my strength against him. It's no use, though. I wasn't strong enough then, and I'm not strong enough now. His dark eyes hold mine as he squeezes the life out of me. I should kick my feet. I should thrash, go for his eyes. But I can't move, can't think. Just like the day he killed Miles, I'm frozen, useless. Grief and dread well inside me as the memories come, unbidden, like always. My brother, screaming, begging for mercy, Kurt's boot on the side of his neck, the sickening crack that echoed throughout the forest. My throat stinging in pain, ripping open with agony. It took me an hour to realize I had been screaming the whole time, even after Kurt and his goons left. Kurt had left Miles' body there on the ground, his head bent at an unnatural angle, his eyes wide open and bloodshot, his mouth still crying out for help, for someone to save him. I'd sobbed the entire time I wrapped his body in a tarp, dragging it back home. Shaking and still buzzing with shock, I dragged myself to the nearest courthouse, my voice cracking as I explained to the sheriff what happened, what I had seen with my own 2 eyes. I was left in the interrogation room for a long time. Then, eventually, the sheriff returned with a kind-looking woman in a pink sweater. What did this woman have to do with finding Kurt and arresting him for what he had done? "Good evening, Faye," the woman had said, sitting across from me and reaching out, putting her hand on mine. "I understand you've been having a difficult time." "Yes," I'd croaked, taking another tissue and dabbing at my eyes. I looked up at the sheriff who was standing next to the door, his arms crossed. "Miles was killed by Kurt Bain of Pack Obsidian. I saw it happen." A funny look crossed the woman's face that I couldn't quite read. "Tell us about it." I took a deep breath. My brother and I were in the woods near my grandparents' cabin and got separated while we were playing a game. Kurt and his buddies came across Miles, I think by accident. I heard the commotion and came over to see what was going on. No one ever ventures out by our woods, so hearing strange voices was frightening. When I saw the group of big alphas insulting my brother, I was too scared to approach them. They started pushing him around, threw him to the ground, and then Kurt asked his buddies if they wanted to see him kill a worthless beta. They were laughing, taunting my brother. Miles tried to get up, to escape. Kurt threw him to the ground and stepped on his neck. I tried to stop him, but Kurt's friends held me back. And then, while my brother cried and pleaded, Kurt crushed his neck. The woman reached forward, putting both of her hands on mine and smiling gently. I understand you've gone through some other family tragedies. Sometimes, when our brains go through trauma like that, it's easy for us. I'd yanked my hands back, glancing up at the sheriff. I started to stand out of my seat. You don't believe me? I saw him do it with my own 2 eyes. Please, Faye, sit down and we can, she began. No, I don't believe you, and neither will the council, the sheriff said, looking like he had finally lost his cool. He stepped toward me, jamming a finger in my face. The rising alpha of Pack Obsidian is a good man. I've known his father for years. I saw him when he was in diapers, and I've watched him grow into the man he is today. And that man is not a murderer. I said, struggling to catch my breath. When I was packing up my things, coming to town to tell the sheriff about what happened, I didn't even consider that he might not believe me. But I saw it happen. This can't be happening. They have to believe what I saw with my own eyes. The sheriff gave me a disgusted look, like I was something below pond scum. And that's why I brought a counselor to speak to you. Clearly, you're having hallucinations. Anger and disbelief coursed through me. My brother is dead. That's not a hallucination. I had to move his body. The sheriff sneered. Like I told you before, we can come and investigate whatever accident led to his broken neck and take care of the body. But I won't entertain the notion of a false accusation against an alpha. When he stormed out, the woman leaned toward me, her voice soft as her eyes darted around the room as if looking for spies. Kurt's father, Dexter, is the leader of Pack Obsidian. Do you remember him? He wasn't invited to a birthday party hosted by the alpha of a smaller pack. And then, the alpha's entire family was murdered, somehow. He's also the one who started a war with Pack Scarlet because he thought their leader insulted him. Dozens of shifters were killed when he attacked with all his alphas. And he has a lot of alphas, the most of any pack, and all regularly trained for war. What she was telling me was clear. As psychotic as Kurt was, his father was even more unstable. No one would risk insulting him for fear of the consequences. Saying that Kurt didn't kill my brother was their way of sweeping everything under the rug to protect the greater good. Greater good didn't matter to me, though. I was determined to find justice for my brother, to take a dangerous man off the streets. Leaving his office, I didn't stop until I stood before the council, the 3 Ultimas whose words held the most power. I begged them to take some action against Kurt, yet they did nothing. I went to my pack, to my alpha, Charles, and pleaded with them to add their voices to mine so that someone might listen. But they avoided eye contact, pretended like they couldn't hear me, like Miles' death was just something that could be ignored and forgotten. Only Adeline looked at me, but we both knew our voices together would do nothing. As an Omega, I had lived my entire life in deference to others. I knew when my voice wasn't going to be heard. And now, an Omega was accusing an Alpha. If I were an Alpha, they would have listened to me. Miles would have gotten justice. So after I'd pointlessly tried everything possible, I made the long trek back to my cabin, where I spent 2 days digging a hole in which I could bury my brother. Now, Kurt makes a noise, drawing me out of my reverie. His breath, which smells like rancid cider, fans out over my face as I continue to grab at his hand. A dark thought occurs to me. Maybe he won't be satisfied until every last person in my family is dead. I stop grabbing at him, letting my hands drop. Maybe I've been fighting too long. Maybe my fight is finally over. Air floods into my body when he finally relaxes his hand, and I collapse to the ground, gasping in breaths. I'm alive? He let me go? No, this man is a murderer. He's not done with me yet. I look up at him, and our eyes lock for a long moment. I know something is coming. Something bad. I just don't know what yet. Hello, Faye, he snarls. He's silhouetted in the light from the hallway, and from this angle, he looks even taller and broader than I remember him. A ball lodges in my throat when he leans toward me, that stink of alcohol washing over me again. He takes a long breath, his nose tipped down, like he's smelling me. A shudder of disgust moves through me, and a desperate need to escape him uncoils from within, but I can't seem to move. I'm entangled in his awful web, in a nightmare. You smell good, Faye, he says, one of his eyebrows quirking upwards. I flinch away from him, desperately trying to keep from having a panic attack. Just as quickly as it appeared, the smile on his face drops, and he moves closer to me, boxing me in, stealing even the small chance that I might escape. Don't think I'll ever forget about your little stunt, about you lying to everyone, to say that I was the one who attacked your brother. Why would I waste my time with your worthless brother? Why would anybody believe a lying bitch? His words are cold and cruel. It's obvious this man is a liar, the kind of man that tells his lies so many times that everyone around him starts to believe him. Maybe even he starts to believe himself. But I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy. So he can try to paint any pretty picture he wants, but I'll never forget what he did. Yet, he keeps staring down at me, keeps invading my space. More than anything, I want to close my eyes and avoid his gaze while he speaks, but my body feels paralyzed, and I keep looking right at him as he leans even closer, a piece of spittle landing on my cheek. I'll never forget, Faye. Watch your back. With that, he steps back, turning on his heel and walking down the hallway, his boots clicking with every step. As I watch him go, the horror of his words doesn't even sink in because I'm too busy being grateful that he's gone. But the thing is, we both know he won't be gone for long. Evil always has a way of coming back. 7. Faye. My feet are flying, carrying me up the stairs faster than I've ever gone. Tears stream down my face, but I can't stop to dry them. I just need to get out of here. I'm not safe here, not in these halls or in this castle. The man who killed Miles is here, and he's never going to let me go. I'll never forget, Faye. Watch your back. His words haunt me with every step I take. After Kurt disappeared down the end of the hallway, I only sat there for a moment before pulling myself to my feet and running in the opposite direction. I know I'm not supposed to be out here, but I can't stand to go back into that room with all the people, dancing and laughing and looking at me while I'm breaking into even smaller pieces. I need to be alone, with a solid door between me and the man who wants to hurt me. The murderer. Not that a door could stop him. A sob explodes from my lips. I thought the worst thing that could happen to me was finding an alpha. But no. This is so much worse. This is the stuff that only a cruel fate could construct. A monster with a thirst for suffering and pain. Turning the corner, I reached the landing on the stairs, thinking of nothing more than getting to my room, when I suddenly bounce off of something hard. Big hands reach out to grab me, and I blink, righting myself as I meet the eyes of yet another strange man with dark hair and the bluest eyes I've ever seen in my life. He looks intense, focused, and in control. It radiates through every inch of him. I realize that his hands are resting on my biceps, and I take a shaky breath, lowering my eyes immediately. He is an alpha, and here I am in the hallway, clearly running away from the ball, which I am not allowed to do. Some part of me hopes he'll just let me go and leave me to go to my room, but my experience with alphas suggests this will end far differently, like with me being hauled back to the dance, regardless of my protests. "Why are you crying?" he asks, his voice low and dangerous. A shiver runs through me as his voice slides over my skin, and I suck in a breath, breathing in the delicious scent of cardamom. He sounds exactly the way he looks, and there's something about his voice that I like, which is completely unexpected. Since when do I like people's voices? I internally shake myself. The thing is, I don't understand why he's talking to me, why he hasn't already called for someone to escort me back to the ballroom. Is he going to play with me first? Turn this into a game? "I'm sorry," I say shakily. Kurt's face flashes in my mind again, and a sob rips out of me. I put both my hands to my mouth, mortified, but the man just leads me away, up the stairs, eventually sitting me down on a bench and handing me a tissue from his pocket. I take it, but I can't seem to fight my terror. What's he going to do to me? Why is he pretending to help me right now? I try to catch my breath and dry my eyes. The alpha puts his hand on my back, rubbing in soothing circles. I fight not to flinch away from him in surprise. I was unaware alphas were capable of comfort. After knowing Kurt, I'd started to assume they only took advantage of people, that they were only capable of causing pain, especially to an omega like me. When I look around, I realize he's led me up into one of the castle's towers. If I glance past him, I can see through one of the windows and into the courtyard, which is eerily empty and dark. It's a more private place than I'd like, but it's better than being trapped in a room with him. I take deep breaths, trying to calm myself down, and managing to slow the fall of tears. All along, I'm aware of his hand on my back, and his body so close to me as he sits beside me. Alphas cause pain, they cause death, I remind myself, even if this one isn't showing that side of himself yet. "What happened to you?" he asks me. And his voice is even gentler, like he thinks I'm something fragile that could be broken with simple words. But maybe I am. Maybe that's how broken I am. The alpha is staring at me intently, with those piercing blue eyes, and it takes everything in me to glance at him for even a moment, to fight my natural instinct to look away from him. But I do. He's handsome, in an understated way. His hair is so dark it's practically black, and he has a 5 o'clock shadow that defines his jaw, even though everything about the rest of him is clean cut. He keeps staring, waiting for an answer, so I swallow around the lump in my throat and try to form an answer. "Nothing," I say, my voice coming out no louder than a whisper. I can feel the alpha staring at me, and my body fights against the lie, but I also can't forget Kurt's words in the hallway. The reason he's doing this at all is because I told someone about him killing Miles, so it stands to reason that if I tell this alpha what he's done, the same thing will happen again. Nobody will believe me, and Kurt will have more incentive to hurt me. This needs to stay with me, because there's no one and nothing that can protect me from Kurt if I speak up. Maybe even if I stay silent.
There are bruises on your neck,
the Alpha says, reaching forward, the tips of his fingers skimming my neck so gently, I almost don't feel them. But I can feel the pain, pulsing just below my skin, and I know it will be hard to turn my neck tomorrow. I'll have to borrow some makeup from Adeline to try and cover the marks, because no one can know about this. I blink, looking down at my lap, terrified that if I open my mouth, Kurt's name might come out. The Alpha sighs, pulling back his fingers and balling his hands into fists in his lap. I can't tell if he's frustrated with me, but I stay silent, wondering what he'll do next, what he'll say.
Any Alpha that would put his hands on an Omega is a coward.
I jolt with surprise and look up at him. Unexpectedly, he looks completely sincere. More than sincere, he looks angry that someone hurt me. A gentle heat pools in my belly at the thought that there's an Alpha who wouldn't use his power just to control and abuse me. When our eyes meet, his widen for just a second, and a wave of rage passes over his features. Then he seems to compose himself again.
Who did this to you?
Damn it, that's what I didn't want him to ask me, because now it means I have to lie. No one can ever know that Kurt did this to me. Least of all some Alpha who can't possibly understand how dangerous it could be for me to be caught in the middle of this. I don't know. I lie, finally feeling my voice come back to me. I practically sag with relief that I didn't give up Kurt's name, and I wonder if the Alpha can tell that I'm lying. I didn't get a good look at him. He looks skeptical.
You didn't see his face while he had his hand around your throat?
I swallow thickly, avoiding his gaze, and he drops his voice down even lower.
Listen, I don't know you, but I can promise you that by protecting this asshole, you're only putting other Omegas at risk.
The thing is, he's right. But even so, I must have some desire to continue breathing because I don't want to share his name. Sharing his name may help others avoid him in case he decides to kill again, but it'll do a hell of a lot of harm to me. Not that I can say that to this Alpha. He'd never understand. I squeeze my eyes shut, taking a deep breath and shaking my head again. I'm sorry, I say, the words coming out with a sob. I don't know who it was. After a long pause, he says,
All right, you don't know who it is.
There's a reluctant acceptance in his voice, but at least there's acceptance.
What are you doing out of the ballroom, then?
I could ask you the same thing. It's bold, and I surprise myself by saying it. There's a moment of silence before he laughs.
If I'm being honest, I'm not really in the market for an Omega. And going into the ballroom just to be accosted by a bunch of girls I won't remember by the morning doesn't sound like my kind of night.
Well, I say, feeling myself calming at the sound of his gentle voice, I'm not exactly in the market for an Alpha either. He meets my eyes, and I suck in a breath. It almost feels like our faces are getting closer, like the inches between us are shrinking as we look at one another, which can't at all be possible. Neither of us have moved.
That's a surprise,
he says quietly. It shouldn't be. If he doesn't want an Omega, it should stand to reason that there are Omegas that don't want Alphas. But then, I guess Alphas don't need Omegas to be safe. When we go into heat, we'll draw any shifters that might scent us, which has ended in some pretty bad ways for Omegas. Why does that surprise you? I ask. He leans in closer, and my heart races. But to my surprise, I don't pull away. I just watch him, this strange alpha who radiates safety and calmness, who seems to want to be a protector rather than a villain. "Excuse me," someone says, and I jump away from the alpha, heart racing. He turns and looks at a servant coming down the hallway. The man is old and has a scowl on his face, a beta. "You're not supposed to be out here. All Omegas are to stay in the ballroom." "Oh, I start, but the alpha speaks over me, holding his hand up to the servant.
"She's with me."
"Sir," the servant says, dropping his voice, "even if an Omega is with you, they still should—"
"She is with me."
I cover my mouth as the servant stutters for a moment before cowering and turning away. The alpha doesn't even seem to notice my surprise. For once, it seems like it might be a good thing to have an alpha around if they'll get people to leave me alone, which is a strange notion. I never thought I'd want any alpha around.
"Come on,"
he says, getting to his feet with a long breath.
"I'll take you to your room."
I stand, and he holds his arm out for me to take, very gentlemanly. Slipping my hand onto his arm, we walk together in silence, and it feels nice, like there's a quiet understanding between two shifters who both prefer to be on their own.
"Which way?"
he asks. I point. He switches our direction.
"Going forward, it may be safer to stay with the other Omegas. There's safety within the pack."
I would if I knew it would keep me away from the alphas. Unfortunately, the alphas are going to be spending this time sniffing around the Omegas. He smiles, and his smile is devastating.
"Is that how you see it?"
I nod. "Wolves and sheep,"
"Omegas are hardly sheep,"
he says, pausing at an intersection until I point again. We head up the stairs and toward my room, me stopping him at the correct floor. His steps are slow and measured, as if he's keeping in mind my much smaller height. But he's probably not. That's not an alpha thing to do. "Well, we're certainly not wolves in the sense that all of you are," I say. His gaze lingers on my face.
"My mother is an Omega, and while my father runs the pack, he couldn't function without her. He needs her just as much as she needs him."
I find that hard to believe, but I don't say it. I'd never seen much of alphas and omegas interacting, but I couldn't imagine such an imbalanced relationship could end in anything but the omegas being used and hurt. When we reach my door, I unlock it and start to go inside, and the alpha clears his throat. I should be nervous, being alone with an alpha so far away from the party, but I already feel like I can trust this one, which is stupid. A terribly stupid idea that should have me worried.
"What's your name?"
he asks, looking me over, an eyebrow raised. "Why?" I ask playfully. "So you can report me?" He chuckles, jerking his chin in the direction we came from.
"If anyone is getting a talking to, it's going to be me for sending that servant away and keeping you out of the ballroom."
I just feel like, if I've spent the night with a beautiful woman, I should know her name. We look at each other for a long moment, then I smile at him. He has a magnetic quality to him that's hard to resist. "It's Faye," I say, nodding at him once before I close the door and lock it, heart pounding in my chest. Sliding down my door, I stare at the ground, unsure how to feel. I faced kryptonite, an idea that has haunted me since the day my brother died, and I survived. Barely. And I met an alpha who made my heart race in an unfamiliar way, and another alpha who treated me kindly. It had been a weird night. 8. Cayson. She's gone. The second I turned back to find the tiny blonde after getting those dumbasses off the balcony, she'd slipped back into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. How the hell can she do that? And why would she do that? I'm pushing through the crowds of people in the ballroom, who've all foregone any sense of formality and are grinding on each other. The girls with their skirts hiked and the men with their suit jackets undone, ties hanging loosely from their collars. It's a scene of complete debauchery, one that I'd normally be all for enjoying. Hell, I'd be the number one guy out there, but I have no interest in it tonight. I just want to find the girl. How can I not smell her? Natural scents, perfumes, and sweat fills the air. But still, I feel like I should be able to smell her. Like her scent of lavender and vanilla would draw me to her like a beacon. Surely she wouldn't leave the ballroom. And Omega could get into serious trouble for leaving the ballroom without a valid reason. So where is she? I just want to get close to her again and smell her scent. It was intoxicating. It made me feel almost like I couldn't control myself. A shudder runs through my body. What would have happened if those buffoons hadn't interrupted us? The truth is, I would have done bad things to that little Omega. I would have pushed her up against that wall and fucked her on the balcony until she wasn't a shy, wilting thing any longer. She'd be grabbing onto me, screaming my name, and I know I would have come hard, harder than I'd ever come before in that tiny body of hers. "Hi there," someone says. I come to a stop in front of a gorgeous woman. She has dark brown hair with long strands of tinsel woven in. Glitter covers her entire body, and her makeup is dark and bold, with strong eyebrows and brown lipstick. I'm drawn to alternative girls, and her sleek black dress hugs her body in all the right ways. Except something's wrong. Looking at her, I'm waiting for that familiar feeling to come over me, but I'm just filled with frustration. Frustration that she's the one standing in front of me. My brain is hooked on the Omega from the balcony, so much so that even as the girl in front of me steps closer, her hand resting on my waist, I can't even think about how good it should feel, or wonder what her body looks like under that dress. "Hi yourself," I hear myself say, my voice coming out deep and even. As if on autopilot, my hands move to her hips as well, and we start to dance, her putting her hands above her head and shaking her hips in front of me. It's weird how detached I feel from her and this whole place. I've never felt like this before, and the instinct to push her away before the little Omega sees me is overwhelming. "I feel like you were looking for someone," she says, looking up at me through her lashes. "Do you think you found her?" This woman is skilled. She, like most Omegas, has been taught to attract the attention of a man. It's usually a spell that I let women weave on me, at least for a little while. But instead, I'm focused on the woman on the balcony. She didn't seem the least bit of a seductress, so what was it about her? "I definitely found something I like," I murmur, running a hand down her hair and watching as she spins around, pressing her ass to my crotch. I skim my hands up and down her sides, dancing with her like I would dance with anybody, no matter how strange and uncomfortable it feels. Then I see that Omega again in my mind. Her neck, exposed, tipping back as I lean in. I see the way her pulse jumps through her skin, her scent, light and sweet, like something I could use to cleanse my palate. Literally a tall drink of lemonade on a hot day, like jumping into a pool of cool water in Italy. When the song changes, I move away from the girl with the tinsel in her hair, who pouts at me playfully, but moves on to the next alpha with little resistance. I keep moving through the crowd,
deciding to try my luck around the walls. She was shy. She didn't want to be around the people in the party. If I'm going to find her, it'll likely be in an alcove somewhere, her pretty little face hiding behind her hair. I imagine her face when she sees me again, that mix of interest and caution. Just enough of a chase for it to feel good when she gives in to me. I think about her waiting for me along the wall, then picture another alpha finding her before I can, and something hot and possessive pulses through my veins. What the hell? The emotion is foreign and upsetting to me, but it doesn't make me slow in my search for her. If anything, it makes me move faster. Taking an interest in this Omega means nothing. It doesn't. One pretty face doesn't change the fact that I don't want an Omega. It doesn't change the fact that I'd rather be dragged over hot coals than give up my life of fun and traveling just to be saddled with an Omega. Stuck with my father and my pack, like a miserable prisoner. That's right. I can want this Omega, just as long as I only want her for the night. That's all I can offer anyone right now. But first, I have to figure out where the hell she went. Ezra might be able to help me find her. I reach into my pocket, fishing out my phone and trying his number. It rings through twice. That boring bastard is probably already upstairs, tucked into bed so he can get up early and prepare for the day's events. Damn it. I need his help. For all I know, every time I move to one area of the room, she heads for the other. This could all just be a game to her. A game I could win with Ezra's help. If only he'd pick up his damn phone. Suddenly, there's a body on mine, and a massive alpha is laughing as he tries to regain his footing. I push him playfully back into the group, though I'm annoyed he's interrupted me. When I look back out into the throng of dancers, I see the guy rejoin the fun, and Omega immediately coming to grind on him, 2 others sidling up to each arm. What the hell am I doing looking around for a single girl when there's a whole room full of them ready to fall at my feet? I push back into the crowd, taking a shot from a nearby waiter and downing it. I'd hoped the liquor would make me more reasonable, but my entire body is burning for her. When I find that girl again, I'm going to have her, just to get her out of my head. My body loosens up, and I snatch a girl from a nearby alpha who bares his teeth at me, but is immediately distracted by a different girl in a red dress. The girl is pretty. Nothing like the other, but good enough for some fun. But my body doesn't respond to her. That doesn't mean you have to turn her away. Just as I'm about to get my hands on the woman in front of me, my phone starts to ring, and I curse under my breath, fishing it out of my pocket. It could be Ezra, whom I haven't seen since we drank wine together at the start of the ball. And if it's him, he can help me find the Omega and finally calm whatever fire started burning inside me. But of course, it's not Ezra, who is probably tucked away and fast asleep in his room. It's my father. He's probably calling about the selection, to see if I've chosen an Omega, if I'll be bringing her home to the pack so we can settle down and have 1,000,000 children and never leave the territory again while he rules over us with an iron fist. He wouldn't trust me to pick one myself, though. Instead, he'll call me every hour, on the hour, giving me instructions about who to choose and why. He'll want me to walk him through everything I'm doing so he can criticize and try to control what I'm doing. Like always, I'm unable to stop the flood of anger and resentment that crashes into my body when I think about him. The rage is so powerful that I have to take deep breaths to stop myself from shifting in the middle of the party, and I hate that he has that kind of control over me. Ezra and I have always been close, in neighboring packs, but our childhoods couldn't have been more different. Ezra was always treated with respect, the golden child. He always made the right decisions, and even came to council meetings with his dad so he could learn about the process of one day being the leader of the pack. My dad, on the other hand, he was always assuming I was going to fuck something up. He didn't even give me a chance to prove myself. He sent me away from important meetings, never allowing me a chance to stand on my own feet, but muttering about the ways I did spend my time even though he didn't want me around. For me, growing up under my father was a constant battle. He expected me to be perfect, to have every answer, to grow into the perfect son just like Ezra. But he never gave me the benefit of the doubt, or challenged me in any meaningful way. He just seemed to want me to naturally be everything he wanted, without teaching me a single thing. It was impossible. A no-win situation for me. Instead of taking the responsibility onto himself for failing to raise me properly, he just told people that some people aren't natural leaders. He just watched me spend my time with girls and booze, smirking about the complete fuck-up I'd become, like he didn't have any part in it. The phone continues to buzz in my hand. Someday, I'll be able to outright block his number. But today isn't that day. I stared down at the caller ID for a long moment, until the call eventually rings out. Then I slip my phone back into my pocket and find a woman to grind on, my thoughts going back to the beautiful Omega. The one I'd stay away from if I was smart. Unfortunately, as my father often reminds me, I'm not a very smart man.
9. Faye. The front lawn of the castle stretches out until it meets up with the woods, the carefully maintained lawn standing at complete odds to the wild forest surrounding it. The air is warm. Conversation buzzes around me, both from the side of the lawn with the Omegas and the side with the Alphas, and I try everything in me not to think about last night. About Kurt. Adeline had done her best to help cover up the bruises on my throat with her makeup so I wouldn't draw attention to myself at breakfast, muttering about that bastard Kurt the whole time. Luckily for me, she was an Omega who understood that speaking up might be more dangerous than staying silent, especially after she saw what I went through with my brother's murder. So, she'd promised to keep my secret about what had happened. She'd also, kindly, allowed us to drop the unpleasant topic, knowing I didn't want to keep talking about it, which was a relief. She hums as she lays in the grass, then moves into a sitting position, giving me a smile. So, did you find anyone at the ball last night? Anyone looking good to you? I continue picking at the grass, not looking up to meet Adeline's gaze. I know she's just being a good friend by focusing our conversation on something happy, but of course I didn't find anyone last night. I was too busy trying not to die, too busy avoiding everyone and anyone, except that kind alpha and the strange one on the balcony. A cloud moves over the sun, and all the Omegas collectively sigh in relief. It's a blazing hot day, and we've been out here at least an hour already. We'd been brought outside right after breakfast and told to wait at the lawn. At first, all the Omegas had stood together in a tight group, barely talking. But the longer we've had to wait, the more relaxed we've become. Now, we're all just sitting around in the grass with nothing to do but talk. Luckily, Adeline and I are a little ways from the others, so the laughter and chatting isn't nearly as annoying. The Alphas are all grouped together on the opposite side of the lawn. Some of them are talking, others are roughhousing around, wrestling and hollering. It's like a boys' club. But then again, life is pretty good for Alphas. For men. Alphas have all the power and all the control. I look away from them and focus on the question. Had I met anyone last night? No, I say, shaking my head. Definitely not. Well, if you discover that you have a fated mate, you better tell me about it right away. She points at me with a serious look before smiling. You know Maeve, the girl from the end of the hall? She found her fated mate last night, and it's all anyone could talk about at breakfast this morning. I'd heard. I'd just been too disturbed, to focus on it. That's, I start to say, searching for the right word. I want to say terrifying, but I don't think Adeline will agree with that, so I settle on nice. I mean, it would cut out a lot of anxiety from this whole process. To just know right away who the right alpha is. I guess. She gives me a pointed look, like she's trying to look angry, but failing. You haven't found a fated mate, have you? You would tell me, right? I don't exactly know what it feels like to find one's fated mate, but I'm pretty sure even though I don't know, I would if it happened to me, right? Yes, I'd have to be aware of it. No, I haven't found one. I laugh, and then my laughter dies as a sobering thought hits me. I don't know if I can have a fated mate. What? Adeline asks, wrinkling her eyebrows and pulling her head back. What do you mean? Why would you think that? I swallow hard, looking down the field at the alphas, just so I don't have to look at her. All at once, the image of my brother's broken body flashes into my head, and I have to squeeze my eyes tight to flush it away. Since the day he died, I've had a solid brick wall around myself and everyone else. And that didn't just stop with pushing people away like I did with Adeline. It extended to all my mental and emotional ties, too. As time went on, I stopped feeling the pack bond, stopped caring about the rest of my pack mates. If I can't feel the simplest of connections to the people in my pack, how could I ever form a mate bond with an alpha? Luckily, I'm saved from answering when a ball comes hurtling across the field toward us. I flinch back when it almost hits me, but Adeline reaches out and grabs it at the last moment. She hops to her feet, smiling buoyantly at the alphas as she tosses the ball from hand to hand. In her little white tennis skirt and collared shirt, she looks amazing. I can't see the alphas from this distance, but I imagine they're all staring right at her. One of the alphas turns, jogging in our direction, like he might come to collect the ball. But Adeline pulls her arm back, rocketing the ball out into the field, far past the alpha who'd started heading our way. All of the men watch the ball sail into their area, landing firmly in the arms of a bare-chested, rather hairy alpha, who looks stunned. Adeline waves at them, then blows a kiss in their direction. Whoa, I breathe when Adeline sits back down, brushing her hands like that throw is nothing. Omegas aren't exactly known for their athletic ability. I didn't even know it was possible for an Omega to be that strong. I used to play catch with my brothers, Adeline says with a laugh. Guess it's like riding a bike. I guess so. But that's damn cool. Do you think the alphas were impressed? How many of them do you think saw? She looks like a kid talking about a really good day at recess, which makes me happy. Every single one was staring at you for sure, I say with a laugh. Adeline glances in their direction quickly, like she doesn't want to be seen looking. Hopefully some of them approach me during the next event, whatever it is, she says. Of course they will. Alphas want the strongest Omega they can get. That display probably put Adeline at the top of many of their lists of women to check out. She better be ready to be swarmed by men. Yet, something about what she said surprises me. What do you mean, some of them? You don't have your sights set on a certain one yet? I would have thought by now that Adeline would have zeroed in on one guy who she'd be determined to make her alpha. She's the type of woman with a laser focus when it's something she wants, and she wants an alpha really badly. Oh, no, she says, twisting a lock of her dark hair around a single finger. There are definitely a few I'm interested in, though. A few already? I don't even want one. How will you choose? She looks at me like I'm crazy. Choose? I'm hoping to leave here with at least 8 mates. 1 for every day of the week and 2 for Sunday. 8? I thought 7 used to be enough for you. I accidentally let my voice rise, and Adeline quirks an eyebrow at me, amusement playing over her face. Oh, I say, you're joking. Only partially. That's the record, you know. 8 alphas for a single omega. Gods, can you even imagine trying to please 8 alphas at once? I do. Imagine it, I mean. She flutters her eyelashes, making a seductive face. I mime gagging at her, and she giggles back, but we're interrupted by the sound of hoofbeats against the grass as the Ultimas approach our 2 groups. The same Ultimas who'd never even bothered to look into my brother's death. Adeline and I get to our feet, and as I'm standing, across the field, I see Kurt standing with a small group of alphas. When I meet his eyes, a slow, predatory grin spreads across his face. He makes a show of licking his lips, his gaze running up and down my body. He points to me and mouths, "You're mine." My stomach turns, and I immediately look away, even knowing that Kurt saying such a thing means he wants to hurt me. Not that he actually wants me, at least for anything more than something bad. Fucking hell, Adeline says, having glanced over and apparently seeing what's caused my distress. He can't hurt you. You just need to stay the hell away from him. If only it was that easy. Attention! Adeline falls silent, and we all crane our necks, looking up at the 3 older men atop horses in the middle of the field. They're huge and gorgeous, almost too perfect to look at, with sculpted bodies and tall, confident postures. I bow low, feeling a deep need to be submissive to the most powerful wolves in our society. Every omega on our side of the field bows, and when I glance over, I even see the alphas lowering their heads in deference. To the Ultimas. I shiver. The Ultimas who didn't care about Miles. They barely even bothered to hear my side of the story before deciding that Kurt was innocent and closing the case. Instinctually, I would always bow down to them, but they didn't have my respect after what they did. The blonde, middle-aged Ultima flashes all of us a smile. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lance, and this is Hector and Brock, he says, first indicating the gray-haired, rugged-looking man, and then gesturing to the huge, dark-haired man. We're here to overlook the festivities and help you celebrate the selection. We'll be guiding the Omegas as they get to know the Alphas for now, and we'll continue to guide them when the Ferals arrive later on in the selection. Everyone cheers, but I just feel sick. The Alphas are bad enough, but once they get enough time with us, the Ferals get a chance to bond with us too. The wild, unpredictable creatures, most of whom were thrown out of their own packs. I shiver, not wanting to think about it. Lance continues. We hope you had a good breakfast, because today's activity is going to involve some exercise. Lance's blonde hair glints golden in the sunlight. He looks like he could be a bit shorter than the other 2 Ultimas, but his shoulders are broad, sturdy, and there's something about him that seems a little gentler than Hector and Brock. But I could be wrong. In all likelihood, they're all assholes. The Ultima to Lance's left, with dark hair and deep brown eyes, Brock, continues talking. This is the first of many experiences designed to help Alphas and Omegas get to know one another. As we're all aware, fated mates will feel the connection immediately, but chosen mates will need to nourish a connection. These activities are our attempt to do just that, which means all Omegas and all alphas are required to participate. He takes a deep breath, his dark eyes intensely sweeping across us as he does so. During this activity, the Omegas will get a 10-minute head start running. Surprise, surprise. Hector, the Ultima with gray hair, mutters, which makes some of the alphas laugh. A knot forms in my stomach at Hector's harsh tone. I don't need him to say more to know he's the kind of Ultima who looks down on Omegas, who sees us as only vessels to carry children. I'll stay away from him if I can. So, Brock continues, looking annoyed. The Omegas will have a 10-minute head start, running towards the woods. Alphas, your goal is to catch an Omega of your choosing. The Omega you catch will be your dinner partner tonight. This is all about tapping into your animal nature, then using your instincts to find the right Omega for you. Do not take any liberties with the Omegas during the experience. We will be monitoring this game. Alphas, after you've caught your Omega, bring them back here to the lawn so we can take note.
Oh no,
Adeline mutters as the Ultimas move closer to the Alphas, directing their instructions to them.
I think my ankle is sprained.
What? I ask, turning to her, my eyes wide.
Oh no, Eddie.
Yeah, she mutters, running a hand over it.
I probably won't make it that far.
This sucks. I guess I'll just have to wait and see how many alphas catch me.
Poor me.
Oh, gods, I say, rolling my eyes. You are the worst. I believe you every time. Hey, she says, bouncing on her heels and stretching her arms above her head, like she's preparing for an Olympic race. You don't want a mate. I want several. We can balance each other out. Thanks for taking one for the team, I laugh, rolling my eyes. When Adeline bends down to touch her toes, my gaze wanders over to the alphas again. Kurt is there, right at the front of the pack, his eyes locked on me. Why are his eyes locked on me? Then he points at me, an awful smile curling his lips. I struggle to swallow, my breath catching in my throat. My heartbeat picks up. I can't have a panic attack here. I need to calm down. I need to think about something else. Closing my eyes, I picture my grandma, rubbing my back, holding fresh lavender under my nose. My grandmother wasn't a kind woman, or a patient woman, but she and my grandfather took us in when our parents passed away, killed by a rival pack. They made sure we had clothes on our backs and food in our bellies, even if they resented having to raise children all over again. And as much as I knew, we weren't wanted by them. There were small moments, like when she used the lavender to calm me, that I knew some part of her cared about me. Think calming thoughts, she would say. So I try to. I try to picture something that makes me feel calm and safe. And to my surprise, I picture the man from the hallway last night and how he comforted me, sending that servant away and making sure I got back to my room okay. That was the most taken care of I've felt in years. When I open my eyes, the Ultimas are still in the center of the field, but Lance is holding a gun over his head. My palms grow sweaty, and I filter out the giggling of the other Omegas. To them, this is a game. To me, this is a nightmare. I can't handle a meal with Kurt. I'll come apart, and people will start to ask questions, and he won't like it if they do. Best of luck to you, Lance shouts with far too much joy before pulling the trigger and sending the Omegas scattering into the woods. And me, running for my life. 10. Faye. For as much as people like to joke about Omegas running away from everything, I don't feel like I'm any good at it. The second we broke the line of trees, I went down, tripping on a root, and Adeline had to haul me to my feet. Her eyes were wide as she looked at me, and the way I wobbled on my feet a bit. Yes, I'm weak. I know that. From the day I was born, they'd told my parents that I was one of the weakest Omegas they'd ever seen. But I should be able to run, right? Running isn't even that hard. So what's wrong with me? What do I do? I plead. I can't let him catch me. Just go, she says, pushing me a bit. Run as fast as you can and don't look back. She's right. That's all I can do. Run fast and be smart. I take off through the trees, this time making sure to alternate between looking where I'm going and looking down at my feet. Vaguely, I can sense that I'm passing the other Omegas, who aren't really trying to get away, just trying to run far enough that the Alphas can have some fun finding them. But I don't care. Even if I reach the edge of the property, I might just keep running if it means I can avoid Kurt. Except, how long can I keep running like this? Deciding to focus on being smarter and not just faster, I start to lay a false trail, purposely leaving my scent on everything I can in one direction, and then moving a different direction while doing everything in my power not to leave a scent. I avoid touching trees and bushes, the longer patches of grass, and move carefully rather than just fast. Then I look for the areas where the forest seems to be thickest, and wind my way toward them, knowing I'll be harder to find. My lungs are screaming, and my heart is positively trying to pound right out of my chest. But I don't stop. I push my burning muscles past the point of breaking, force my body to keep moving even as my sore neck and ankle scream in pain. Anything if it takes me away from Kurt. Faintly, somewhere behind me in the woods, I hear squeals of laughter. The Alphas are here. Has 10 minutes already passed? Fuck. From the sound of it, I'm not as far away from the other Omegas as I'd like. But if the Alphas are out here, there's no way I can outrun them. I'll just be more tired when I'm caught. What am I supposed to do? How do I get out of this? I continue to run, because what else can I do? I leave behind the sounds of the Alphas and Omegas, and leap over a fallen tree. After, I slow, feeling breathless and exhausted. How much longer can I go like this? I stop, heart pounding, and try to find a solution. It's clear I can't outrun Kurt as a strong alpha, so what can I do? I mean, I can hope he went for another Omega, or that my false trail tricked him. But I have to err on the side of caution, assuming he's coming after me, and be smart. Then I look up. Hiding. The other way Omegas survive. Before I can even calm my breathing, I'm hauling myself up onto the first tree branch I can reach. I've nearly managed to pull myself on top of it when hands settle on my waist, pulling me back down to the ground. I let out a blood-curdling scream, kicking my feet as hard as I can as my mind goes into panic mode. It's Kurt. We're far out in the middle of the woods. Nobody is going to be able to help me. Even if the Ultima said not to try anything, Kurt will do what he wants, and nobody will believe me. Let me go, I scream, but the words come out broken and terrified. The hands come off of me, and I hit the ground, scrambling backward through the leaves. My head stays down, but out of the corner of my eye, I spot the man reaching out for me. His hand closes around mine, and I know I'm trapped. Hey, calm down. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. I recognize that voice. I promise I won't bite. When I look up, it's not Kurt standing in front of me, but the man from the party last night, the one who cornered me on the balcony. His scent is suddenly all around me, like fresh cedar thrown on a fire, and I feel dizzy with it. I remember that drunk man calling out to him. Cayson. He squeezes my hand, a small smile on his lips. You're either a really good actress or you take your games really seriously. I just nod, not knowing what to say. And I don't think climbing trees was part of the activity, he says, raising his eyebrows at me. It's hard to think clearly, to calm my racing heart. I thought Kurt had caught me. I thought I might die. My whole body is trembling, and he's staring at me like he can't quite figure me out. What can I possibly say to explain this? There's someone out here who wants to hurt me, I say, quickly, quietly, looking over my shoulder. An alpha. If he catches me. Cayson's eyes darken, and I remember what the alpha from the night before said to me. Any alpha that would put his hands on an omega is a coward. I understand, he says, glancing around us. I guess we let him come, and I handle him. It's that easy. Blinking, I stare. It's not that easy. He lifts a brow. It really is. Not for me. I bite my lip. I'm an omega. I don't want any trouble. I don't want you to handle him. He looks surprised. But please, it'll only bring problems my way. After a second, he gives a nod, and then I can practically hear his wheels turning. We're alone now, but if he's looking for you, he'll catch your scent. Do you want me to help you get out of his reach? I stare at him. Where are these alphas coming from? Asking what I want and taking care of me when I'm afraid. I don't even realize I'm nodding until he turns around, crouching down on the ground and patting his back. Come on, he says over his shoulder. Make haste. You're going to give me a piggyback ride? He can't actually be suggesting that. It'd be ridiculous. No alpha would simply allow an omega to ride on his back. They'd be too proud for something like that. His grin is wicked. Easiest way to carry you and run at the same time, unless you plan on carrying me. Something about his whole attitude puts me at ease. It's like my body is matching his level of calm. My heartbeat slows. The tension in my body eases. With an alpha at my side, maybe I'll be safe. Okay, I say, then take a deep breath and force a smile. He pats his back again. Go for it. I won't break. I steady myself, then hop up onto his strong back. His hands sneak around under my ass, stabilizing me, and a blush creeps over my face. I snake my arms around his neck, and he stands like I weigh nothing at all before taking off through the trees at lightning speed. Branches and leaves are whipping around me, so I tuck my face down into the crook of his neck, where his scent is the strongest. I think of my grandma and that fresh lavender, and wonder if his scent is having the same effect, because it makes me feel unexpectedly different. Even though I'm wrapped around a man, an alpha, I hardly know, and I'm still terrified of Kurt finding me, I already feel calmer, safe. It's just something about his scent, something I don't understand. When we come to a stream, Cayson slows, as though he's trying to figure out the best way to get across. A picture starts forming in my mind of him just jumping in and getting us both soaked. But he wouldn't do that, would he? Cayson, says a familiar, deep voice. We both jump and look up into the tree right next to the stream, where I can barely make out through the leaves an alpha sitting on a thick branch one of his legs dangling down. Something about him feels familiar, but it's hard to see him from this far away. Don't I know this man?
Ezra, Cayson says, his tone flat. What the hell are you doing all the way out here? His tone is frank. Hiding. What the hell are you doing all the way out here? And with an Omega. The alpha in the tree climbs down, dropping from a ridiculous height that makes me close my eyes and wince. But he just claps his hands together, totally fine. I think of my throbbing ankle from the root incident, and jealousy climbs up my throat at how easy it is for these guys to do whatever they want without getting hurt. Yet, I can't see him from around the tree. Who is he? I wiggle a bit on Cayson's back, and he loosens his hold, letting me get back to my feet. When I come around his side, I startle, shocked, even though I shouldn't be. If I hadn't been so out of sorts, I would have recognized him right away. The man from the tree is actually the alpha from last night. The one who had reassured me, had been kind to me. Seeing him here is like seeing a dream I wasn't quite sure was real.
Ezra, this is... Cayson trails off, seeming to realize he doesn't know my name, and Ezra raises an eyebrow at him. Faye. The other man answers for him. Cayson's eyes dart between the two of us, and there's something in his expression I can't quite read. Is that really your name? Yes, I say, unable to take my eyes from the alpha. Ezra, apparently, from last night. Standing here with the two of them is like being torn between two opposites. Cayson's scent is dark, smoky, reckless, like a forest fire, while Ezra's is clean, like the first rain of the summer. You've met? Yes, we met last night, at the ball, Ezra says matter-of-factly. I flush, remembering how Ezra helped me back to my room, and I send a quiet thank you to the gods that he didn't mention my little escape routine. The thing is, I wonder what he's thinking about me, and last night. I'll never forget what he did for me, but maybe he helps annoying, helpless Omegas all the time. I just wish his face wasn't so expressionless, so I could get any sense of what he thinks of me. I don't know if the Ultimas would like the three of us just standing around here chatting when we have a game to play, Ezra says, his eyes flicking to Cayson. Don't you have an Omega to catch? Already got her, Cayson says, grinning and gesturing toward me. Wait, what? But I wasn't playing, I was running. There is no way I'm going to dinner with this alpha, not when I can spend the evening alone in my room, away from the selection and these terrible games. I take a step back, shaking my head. No, you don't, I say. Nobody's got me. Cayson's expression is filled with amusement. Pretty sure a piggyback ride means we got to second base, and that I get to claim you for dinner. Cayson, Ezra says, a warning in his voice. Those are the rules. Catch an Omega, and she's yours, at least for dinner. Cayson sounds far too cocky. She doesn't seem to want to go to dinner with you, or are you so dense you're not picking up on that? Again, his words are teasing, but there's a hint of seriousness behind them. That's just because I haven't kissed her yet, Cayson says, wiggling his eyebrows at me. Ezra hits Cayson over the back of the head, but when he tries to hit him a second time, Cayson dances away, his hair only slightly mussed from the blow. I realize there's an energy between these two, like they're old friends and enemies all at the same time. Or maybe that they're friends who are complete opposites. I'm not sure. Don't be such a buzzkill, Ezzy. Me and Faye are just having some fun, Cayson says, coming over to me and slinging an arm around my shoulder. I throw it off, instinctually moving closer to Ezra. I'm not the dinner type. This guy has to realize that I'm not an Omega anybody wants. Not with how broken I am. Ezra eyes me and takes a step away, which stings slightly, like he doesn't want to be associated with me. I was trying to hide out from the Omegas. Ezra grumbles, his eyes fixed on me. And here you've brought one right to me. I glare, a little outraged that he seems to think I so desperately want him. For the record, I don't want to be with either of you. I was trying to get away on my own. That's a weird way to say thank you for saving your life, Cayson jokes. I can think of a few much better ways for you to do that. It makes me want to laugh, and I think I would if I wasn't still trying to decide if he's joking or not. I haven't quite figured this guy out. In your dreams, I say, surprising myself with the way I'm talking to an alpha. But there's something about Cayson that makes me feel more relaxed than normal. For some reason, he reminds me a bit of an excited puppy, and excited puppies aren't hardly scary, even though I'm probably a fool to be seeing him like that. Absolutely, I'll be seeing you in my dreams, he says, his voice low as he takes another step toward me. His tone is joking, but his facial expression is serious, his eyes intent. Will I be in your dreams, too? More like nightmares, Ezra mutters, and Cayson gives him a playful shove. At least she'll be thinking about me, Cayson fires back. Ezra pulls a pocket watch out of his shirt and tisks. The hunt should be over by now, they said. Before he can finish his sentence, another gunshot sounds in the distance. All right, Cayson says, crouching down again, patting his back like I plan to jump back on. Let's go, Faye. He can't be serious. Oh my gods, he is. I'll walk, thank you, I say, breezing past him. Behind me, I hear Ezra snicker, and Cayson mutter something vulgar to him in response. I'm suddenly smiling, shaking my head. These two are different from any alphas I've met before. Different and unexpected. I'm not sure what to think about that. 11. Faye. The moon glitters over the waves in a way that paints everything like a beautiful picture. And Adeline squeals next to me, her hand tight around my arm. She's happy, because even though alphas didn't catch us, we have another shot at romance. Of course, for someone trying to find mates, this is the perfect romantic setup. But for me, it's a nightmare. How had I been foolish enough this morning to think I could get out of the games for tonight? I should have known that the damn Ultimas would never let such a thing happen. Not when there are lives to ruin. So, instead of spending my night happily in the silence of my room, I'd been assigned to a different game. A game that still could lead me to being trapped with Kurt. The Omegas and Alphas out here now are the ones who didn't pair up during the hunt. The others are inside, having dinner. And I desperately wish I had just let Cayson say he'd caught me. Having dinner with the handsome, if not a bit forward, alpha would have been far better than this. Kurt stands with the alphas on the other side of the dock. His dark eyes follow me intently, cloaked in a silent threat that makes my blood run cold. It's clear that while one of his goals might be to attract an Omega, one who doesn't see him for what he is, his other goal is to hurt me, to make me pay for insulting him. I wish he would find a fated mate, or several, and be done with the selection. Not that I'd want to wish that fate on an Omega. It's just that I would do just about anything to be free of him. Yet I can't run away and hide. Instead, I stand under his intense glare as Brock, one of the Ultimas from earlier, explains that one Alpha and one Omega will be placed on each boat. It's a chance to chat in a romantic atmosphere and see if a bond, fated or otherwise, can form. Because being trapped on a boat with a stranger sounds like so much fun. I'm tapping my foot nervously against the dock when Brock calls my name. For a second, the image of me being paired with Kurt flashes in my mind and my stomach turns. But then Brock calls Ezra's name. Relief flows through me. Ezra, what are the chances? Ezra is the first Alpha I don't feel afraid of. And he also seems to want to stay as far away from me and the other Omegas as he can possibly get. Us being on a boat together makes me wonder which of us will be more miserable. Brock's eyes dart to me, staring for a second too long before he gestures for me to head to the boat. I wonder if he knows all the Omegas and Alphas, or if he remembers me from when I was crying and pleading for justice for my brother. I'm not sure which I prefer. I head to the boat, bowing my head low, embarrassed the Ultima had to tell me directly. A servant helps me step down into the little rowboat, followed by Ezra, whose face is a mask of indifference. I take a deep breath, smelling his clean, fresh rain scent. It's kind of nice, in an unexpected way. Do most Alphas smell so nice? I think of Kurt, my Alpha, and the Alphas in the ballroom, and my nose wrinkles. I hadn't thought any of them, except Cayson, smelled nice. If anything, they'd smelled a bit gross. Seated in the boat, feeling uncomfortable, I watch Ezra grip the oars firmly, like he's done this a million times before. I wonder if he has. He seems so at peace on the water, and quickly paddles our boat out onto the lake. He steers us so we drift onto the quieter side of the lake, shielded from the others by a weeping willow tree that drapes into the water. At least out here, I get a break from Kurt's gaze. Maybe I can even pretend he doesn't have something awful planned for me. I think of him, and an image of him crushing my brother's neck flashes in my mind. I shiver and wrap my arms around myself. I hope I'm never alone with Kurt again. Your heart is beating really fast, Ezra murmurs, glancing at me with those bright blue eyes, as if he's trying to analyze me. Is something bothering you? It was particularly loud back at the dock. You can hear my heartbeat? He raises an eyebrow at me, and I remember that Alphas have heightened senses. The Omega on the bus was the only other pack member I ever remember asking about my heartbeat. It's weird to think of being aware of what the inside of my body is doing. Sorry, I say, not sure what else to say. Don't say sorry. Just explain it, because I don't understand, he tells me patiently. I open my mouth to answer, but the words die on my lips. There's no possible way for me to explain anything to him. If I were to tell him about Kurt, one of two things would happen. In his alpha cockiness, he'd tell the Ultimas, which would end in nowhere again, because no one believes in Omega. Or he wouldn't believe me because Alphas stick together. And I'd be crushed. Either way, nothing good could come from telling him. When the silence stretches between us for too long, he fidgets with the oars, still eyeing me. What are you afraid of? That you'll have a fated mate? Or the man who wants to hurt you? How can I explain myself? No, well, yes, I mean, I don't want to mate. But you're right that it's more than that. There's the person who hurt me the other day. I think he wants to hurt me again. Why? Ezra asks, and though he's still reclining casually, looking out into the water, I sense a change in him, a slight tensing of his muscles. He's angry. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me, he says, not blinking an eye. Alphas defend alphas, I tell him, my voice wavering. Not when they're wrong. I nibble my lip. The thing is, Faye, just tell me. Nothing bad will happen. I promise. What's weird is, I believe him. I don't know why I believe him, but I do. There's just something different about this alpha. Something I can't quite put my finger on. I take a deep breath. He killed my brother. He looks confused. And so he wants to hurt you? He shakes his head. And why did he kill your brother? A duel? A duel? If only. That would be simple. That my broken heart could make sense of. No, I say, and laugh brokenly before looking down at my lap. My brother was just a beta who never bothered anyone. It was more like he crossed paths with an asshole at the wrong place in the wrong time. He seemed to want to show off for his cronies. But I don't really know what was going on in his head. Ezra's eyes have narrowed. Why didn't you go to the authorities? I open my mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Tears start to well in my eyes, and Ezra reaches over, placing a gentle hand on my knee. How can I possibly explain this? As an alpha, he could never understand what it means to be an omega, to have your word mean nothing, to have important things dismissed as a result of your fragile mind or weak emotions. Why don't I talk to the Ultimas? My eyes go wide, and I brush tears away, saying, No, you'll only make things worse. His mouth pulls into a thin line. Then I'll talk to the alpha of your pack. And Ezra, please. I know you're trying to help, but this situation can't be fixed. I already tried. And failed. Wiping my hands across my face, I do my best to wipe away the tears that keep falling. After a minute, he sighs. I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it. But you should know, once you meet your alpha or alphas, you'll be safe. You won't have to worry about this guy anymore. So maybe, instead of running away from an alpha, you should run toward one. He says it all really gently, but there's ignorance in his words. He might be a nice alpha, as impossible as that still seems to me, but that's not how alphas typically are, at least the few that I met while trying to get justice for my brother. An alpha's decision is the reason I'm orphaned in the first place. But I don't share that sentiment with Ezra. He probably wouldn't think badly of the alpha who got his panties in a twist and attacked my people, resulting in the death of my parents. He might even understand our alpha making nice with that alpha and forgiving all the deaths from the attack. I don't, though. I don't understand or forgive anything they did. I don't want an alpha, I say firmly. He looks frustrated. Why not? You'll go into heat eventually. You'll need one, or you'll attract every beta and alpha in the area. And you really don't want that. I mean, the whole idea of you doing all of this alone, building your own nesting area, Faye, it's crazy. There's no escaping this thing. I can't think of an answer, so I go on the defensive. Why don't you want a mate? Wouldn't it be nice to have an Omega for your pack? Don't you want a bunch of babies running around? My words strike true as his entire body goes rigid and all gentleness leaves his expression. It's strange. As much as I don't want an alpha, he seems in equal agreement that he doesn't want an Omega. Yet he can't understand where I'm coming from. There's no room in my heart for romantic love, Ezra says, somewhat stiffly, as though this is a line he's practiced before. Beneath the rigid delivery is a note of truth, something steeped in grief that I sense right away. Losing someone does that to you, I murmur, reaching down and trailing the tips of my fingers through the water. Ezra watches me closely. What have you heard? I snap my gaze up to his. He doesn't sound mad, but he's shifted his body away, less relaxed now, his eyes intense on mine. Swallowing hard, I say, nothing. I just know what it feels like to lose someone, to be hardened. After Miles died, it felt like a brick wall went up around me, and it's been there ever since. Ezra nods tersely, then puts the paddles back in the water, moving us further away when we hear other boats approaching. It seems to me that whoever he lost, he doesn't want to talk about it. I don't exactly want to be stuck on a boat feeling intensely awkward, so I try to think about something else to talk about. So, I say, what pack are you from? Pack Azure, he answers, sounding proud. They're a pretty powerful pack, aren't they? I already know the answer, but for some reason, I'd rather talk than sit silently together. Ezra's eyes light up immediately. Yes, he says. We're one of the largest packs in North America. We've been fortunate enough to have many females who bear strong and healthy children. Taking care of our young is our greatest privilege and challenge. Our lands are also in an amazing area, right along Dragonfly Creek in Blue Valley. Although we face some issues, our territory is fertile and lovely. You sound really proud of your home and your people, I say, a warmth radiating through my chest as I listen to the pride he has in his pack and the deep sense I get that he cares about his people. It's been a long time since that was the case for me. I wonder if he's a good alpha to them. I am. A smile lights his face that's absolutely dazzling. And let me guess your pack. I decide to give him a couple hints. We're a small pack, located in the mountains with very few females. I don't say we have the least power and pull among the packs, but it's implied. He grins. You're from Pack Ivory, right? Yes, I am. Something I think I might have been proud of once upon a time. I should have expected as much. Your females tend to be smaller, and he stops himself from saying weaker, but I knew what he meant. It's not exactly a secret. Oh, I clear my throat, thinking of the pack mates I haven't really spoken to since my brother died. Yes, we're in the mountains by the White Peaks, so everyone is kind of spread out. I'm further away from our pack town, high up in the mountains, a good 50 miles from the closest shifter. He seems surprised. Do you travel to town often? Often? No. When I absolutely have to? Yes. No, not really. I have everything I need at the cabin. His expression twists into one of disbelief. Isn't it hard to maintain a connection with your pack if you're all the way out there? Don't you get lonely? Lonely. Just the word makes my whole chest ache. But there's no amount of loneliness that can make me want to reconnect with my pack. because that part of me is permanently broken. Destroyed. I like the space. I like the freedom. And, if I'm being honest, it's kind of hard to feel connected to the people in my pack when they looked the other way after Miles' death. When it didn't affect them directly, nobody seemed to care. Ezra clears his throat, rubbing a hand under his chin. I change the topic before it can get too deep. What is your relationship like with your pack? My pack is very close. I love them all, but I have to admit that having some space every once in a while would be nice. I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Well, I'm cut off when we hear the slap of a paddle moving quickly through the water, and a boat comes around the tree, entering our space. The girl sitting on the end is gripping on tightly, looking green. Her pretty pink dress spread around her like flower petals, and her sleek black hair looking messy from the wind. "Slow down," Ezra says as the boat comes hurtling toward us, only to swerve at the last minute. The boat rotates, and Cayson comes into view, a huge, goofy grin on his face as he glances between the two of us. "Thought you two could use a chaperone," he says, just as his date coughs and throws up over the side of the boat. 12. Ezra. "Oh gods," Faye says, leaning out of our boat a bit, like she might be able to put her hand on the girl's back, even though she's too far away. Our boat rocks precariously, and I lean in the other direction to balance it out. But it's hard to even focus on the sick girl, with Faye this close to me. She is, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Her long blonde hair flows in wavy lengths over her shoulders and down her back, and her big hazel eyes are absolutely captivating. She's wearing a blue dress that almost looks like it's made of denim, with little spaghetti straps and a gap before her long sleeves, which fall over her arms. The dress reaches to her ankles, but it's tugged up on one side, giving a painfully alluring view of her long legs. Any man would lose his wits around her. "Are you okay?" Faye asks gently, her soft, feminine voice doing strange things to my blood. "I'm fine," the girl snaps, righting herself, a blush rushing over her cheeks. I feel sorry for her. It can't feel good to throw up in front of the Alpha in your boat, especially when he's paying more attention to a different Omega. Speaking of which, what the hell is Cayson doing? He has the whole lake to paddle around on. Why is he over here nearly crashing into our boat? Something is going on with him. Something I haven't figured out just yet. "Here," Faye says, reaching into the pocket of her dress and pulling something out. A small bundle of herbs. "I have some mint. If you chew on it—" "I don't want your nasty plants," the girl says, tossing her dark hair over her shoulder and grinning at Cayson, who's still trying to maneuver their boat closer to ours. "Okay," Faye says, her voice impossibly soft, and I watch as she tucks the herbs back into her pocket. I can't help it. My heart swells watching her, trying to help others even when they're rude to her, doing something like carrying mint leaves in her pocket and offering them to someone else. It's sweet and unexpected, but then it shouldn't be. Not with her. Faye is many things. Interesting, beautiful, smart, and thoughtful, most certainly. At least, that's been my impression of her so far, from our brief meetings. But there's also something so fragile about her. Every time I see her, I just want to gather her into my arms and help her to feel safe, even if it's only for a little time.
and I think she's starting to trust me. I'm grateful that she opened up to me. Ever since the night I found her hurt, I've been plagued with the desire to rip the person who hurt her to shreds. My thoughts had become obsessed with who it might be. Each time an alpha spoke to me, some voice in the back of my mind whispered that he could be the one who hurt that sweet Omega, and rage flowed through me. Each time I followed her gaze to see who she was watching, I felt a deep need to protect her from the man. It had gotten to the point where, when the Ultima had teased me about which girl I'd want in my boat, I'd given him Faye's name without hesitation, not expecting him to actually make it happen. But I guess it makes sense that he'd want an alpha from such a powerful pack to be happy. When he'd paired us together, I'd felt instantly nervous and excited at the same time. It'd been hard to even look at her. I felt scared she'd catch me blushing and label me a fool. Yet, I was still glad I was paired with her. The thing is, I thought we'd at least have a nice boat ride, getting to know each other. I might not want an Omega, but I saw nothing wrong with getting the answers to some of my questions and making her feel at ease, keeping her away from the other alphas who were pursuing her. Too bad Cayson's here to spoil our peaceful moment. Cayson, the playboy, the blonde-haired, perfectly muscled alpha with the kind of smile that sends the ladies falling all over themselves. He wanted to make his way through all the Omegas. He wanted to have fun. So what does he call ignoring his pretty date for Faye? Not that I blame him. I catch myself gazing at Faye adoringly and shake my head a bit, trying to snap out of it. What am I doing? I'm not here to spend time with Omegas. I'm here to make it through this ridiculous event and go home to my people. The other woman dry heaves again, leaning over the edge of the boat before she gains control once more. Sorry, I thought I was going to throw up again. I have that effect on women, Cayson says, winking at the girl in his boat. Don't worry, Shay. It will pass soon. It's Sarah, she says through her teeth, looking as though she's trying very hard not to roll her eyes. Then Cayson pulls out a cigarette and begins to roll it between his fingers. Don't light that, Faye and I say at the same time, then exchange a glance. Cayson frowns. I won't. I mostly quit. I just like to play with them. Well, do it away from us, I tell him, and he gives me a look and tucks the cigarette back in his pocket. I paddle our boat a little further away from Cayson's and catch him moving our way again. He's like a damn magnet that's drawn to us. Is he just trying to annoy me? Or is there something more going on? Either way, I keep trying to paddle away from him, and he keeps following my every move. When my eyes drift back to Faye, I see that she's staring into the water, a small smile on her face. I can tell that she likes to be in nature, that it puts her at ease. Without meaning to, I trace my eyes over her figure, from the soft curve of her jaw down to her collarbone. My fingers twitch, my brain urging me to reach out and touch the soft, pale skin there. But I hold the oars tighter, shaking my head at myself. There will be no touching collarbones today. There will be no touching the pretty Omega, no matter what. It's a beautiful night, the girl in his boat says, brushing a hand through her hair. I'm annoyed that we're close enough to hear them again. This is our experience. We were paired together to spend time alone together. Cayson should be focusing on his own date. Yes, Cayson says, that smooth voice of his carrying across the water. But I would argue that it's what's out on the water tonight that's truly beautiful. Sarah blushes, but I see Cayson glancing over at Faye, as though he meant that compliment for her and wants her to notice. She doesn't look his way, but he continues to stare,
his gaze oddly possessive for a man who never cared about any particular woman, ever. Sarah sees this glance too and leans forward, her cleavage popping from her dress. "Cayson," she says in a whiny little voice. "Tell me about your pack. Is it big? Is it powerful?" When I paddle our boat away, Cayson paddles his closer, and I maneuver just in time to avoid our boats smashing into each other. It's clear to me now that Cayson has his sights on Faye, as annoying as that might be, and that we won't be rid of him until he gets her. Unfortunately for everyone, she doesn't exactly seem interested in him, which makes me smile. "Faye," he says, now completely ignoring Sarah. "You look cold. I'll give you my jacket." He starts to pull the jacket off, and I see it for what it is, an excuse to bare his muscular arms for Faye. I have to stop myself from rolling my eyes. Yes, this man is in good shape. No, Faye doesn't need to get an up-close and personal look at it. I angle our boat further away so he can't reach her over the water, debating about trying to escape him in earnest. But the idea of me paddling like a madman across a quiet lake while he chases us makes me feel like a fool. Besides, why am I so hell-bent on keeping Faye away from him? "Cayson," Faye says, a laugh in her voice. "It's warm out here. I'm fine." "Oh, well," Cayson says, folding his jacket over his lap as he flexes his big arms. "I guess that's all right, but I wouldn't want to cover up your pretty dress anyway. Blue looks good on you, by the way. It brings out the blue in your hazel eyes." "I didn't even notice what you were wearing," Faye quips, and Cayson does a fake pout at her. "My clothes don't matter to you?" he asks, a strange note in his voice. She gives him a wicked smile that I wish was directed at me. "Not at all." "Are you saying I should go ahead and take my clothes off then?" he asks, reaching for his belt. "No," Faye says, laughing and putting her hands over her eyes. It's unbearably cute. "I'm saying you should pay attention to your date." "I don't need your help," Sarah snaps, crossing her arms over her chest, her dark eyes glaring at all of us. "I'm not trying to," Faye starts, but I've had enough of this other Omega being nothing but rude when Faye's been kind to her since the moment Cayson brought their boat over here. "Don't talk to her like that," I say, shooting a glare at Sarah, who immediately lowers her gaze. I catch Faye giving me a heated glance, and it shoots straight to my loins. I shift in my seat, trying to ease some of the pressure, but my eyes wander over her low-cut dress, and it's hard to draw a full breath. Why the hell does she have to be this beautiful? The breeze picks up, bringing Faye's clean, sweet scent over to me, and I decide I've had enough of Cayson bombarding our date. I reach out, anchoring our oars on a nearby embankment, and grab the hull of his boat. Our eyes meet, and Cayson shakes his head. "Oh, come on, man," he starts, but I push, catapulting his boat back through the water. He grabs for his oars, but accidentally drops them in the water, and Sarah has to move so he can grab the spare. While they're trying to work that out, I use my purchase on the embankment to push our boat in the other direction, quickly gaining a lot of space between our boats. If I can get far enough away from him, I imagine he'll have to give up and leave us alone. Right? Cayson's hardly the type to chase a woman. After a few minutes, when we're successfully separated, far enough from Cayson and Sarah, I sigh, setting the oars over my thighs. I hope we can finally drift in peace. "Sorry about Cayson," I tell her, not sure what else to say. "He's a friend of yours, then?" "Not tonight he isn't." She laughs, and her laugh is absolutely beautiful. "So, what kind of a man is Cayson?" For some reason, I don't like her asking about him. He's a man who always manages to have a beautiful woman on his arm, while simultaneously always being single. She looks surprised. Is that typical for men? It's strange how innocent she is. For many men. Then I feel a flash of guilt about the way I'm talking about Cayson. Although, he's not a bad guy. You know how charismatic people are. They just pull people to them. They really can't help it. Like you? She asks, her big hazel eyes meeting mine. My face feels hot. I'm most certainly not a charismatic man. She seems confused. You could have fooled me. And she's saying it so matter-of-factly that I almost believe her. Not that I want to keep talking about this. Now, where were we before he interrupted? I ask, because I'd been enjoying our conversation before he interrupted us. Well? Faye says, reaching down and trailing her fingers through the water. I think you were talking about your pack. Oh. I laugh, my eyes tracking to the skirt of her dress and how it shifts around her legs. I could talk about my pack for ages. Her expression is full of interest. You're very involved with them? Something relaxes inside of me. Yes. My father has been training me since I was a kid to take over his position as leader of the pack. It's about more than power and control. It's about creating and nurturing a community of people that take care of one another. When I see Faye's eyes start to tear up, I lean forward, offering her the handkerchief from my pocket, which I should have thought about earlier if I hadn't been so caught off guard. Our hands brush when she takes it, and electricity bursts between our fingers. I have to take a deep breath to calm my beating heart. I wish... Faye starts, but stops when we hear whistling. Cayson is behind us again, gaining speed and closing the distance between our boats. Faye can't hide the slight smile that graces her lips, and I roll my eyes at his antics. He's ruining my time with Faye. But if she doesn't mind, I can hardly punch the silly bastard. Grabbing the oars, I start to paddle us away, but Cayson must have the wind at his back because he gains on us quickly. Actually, way too quickly. The idiot needs to slow down. Hey, guys, he says, his fingers wrapping around the side of our boat as he nearly comes crashing into us. Sorry, got stuck in the weeds back there. Not stuck enough, I mutter, jolting in alarm when Cayson yanks on our boat a bit. Here's what I think, he says, setting his jacket and oar to the side, a bright smile on his face. I think you've gotten your share of time with Faye. Let's switch places. Cayson, Faye says, sounding shocked. You can't, I begin, because he has to know there's zero possibility of us switching places on boats in the middle of a lake. No, Sarah says, her face turning green again as the boat tips. But Cayson winks at Faye. Don't worry, he says, speaking loudly over the protests. I'm an expert at this. We're all feeling various degrees of horror when he stands up. As he's trying to step into our boat, the boats begin to pitch wildly. His arms flail, he loses his balance, and all four of us capsize into the cold water. Cayson's a dead man. I surface, spitting out water, then check to see that Faye is okay. To my surprise, she looks absolutely beautiful, like a mermaid from a legend instead of a woman, while the rest of us are sputtering and looking like drowned rats. I swim over and grab Faye, not sure if she knows how to swim, and she glares at Cayson, who's paddling over to us while Sarah gasps for breath behind him. Oops, he says when he gets close enough. Oops, I repeat, then grab his head, dunking him under the water. 13. Faye. Are you okay? Ezra asks, wrapping himself around me. His warm body is such a sharp contrast from the cold water that I gasp. His grip tightens around me, and our eyes lock. Heat moves between us in a way I don't understand, and he pulls me even closer, his big body hard beneath my touch. Faye. His voice is low, almost a growl. I can swim, I tell him, my head spinning just a little as warmth spreads through my blood. His jaw ticks, and he licks his lips. Can you? My gaze moves to his mouth, and I feel an overwhelming need to kiss this man who smells like cardamom, like a fresh breeze in a clean forest. He leans in closer. Faye. Oh my gosh, why is he so close? What does he want? And why do I feel so strange? This is crazy, I hear myself say, pushing away from Ezra, my heart racing. I can swim by myself. I don't need Ezra or anyone else to help me. Ezra gives me a strange look, but then glances away quickly. The water between us feels like not enough space, like we're still too close, but I try to push away the strange feeling. Across the way, beyond the other boat, Sarah actually is struggling, her head just above the water as she tries to doggy paddle. When Ezra sees that I'm more capable of keeping myself alive, he moves over, putting an arm around Sarah and trying to turn over the other boat at the same time. I shiver. Well, this is cold and miserable. Whose half-baked idea was it to send us out on boats anyway? First, they kidnap me and bring me here, force me to run around, trying to avoid Kurt around every corner, and now I'm soaked and freezing. These Ultimas must just really love torturing Omegas. Although, I guess this time it's more of Cayson's fault than theirs. I start to swim back toward the dock when a hand wraps around my wrist, pulling me back in the water. Cayson takes me into his arms, his chest pressed up against mine, his expression intense. Don't worry, Cayson whispers, his voice low and husky. I'll save you. Like hell I'm about to let the guy who caused this mess save me. I'm more than capable of saving myself. I plant my hands on his chest and push away from him, moving smoothly through the water. There's a pond outside my cabin where we would fish every summer, and where Miles and I would go on the hottest days, swimming and splashing in the water. I grew up playing with my brother, so the water is in my blood. I swim away from him, but not fast enough because he's right there again, pulling me into his arms, pressing his chest against mine. Why save yourself when I can be the one to save you? He asks, a teasing note in his voice. His gaze focuses on me. The humor fades from his expression. Suddenly, it feels like we're the only two people in the world. His hand settling on my waist, his breath hot and fast on my neck. Distantly, I can hear Ezra struggling to right the boat, struggling to help Sarah inside. But it's like my entire brain is consumed by the man in front of me. How his fingers are tightening on my body. The feel of his skin, so hot I can feel it straight through my dress and underclothes. I'm strangely aware of every inch of Cayson, and he makes me feel hot and unsettled all at once. Then I remember the guys calling for him, telling him to take a shot off a girl inside. I know what kind of guy he is, and I'd be an absolute fool to forget it. Especially when I'm not in the market for any alpha. I'm not going to fall for this, you know, I say, tilting my head up at him, my eyes challenging. His eyes are dark and blown out, reflecting the moonlight and the water right back at me. I have to remind myself to breathe, to not be pulled under whatever spell he's trying to weave over me. The same spell he's probably weaved over all the many girls Ezra said get tricked by him. "Fall for what?" he asks, moving his face an inch closer to mine. Does he think I'm an idiot? I might not have seen him for what he was at first, but I understood what Ezra was trying to tell me. "I know you're a player, Cayson. I know this is what you do with all the girls. Shower them with attention, make them feel like they're the only girl in the world." "Am I making you feel like that?" he asks, raising an eyebrow, and a blush blossoms over my cheeks. "You're making me feel like I can't get away from you." "I'm not even holding on to you, Faye," he whispers, his voice playful, and I realize with a start that he's not holding me anymore. It's just that the way he's looking at me, how we're looking into each other's eyes, feels like touching. I turn away from him, making to swim away toward the dock again, when something pinches my toe and I let out a small cry of pain, reaching down to grab it in the water. "What is it?" Cayson asks, immediately beside me again. In a second, without me realizing what's happening, his arms go around my back and my body magnetizes to his, pulling close. "My foot," I tell him, not sure how else to explain it. He reaches down, his hand running over it in the water. "Probably a crayfish," he mutters, his thumb grazing the painful spot where it pinched me. I've been pinched before, and I'm suddenly embarrassed by the way I acted. "I know," I mutter, making to push away from him again, but to my utter horror, my body reacts in the opposite way, my thighs rising, my legs wrapping around his waist. I can't ignore the pulsing heat that's pushing through my body, my stomach flipping at our proximity. Cayson's scent is all around me, consuming me, making my face and eyes feel hot. "That's more like it," Cayson mutters, his eyes flicking to my lips. I blink, watching him as he licks his lips, moistening them. "What are you doing?" I ask, hating how breathy I sound. "Let me go." "You're free to go," he says, taking his hands off my back for a moment. I stare at him, my chest rising and falling rapidly, my nipples peaked and brushing against his chest in the water. When I don't move away, he smirks and brings his hands to my back again, his fingers pressing in, and I fight not to lean into the delicious pressure. "Faye," he says, leaning forward, nosing at my hairline. "I have an idea." "That's not good," I mutter, half of my mind still telling me to pull away from him, get back to the dock before I do something I regret. "You're feeling tense," he says, his fingers working away on my back. I know a great way to relieve some of that stress. "And what's that?" My heart's pounding in my ears. "You come back to my room with me," he says, his voice so low I can hardly hear him. "And I work you over." "You're not talking about a massage," I murmur, my eyes locking on his lips, his jawline, how his throat moves when he talks. "I'm talking about a very good massage," he says, his hips moving forward slightly so I can feel his hard length against me. "Hands?" mouth, other instruments, if you want. I swear you'll never forget it. I'll touch you in ways no man will ever do again. I suck in a breath, my brain feeling like mush, unable to make a move. One part of me urges my head to lean forward, to take his mouth in a kiss, to have him take me right here in the water. The other side of me is desperately trying to remind me of the reason I'm here, to get through this without finding a mate, get back home, continue living my life the way I want. "Hey!" Sarah yells, her voice carrying over the water. When I glance past Cayson's shoulder, I see her in one boat, paddling toward us, and Ezra in the other, looking completely done with Cayson's antics. "You know what?" I say, leaning as close as I can to Cayson, feeling his body tense in anticipation under mine. I press my lips close to his ear, then whisper, "I think Sarah might be mad at you." With that, I use his body as a launching point, pushing off of him and slicing through the water, calling upon summer after summer of swimming to go as fast as I can. I'd be faster without the dress, with my hair tied up, but I relished the feeling of the water flying past me, the feel of my lungs expanding, my muscles burning as I pushed them hard. When I reach the dock, I see Ezra splashing Cayson with water as he tries, again, to climb into Ezra's boat. I chuckle and pull myself out of the water, gratefully accepting a towel from a servant, who mutters that this has never happened before during a selection event. I can hardly pay attention to him. My eyes are glued to the men across the water, who are bickering with one another. I still smell Ezra's scent and Cayson's scent mingling, stuck to my body like a hazy cloud, reminding me of how Cayson's body felt in the water, slick and hot, pressed against mine. How my core had tightened when Ezra took me in his arms. When I came to the selection, I told myself I would do everything possible not to get attached to a single person here. And now, here I am, my heart pounding as I watch two men paddling across the water toward me. These two are going to be a problem. 14. Faye. The morning had gone by in a rush, probably because my nerves were so raw. Between fearing the next selection game and seeing Kurt everywhere I went, I felt strangely weak and unsteady. Now, I'm waiting in the ballroom for whatever fresh hell the Council of Ultimas have planned for us. Luckily, I finally have a break from Kurt, having not seen him in the crowd, at least for now. I also haven't seen Cayson or Ezra either, since last night on the lake, which is something I'm not sure how I feel about. On one hand, I feel safer when they're around, but on the other hand, if I don't want alphas, the last thing I need is to keep feeling a connection between the two men. One who doesn't want an omega, and the other who seems to want all the omegas. I'll only find trouble with those two. "Faye," Adeline says, pushing through the crowd to get next to me. "You look beautiful." Today, I'm wearing a pale pink dress that's made of delicate lace, with long sleeves and a low neck and back. It reaches my ankles and flounces a little when I move. The apparel woman gave me a talking to about ruining my last dress in the water, no matter how much I tried to tell her it wasn't my fault, so I would not be getting so much as a crumb on this dress. Apparently, both the apparel lady and my alpha planned on me taking these clothes to my alpha's new pack, and I wasn't to ruin them. "Oh, hey," I say, blinking away my exhaustion. It was hard to sleep last night. I kept dreaming about Cayson and Ezra, their hands and faces coming and going all night. The weird thing is that what kept startling me awake wasn't nightmares and cold sweats. It was how warm and safe I felt with them. Every time the realization came to me, I woke up feeling frightened and confused. I had to remind myself that the two men are alphas. I'm not safe with them. I'm not safe with anyone. The thought kept ringing through my head, making it impossible to sleep, even while my dreams were whispering the complete opposite. "I saw you didn't eat breakfast," she mutters, holding out a napkin to me that has a scone in it. I take it and smile at her, though I'm not sure I'll be able to eat it. When I have a rough night's sleep, my hunger usually fades away. Pair that with the anxiety currently raging through me, and my stomach might just send back anything I try to eat. Not that I'm going to tell her that. "Thank you," I say. She smiles. "We didn't get to talk this morning. Sorry that everyone took the spots around me at the table." I return her smile. No problem at all. "You doing okay? I heard you ended up in the lake." "It was nothing," I say, not sure exactly how to explain that weird incident. "Well, try to stay out of trouble today," she teases. "I'm just going to fade into the wallpaper," I joke. She's about to say more when the Ultima, Lance, appears at the front of the room. He's wearing a dark suit that only makes his blonde hair stand out more. For a middle-aged man, he's in excellent shape, standing taller and broader than every man in the room, which is no surprise given that he's an Ultima. "Good morning," he says, his voice booming through the ballroom, silencing everyone. "Today's event is all about rhythm and chemistry. Dancing is an excellent metaphor for your connection with someone. How you move on the dance floor translates to how you move throughout life. Everyone, please grab a partner. Don't be shy. Try and talk to someone you haven't yet." Music starts playing from a band in one corner. Adeline squeals as a nearby alpha immediately snatches her for a dance, and she gives me a wink as she spins away. I nervously tuck the scone into my pocket, making a note not to forget it so the apparel lady doesn't have any additional reason to hate me. Then I slowly creep backward, fully intending to blend in with the wallpaper like I'd planned. "Hello, Faye," a cold voice says. An image flashes of dirty blonde hair. Eyes so dark they must be black. Harsh lines of a face filled with cruelty. A chill rolls down my spine as two hands come to my waist, pulling me onto the dance floor. My stomach drops, and it's like all the blood in my body has turned to cement. "Kurt," I breathe, fear making my mouth taste like metal. He grins down at me, his eyes as cold and calculating as ever. Just the way I remember them. I see it again, that awkward bend of Miles' neck, his empty eyes, once so full of life, staring across the woods, the pool of blood under his head, the boot print on his neck. "You're looking beautiful in that dress," he murmurs, his hand tightening on my waist. I have to fight all my instincts not to let out a scream. It's almost like someone told the clothing people exactly which color to put you in. My brain melts further into horror as I realize I was wearing a pale pink dress, much plainer than this one, but still the same color, the day my brother died. My stomach turns, and I struggle to breathe. This was all his plan. I've been falling into it without even knowing it. Kurt is manipulating me, dressing me how he wants, throwing my worst trauma in my face again and again. I need to get away from him. I need to run. What's wrong? He asks, his eyes roaming over my face. Did you catch a cold last night when that buffoon tipped your boat and catapulted you into the water? I didn't see it, but I heard about it. I almost think a good, well-meaning alpha should scoop you up, just to keep you from a life with an absolute moron. We continue moving across the ballroom. Around us, other couples are laughing, joking, their faces bright with color and mirth. Inside, I feel like a graveyard. When will this dance end? When will he stop touching me? I've never forgotten how beautiful you are, Faye, Kurt says, lifting a finger to brush a lock of hair out of my face. Have you been thinking about me? No, I managed to say as a shudder runs down my back from his touch. Bile is rising in my throat. If it weren't for the humiliation of vomiting on the dance floor, I would happily ruin his suit. I need to get out of here. I need to get away from this monster before he kills me too. I wish I could summon the courage, the boldness I feel when I'm around Cayson. Going back and forth with him is easy. When Kurt is near me, it feels like my brain leaves my body, floating above me and monitoring the interaction as though it's happening to someone else. His hands tighten on me again, and I pull away from him as much as I can. I watch the lines of his face sharpening as he pulls me in again, our bodies warring, trying to create and reduce space at the same time. When Kurt leans close to me and takes a deep breath, the hairs on the back of my neck raise. Even for an Omega, he says, shaking his head. You're so weak. It's clear to all of us that there's something broken inside you. Something broken in that brain of yours. You know that, right? All the other alphas you've been flirting with, they can sense as easily as I can that there's something fundamentally flawed inside of you. I swallow. My throat feels like a knot. I glance around the ballroom wondering if I can catch Adeline's eyes, if I can get her to come to my rescue. But I see no one I know, and no way out of this. My legs tremble, and I realize that if this lasts much longer, I'll collapse. Poor Faye, Kurt whispers, turning us so we continue dancing, but far enough away from the others that they can't hear what he's saying to me. So undesirable. Maybe I'll choose you as my mate, just to save you, to keep you safe. Would you like that? That will never happen, I say, my voice coming out foreign to my own ears. And it wouldn't. As much as he wants to hurt me, an Omega is a mate for life. He'd never hurt himself just to hurt me. I stare at the collar of his shirt, not being able to stand the thought of meeting his eyes. I just pray that the dance will end soon, that my nightmare will end soon. Oh, Faye, he says, hooking an arm around the small of my back and pulling me even closer so I can feel the bulge in his pants pressing against me. What you're forgetting is that I'm an alpha. Anything I want to happen, happens. My knees go weak, and Kurt laughs, his hands tightening on me to hold me up. I'll pass out, and Kurt will ferry me away from the ballroom, and when I wake up, I'll be as dead on the outside as I feel on the inside. The music shifts, turning to another song, and dancing partners change. Black dots swim in my vision. I'll take the next one. Ezra is suddenly there, and I have to hold back a sob of relief as he pulls me away from Kurt and into his arms. I cling to him, trying to get my legs to stop shaking, trying to take deep breaths to calm the lightness in my head. Ezra is here, Kurt won't be touching me anymore. I'm free of him. Sarah, to my surprise, also swoops in, hooking her arm around Kurt and pulling him away from us as Kurt glares back at me. I try to look away from the anger in his face, but it's impossible to, until Sarah says something that draws his attention. As soon as Kurt isn't close to me, some of my blood returns to my brain, and I'm able to breathe again. Thank the gods for Ezra. I may not want an alpha, but I needed one at that moment. Are you okay? Ezra asks, his scent washing around me, and it feels like wrapping myself in clothes right from the clothesline. I am now, I murmur, embarrassed by how it comes out. I know he's not looking for an omega, and I'm not looking for an alpha, but I can't deny that I feel better when I'm in his arms. Ezra simply radiates a calmness that makes me feel safe, even when faced with Kurt, which is something I never imagined would happen. Maybe it's because he's an alpha? I don't know, but it's something. We move around the ballroom, and Ezra expertly keeps me away from Kurt, who looks annoyed at the way Sarah is chatting to him, the brief times I glimpse him. Ezra's every move is smooth, like he wakes up dancing and doesn't stop until the night. I don't have to think when I dance with him. He simply guides me about where to go without a word. Thank you for dancing with me, I manage. It was no problem at all, he says, but I can't tell if he means it. Kurt's gaze catches mine again and I flinch. If he wasn't distracted by Sarah, I have a feeling he'd be over here demanding I dance with him again. Not many Omegas are brave enough to ask Alphas to dance, though. Was that you? I ask him, tipping my head in Sarah's direction. Kurt isn't exactly the kind of guy that women fight over. He looks like a drawing of a villain. The lines of his face are so harsh and so masculine that he looks like the kind of guy who only knows how to fight and kill. I feel like all Omegas naturally stay away from alphas like him. Ezra lets out a small laugh. She was pretty thankful that I didn't leave her to drown, I guess. So when I asked her to distract Kurt for me, she was more than willing. I nod, noticing how already Ezra is closer to me, our chests brushing as we continue to dance. Ezra is much smoother at dancing than Kurt, who was moving me around kind of jerkily. But with Ezra, I almost feel like I'm being lulled to sleep. I lay my head on his chest, eyes drooping. The sleepiness leaves my body when he speaks, and I feel the warm rumble of his words against my cheek. Faye, he says cautiously, like he knows it's not something I want to discuss. Is that the man who hurt you? Who gave you those bruises? I swallow hard, trying to think of something I can say that won't give it away. If I say no vehemently, he'll know the truth. But I also can't just admit it was Kurt. I can't even begin to imagine the things Kurt would do to me if he found out I was telling other alphas about what happened. But words fail me. What can I possibly tell him? You don't have to say anything, Ezra says, his hands tightening on me. I'll take care of it. My brain is back to that sleepy feeling I get when I'm in Ezra's arms, and I just nod against his chest, hoping he'll forget about it. I know that no matter what, I'll always be grateful to him for saving me from Kurt, even if I'm only truly safe until the end of our dance. After the dance, I'd been told there will be a series of games that involve charades and switching partners, lunch, more games, and dinner. All of which are perfect opportunities for Kurt to punish me for accusing him of killing my brother. Because that's what I know. what all of this is truly about. He doesn't want me as an Omega. He doesn't feel a connection with me. He wants to drink in my terror, like the psychopath he is, knowing full well that I'm completely at his mercy. My breathing becomes more rapid, and I breathe in the handsome alpha who's holding me, trying to calm myself. I try to remember that, for now, I'm safe. Strangely enough, in the arms of an alpha, which is just about the last place I ever thought I'd feel safe. 15. Faye. After my dance with Ezra ended, I was left alone, feeling uneasy. Cayson and Ezra seemed to be constantly trying to make their way toward me, but as the sons of two powerful pack's leaders, they were a hot commodity, and the women flocking into their arms knew it, which felt a little strange. I knew that the next step of the games would be starting shortly, possibly exposing me to the man I fear. My uneasy feeling built until I couldn't ignore the overwhelming need to escape any longer, and I bolted for it. I fully plan to be back for charades, but I just need a moment to myself. The last thing I saw as I slipped out of the ballroom was my best friend grinning in the arms of a handsome brunette, while another talked to her nearby. Adeline was clearly overjoyed. It now seems like she has the interest of two alphas, at least at the dance, even though she's from Pack Ivory, a weaker pack. We might not be the top pack that alphas want to create alliances with, but the rumor that our women are the most beautiful always tends to circulate among the packs, making us sought after in a different way. Adeline was doing a great job being seen by the alphas, although I knew this was hard for her, given how she was when we were little girls. She was always good at setting people up, and less good at attracting the attention from men herself. I just wish Adeline knew someone who could take Kurt's interest away from me. But that's not true, I think, as I fit the key into the lock on my door. I wouldn't wish Kurt's interest on anyone. The entire time he was dancing with Sarah, some part of me was worried about what he might do or say to her, even though she was rude to me on the water. Tensions run high during this election. That doesn't mean I would wish Kurt on my worst enemy. I finally get the door to my room open, already thinking about how good it's going to feel to fall into bed and relax, when suddenly, pain bursts across my left cheek, sending stars ricocheting across my vision. The breath is knocked out of me when I hit the floor, and I raise a hand to my face, already feeling how tender the bruise will be when it forms. My mind is not quite catching up to what's happening. It's not until I look up that I realize what, or rather who hit me. Kurt is towering over me, breathing heavily, his hand hanging loosely at his side. I stare at it, thinking about how it cost him nothing to hit me. He's a strong alpha. They heal so fast. But me? This is just another bruise that I'll have to cover up with Adeline's borrowed makeup. The mark will linger on me for weeks. Then my mind starts working, and goosebumps erupt on my skin. Kurt is here, in my room, where no one can hear us. A bruise is the least of my worries. How am I going to get out of this alive? Glancing up at him, I don't have to feign the terror that washes over me as he glares down at me. His entire chest is heaving, like he just ran really far, and his knuckles are clenching so hard that they're turning white. What does he want? What is he going to do to me? Instead of speaking, he grabs a fistful of my hair and drags me into my room, letting my door slam behind us, sealing me in with this monster. You will never embarrass me like that again. Do you understand, Faye? He asks, bending down and grabbing my chin hard between his fingers. I whimper as his breath fans over me, stinking of booze, and he turns my head so I have to meet his eyes. Earlier, they were cold and calculated. Now, they're brimming with fury. It sends me hurtling through time, back to the day he killed Miles, that dull crack of my brother's neck breaking, echoing again and again through my head. I retch, but nothing comes out, and Kurt pulls his hand back in disgust. His face is a mix of loathing and arousal, and fear courses through my body. I prefer his loathing, his temper, to his arousal. This is why Omegas aren't supposed to return to their rooms alone. This is why we're supposed to stay in the event space with everyone else, because there are just some alphas who believe they can do whatever they want, and nobody tries to stop them. When it's clear to him that I'm not actually going to vomit, he reaches down, grabbing me by the front of my dress. I hear several of the stitches pop, but I don't even care about the wardrobe people. He could shred the whole dress if it means I get out of here alive. Did you think it was cute, dancing with another man like that, right in front of me? I open my mouth to speak, but Kurt's other hand closes over my throat. Stars dance in my vision, my body already going hot and limp. If he doesn't let up, I'm going to pass out. Do something like that ever again, and I won't hesitate to kill you like I killed your little bitch brother. Kurt raises his other hand from my dress, and I flinch, wondering whether I'll feel the blow or pass out first. But neither of those happens. The door to my room flies open, and Kurt drops me. I fall heavily to the floor, my outstretched hand and wrist taking the brunt of the impact. A sharp pain shoots up my arm. I roll to the side and hold my wrist against my chest, looking up and seeing Ezra as he thunders inside, grabbing Kurt by the front of his shirt and bringing an elbow squarely to his nose. Blood splatters all over Kurt's face, and Kurt stumbles back, his hands to his face. "What the fuck?" he cries, the words wet and warbled through the blood in his mouth. I move at the last second to keep from getting stepped on by him, crawling back until my back is against the wall. "My question exactly," Ezra says, rolling up his sleeves and waiting for a moment, a small smile twisting his lips for a brief second before disappearing. It's like he can predict what Kurt's going to do, because when Kurt launches toward him, catching him on the jaw, it's like Ezra wanted it to happen. Ezra moves with a swift motion, grabbing him and bringing a knee to his stomach. Kurt lands hard on the floor. Blood is everywhere. Kurt is coughing it up, and it's smeared on his face and hands, although I noticed that, somehow, Ezra doesn't have a single drop of it on him. Kurt screams and runs at Ezra again. Ezra's hand flies out, punching his already broken nose. Kurt lets out a very unmanly wail. Ezra circles him, waiting for him to stand again. Kurt does, trying to punch Ezra. This time, Ezra rains down blows on the other man. His shoulders, his arms, his back. Kurt crumples face down on the ground. "Putting your hands on an Omega," Ezra murmurs before kicking Kurt in the side. "Fucking unbelievable." Kurt rolls onto his back, and Ezra stands over him, watching and waiting to see what he's going to do. And although Ezra's face is calm, there's a dare in it. A dare for Kurt to try to come at him again. It's hard to believe it's real. Kurt is so big, so strong, it feels like nobody and nothing can hurt him. But maybe that's just because I'm an Omega. I watch in stunned silence as Kurt peels himself off the floor and gets shakily to his feet, before turning and limping out into the hallway. Every second, I expect him to turn around and run at me, to take Ezra down and finish what he started with me, killing me just like he killed my brother. But he doesn't look back, just continues limping out. As soon as he's gone, Ezra turns and looks at me, his face full of empathy and pain. Faye. As though waiting for the right moment, a sob rips out of me, and Ezra is there beside me on the floor. He wraps his arms around me gently, and his scent is soothing, calming, bringing me comfort until my sobs slowly subside. It's strange, like magic, what this man can do to me. I don't understand it at all. I glance up at him as I wipe my tears away, wincing at my bruised cheek. I look into Ezra's sapphire eyes. How can such a strong alpha be so gentle? And then my gaze moves to his face. Oh, gods, I say, touching my fingers to his jaw, where there's a bruise dusted over the skin. I'm so sorry this happened. It's my fault. He wraps his fingers around mine, gently pulling my hand back. Faye, he says, it is not your fault. And besides, this little thing will be healed by nightfall. I'm more concerned about the fact that you keep accumulating injuries from this guy. We're going to have to do something about him. I shake my head. There's nothing we can do, no way to stop this. He gives me a pointed look. I'm guessing this is the same man responsible for killing your brother. I don't answer. How can I? At best, he would believe me and do something that would lead to Kurt coming after me even more. At worst, he'd be just another alpha who pretended like I must be wrong because I'm an Omega. Neither of which I think I'm strong enough to handle. Well, I know the answer, but we can pretend that I don't. There's a note of anger in his voice that I don't understand. I fold my arms over my chest. Whatever you want to think. He sighs. I can understand. Pack Obsidian is powerful, with many warriors and few women and children. Not many packs would want to cross them. He hesitates. Still, even they aren't above the laws. I give a humorless laugh. Right. Touching my chin just below where Kurt had punched me, he studies me. How long will this take to heal? I bring my hand to my cheek, wincing at how tender it feels. It's going to take an expert hand to cover it up with makeup tomorrow morning. Weeks, I say softly, and Ezra swears under his breath. I shrug. And that's how it is for Omegas. He doesn't look happy. I'll be speaking to the council about this in the evening, when the games are over, Ezra says, his voice hard, his eyes far away. I remember what he said about leading his people, creating a community, and realize he thinks that going to the council will be the best thing for me. As an alpha, he doesn't understand what it's like to be an Omega in this world. He doesn't understand that when all of this gets looked at, I'll most likely be blamed for going to my room and being a temptation for Kurt, rather than him being to blame for any of his actions. Except, maybe fighting with Ezra, although Ezra might get in trouble for that. Besides, I'll be heading home soon, and what happens here will matter back home. No, Ezra, I say, leaning forward and taking his hand in mine. It's large and weathered, dwarfing my own in comparison. Please don't go to the council. Kurt, his pack's territory borders mine. If I fight back against him now, he won't hesitate to come and hurt me when I get home. Faye, Ezra says, his eyes serious. He's going to keep hurting you like this if you keep letting him. You have to stand up to bullies, or they'll never stop. Things will only escalate. That's really easy to say as an alpha, I say, pulling my hand back and already regretting it, wishing I had the contact back. Ezra looks down at our hands like he's thinking the same thing. Touché, he says finally, and when his eyes meet mine, there's something new and determined there. Faye, that's exactly right that it's easy to say as an alpha. But Omegas are not without protection themselves. You just need an alpha by your side. You need to take the selection seriously, or this guy will have nothing stopping him. He'll get bored, I insist, praying internally that it's true. I don't need an alpha. I just need to get through this and go home so I can continue on with my life. I can tell from the way Ezra sighs that he doesn't agree with this. But to my surprise, he doesn't keep arguing with me about it. He just wraps his arms around me, pulling me into his chest and holding me while we sit on the floor together. The room is quiet and peaceful. A nice, stark difference from the rest of the day so far. If I could, I'd lay with Ezra like this forever. Then, what do you want to do, little one? I take a shaky breath. If we're not back at the game soon, we'll be in trouble. He's quiet for a long minute. Then we'll go back to the games. In a few minutes, I rush out. He holds me tighter. In a few minutes. 16. Ezra. There's one more event of the day, but the Alphas and Omegas are getting a short break before the event and dinner. Already, I'm over this day. It feels remarkably long. It's strange. I'm accustomed to going over spreadsheets of pack accounting. I'm accustomed to running with my pack and hunting meat for our storage freezers. And yet, I find the selection more exhausting than anything I've done back home. No, that's not true. I find the fact that a fucking alpha is beating and abusing an omega to be a gut punch that I cannot tolerate. I will not tolerate. If I could guarantee Faye's safety, there's nothing in this world I wouldn't do to Kurt to ensure he never hurts her again. But I can't ensure it. After the selection, I'll be going home. And apparently, although my teeth grit at just the thought of it, Faye will be returning home to an empty cabin where Kurt can torment her without limit should he choose to do so. Correction, that torment might be limited, given the fact that Faye's alpha, Charles, would very quickly assign her a man to get through her heat with, who would not allow her to be badly hurt by Kurt. But an assigned male is not the same thing as a mate. He wouldn't fight to his death for her. My fists clench, and I nearly punch the hallway as I storm through it. I don't want to play charades. I don't want to have a fucking dinner where we all smile at one another and I have to avoid the hands of the Omegas as they try to grab my dick under the table. I just want to come up with a way to keep Faye safe. As I approach my room, I spot Cayson leaning against the wall up ahead. He looks casual, like he always does, but there's tension in his shoulders. It's unlike him. I swear he's been changing and maturing from a boy into a man since he arrived at this election. Well, not a full-grown man, more like a teen who is starting to realize the world doesn't revolve around them and their fun. "Yo, Pops!" Cayson greets me, his dark eyes lighting with amusement. As I get closer, his smile falters. "Hey," I say. Something unexpected and guarded comes over his face. "Why do you smell like Faye?" His gaze moves over the bruise on my face, but he doesn't ask anything more. I stiffen. Have I smelled like her all day? Fuck. I should have showered when I came back from her room. The other alphas will have the wrong impression, which might hurt her in her search for a partner. It's a long explanation. I grate out. He lifts a brow, his mouth a thin line. Care to share it with me? Interesting. I unlock my door and push it open, waving for him to enter. He does so, his back stiff. "So, you want to know what happened with me and Faye?" I ask. He whirls on me. "So something did happen," he accuses. I eye him. "Why do you care, if you're not in the market for an Omega?" He doesn't hesitate. "Why is something happening between you and Faye if you don't want an Omega? I never saw you as the kind of guy that would play with a girl and then throw her away when you're done." "I'm not that kind of a man," I tell him dryly. "Unlike you. Because isn't that exactly what you want Faye for?" He opens his mouth, then closes it before opening it again. "Are you going to explain what happened or not?" Crossing the room, I take a seat in one of the large chairs in front of the fire. Cayson mirrors my movements, sitting across from me. "I went to check on Faye in her room after she left the dance." Cayson doesn't look happy. "Why? It seems to me you have no business in her room." I laugh. "Don't laugh," he says, leaning forward. I shake my head. "It's just, I've never seen you like this before. Up until now, I swore you didn't have a jealous bone in your body. I'm pretty sure I could fuck any of your exes, and not only would you not care, you'd ask to join in." "Perhaps," he shrugs. "And I'm not jealous. I'm just trying to understand how you go from my uptight friend with a sword up his ass, spouting about honor and responsibility, to ending up in my Omega's room." "Your Omega?" The way he says it sends an unexpected streak of jealousy cutting right through me. "Faye, the Omega, and Omega," he corrects himself. Not liking how this conversation is making me feel, I decide to stop torturing him. "I went to her room and checked on her, and I found Kurt beating her up. So I..." "What the fuck did you just say?" Cayson asks, leaping out of his chair, anger like nothing I've ever seen in him painted across his face. "That tiny-dicked asshole from Pack Obsidian? The wimp who hides behind his daddy's skirt and couldn't please a woman if he was given a much larger strap-on, was hurting Faye?" Again, I'm shocked by the intensity of his reaction when it comes to Faye. It reminds me of my own. Yeah, and he's the same guy she's been scared of throughout the whole selection. He doesn't look surprised, more like the puzzle pieces are finally coming together. Probably because we've both heard the rumors about Kurt. He's a monster,
hiding amongst wolves. The whispers of the things he does before using his father to shield him from the consequences would make anyone hesitate to mess with him. Except Cayson and I. As dangerous as his father is, our fathers are far more powerful. We're from perhaps some of the only packs who could stand up against Pack Obsidian, should there be a problem.
Well, what are we doing? Let's go mess him up so badly even his daddy won't recognize him,
Cayson says. And it's weird. Cayson can fight, but he's never been a fighter. More of a lover. I show him my beat-up hands. I already gave him a little lesson. Cayson seems uncertain, but slowly sits down. So, what are we going to do about this? She doesn't want the council to know, because she intends to return to her pack lands soon, which border Kurt's lands, and she doesn't want to bring down trouble on herself. He scoffs. Faye needs to leave the selection with an alpha. Hell, she needs to leave with a pack of them. Men who will tear Kurt from one hole to the other, regardless of his daddy, if he ever comes near her again. My sentiments exactly. But she doesn't want that. I sigh. No, she doesn't. Which is completely ridiculous. Completely. Although, he begins, then hesitates. I don't exactly mind the fact that she doesn't have alphas sniffing all over her. A smile I can't stop comes to my lips. No, that's not bad. We were quiet again, our minds working. As alphas, we're not used to feeling useless. When there's a problem, we fix it, and that's the end of it. But Faye is a problem we can't seem to fix. Cayson, I begin, trying to work my thoughts out properly. Faye isn't like the other women you've chased. She's fragile and innocent. You can't play with her without breaking her. He gives me a strange look. I'm not playing with her. Then what are you doing? He runs his hands through his blonde hair, almost angrily. I'm not sure, but I just like to be around her. I want to get to know her. If I don't, I have a feeling I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Besides, she doesn't want an alpha. I don't want an omega. Our intentions are clear. Even as he says the words, they don't ring true. But I don't call him out because the one thing I do believe is that he's not planning on hurting Faye. Besides, Faye seems like she needs some laughter and fun in her life. I think I can give that to her, at least for a little while, he says. He's not wrong about that. I think I'm going to bribe the guards to keep a closer eye on Faye's room, I say. Cayson nods. Smart idea. A good first step. If that doesn't work, we'll break all his arms and legs. I like Cayson. Agreed. Even though it's not that easy, scuffles between pack members are normal, something the alphas of the packs ignore. But if we were to do major damage, it would become a big issue. The council would be brought in. Punishments would be dealt out. Shame would follow anyone involved. Yet, for some reason, the consequences feel like they might be worth it. So, he says, pulling out a cigarette and rolling it between his fingers. We don't beat the shit out of Kurt. Yet. We're both still in agreement about not wanting an omega, and we both admit that there's just something irresistible about Faye. I never said the last part, I tell him. He grins. You didn't have to. I settle back in my chair, wanting to argue, but knowing there's no point. There really is just something about Faye, something I can't put my finger on. But regardless, that strange feeling changes nothing. Once these games are over, I'll be going home, and I'll never see Faye again. Which is what I want. Even though I can't help but picture Faye at dinner with my parents, laughing. Or reading books to the school children while they gather around with curious eyes. Or even helping me to figure out grants for our farm equipment. It seems that, for all my strengths, Faye has some things I lack. Things that would work well for my pack. Which is a stupid thought. Unless fate chooses an alpha from Pack Azure, I'll likely never see her again after this. Her smile dances in the back of my mind, and I eye Cayson's cigarette, wondering if starting the habit might ease some of these treacherous thoughts. Yet, I have a feeling not even cigarettes and booze can fix something like this. 17. Faye. Have I mentioned how much I hate Kurt? Adeline asks me as she covers my bruises with makeup. I wince as the makeup pad pats my skin, even though I try not to. My face and throat are just so tender. It's only been an hour since Kurt attacked me in my room, and my injuries are still fresh and painful. Note to self: don't get attacked by assholes. Despite how terrified I was of Kurt, my mind keeps focusing on Ezra instead of Kurt. I feel absolutely fascinated by how little effort it took for him to take down Kurt. The bastard is so much bigger and stronger than me, but he's a shrimp compared to Ezra. It's a fact that should scare me about the big alpha, but doesn't. Do other alphas use their strength for good? I wonder. As much as I hate my alpha for looking the other way when Miles died, a part of me is starting to be able to recognize that he's not all bad. Maybe he has done good things for my community. I just never saw those good things. She closes the makeup and takes a step back from me. All done? I blink, looking in the mirror. The cover-up isn't flawless, but it also doesn't look like I was recently beaten, so I consider it a win. Thank you. Of course. I try to focus on something else, something better. How are things going with the two alphas? Her face falls. Both got distracted by other women. Going to my mirror, she grabs a hold of her breasts and lifts them up so they look like massive melons. Do you think I should start pushing the girls up more? What? The word bursts out of me. No, you look perfect the way you are. She frowns and drops her boobs. It's just a set of twins came up with knockers as big as my head, and those guys were out of there. They practically left a cloud of smoke behind them. I wince. If those alphas were distracted by some boobs, they weren't the guys for you. I guess, she says, but there's doubt in her voice. The bell tolls, signaling the next game, and we both jump. Adeline laughs, and I climb out of the chair, feeling sore all over, but knowing I have to be seen at the next game. We head for the door, then down the hall, wondering what fresh hell they've set up for us in the ballroom. I'll stay by your side, Adeline whispers to me. I'll do whatever I can to keep Kurt away from you. I smile. You're a good friend. When we enter the ballroom, it's been set up with dozens of little round tables with 5 chairs at each of them. In the center of each table is a white cake, and there is frosting and different tools spread out around the table. Omegas and alphas file in and gather near the front, where Lance, the Ultima, is standing,
patiently waiting with a big smile on his face. When Kurt enters the ballroom, Adeline moves me to her other side, so she's standing between me and Kurt, which actually makes me feel a lot better. Eventually, Ezra and Cayson enter the room. I tense when I see them, even though I don't know why. Both men look ridiculously good, standing out from the crowd of other alphas that seem to blend in with the background. I almost wish the two men were close enough to smell. Something about their scent seems to put me at ease, even in the worst of situations. "Okay, welcome," Lance says, greeting everyone warmly. "We'll be having this final activity of the day. Then you'll be enjoying dinner under the stars with the partners of your choosing. Not bad for another day at the selection, am I right?" Everyone claps, and he continues. "Today, one Omega will be partnered up with multiple Alphas, and you'll be decorating a cake that will be served for dessert tonight. How does that sound?" There's cheering and excitement, but all I can think is, please don't pair me up with Kurt. The Omegas are all given numbers that correspond with numbers on the tables, and we settle ourselves into chairs while numbers are handed out to the Alphas. Adeline is at a table across the room from me, but she gives me a little comforting look that eases my tension, if only by a little. Then the Alphas are told to go find their tables, and they head out, looking like wolves on the prowl. "Hi," a man says, stopping beside my table. He's got red hair, a bushy beard, a large chest, and dark blue eyes that watch me carefully, as if evaluating me. Just his presence makes me uneasy, because he's big, because he's an alpha. "I'm Robin," he introduces himself. "Faye," I tell him, but my name comes out a whisper. He seats himself next to me, but he's only there for a minute before another man arrives. He has dark hair, dark eyes, and the rigid energy of an accountant who has some serious numbers to crunch. The new man adjusts his glasses, gives me a nervous look, and says, "I'm Philip. I guess I'll be decorating a cake with you tonight." He takes the seat next to me. "So, do you—" His words are cut off by a third man who approaches, one with long black hair and a charming smile. "I'm Jace. You, lovely lady, are?" I swallow around the lump in my throat. "Faye." "Beautiful name." Thank you." He puts his hands on the back of Philip's chair. "Mind if I take this seat?" Philip's eyes flash with anger, but his gaze runs over the much larger man, and he slides down to the next seat, allowing Jace to take his place. Feeling gazes on me, I turn and realize that Cayson is at a table next to me, and Ezra is at the table on the other side of me. They both have Omegas seated near them, but they're not looking at the women. They're looking at me, which is strange. Why are they looking at me? "Should we get started?" Robin asks. I nod, not sure what to say. "What color should we make it?" Jace answers Robin. "How about the same lovely shade as her hazel eyes?" Philip studies the cake. "I think that color would be pretty hard to get right. I say we either try green or blue." Jace rolls his eyes and hands me a big tube of blue frosting. "Why don't you start?" I take the tube and stare at the cake, having no idea how to do this. "You look good holding that," Jace tells me, raising and lowering his brows like he just said something clever. Unable to help myself, I pull in his scent. It's something spicy and altogether unpleasant, just like the man in front of me. I've never spent a lot of time around men, so I can't decide if it's strange that I like Cayson and Ezra's scents, or strange that I don't like the scents of the other men. "Do you want help?" Robin asks. Grateful, I hand him the frosting tube. Have you done this before? He nods. I've spent a lot of time baking with my grandmother. She's an excellent cook and has taught me everything she knows. It makes my heart warm a little to actually hear about a happy family. His gaze finds mine even as he begins to squirt the frosting in a circle around the top edges of the round cake. What about your family? Anyone you're particularly close with? An ache echoes through my chest. All of my family members are dead. Unfortunately. He winces. It's important to me that the Omega I choose has a supportive family like my own. I stare at him for a minute. When he doesn't say more, I manage, sorry that the loss of everyone I hold dear makes me a less desirable candidate as your Omega. Now his cheeks heat. I'm sorry, that came out wrong. I'm just a direct person. I understand. Although my brother always used to say that people often use being direct to be cruel. I always wondered if that was true. He opens his mouth to say more, but I glance away from him feeling angry. My gaze finds its way to Ezra. The Omega next to him is an absolutely beautiful brunette. She has her hand on his leg, and she's talking and laughing like she's having the time of her life. I look away and find Cayson. He's telling a story that has the pretty redhead next to him grinning like a madwoman. All the other alphas at the table look annoyed, but it doesn't stop whatever story he's telling. When he sees me looking at him, he winks, and I jerk my gaze away, feeling embarrassed. Well, Jace says, leaning in, I guess this is a good thing. Robin's out of the running. I didn't say I wouldn't still consider her, Robin stutters out. Just that she wasn't my ideal match. Philip adjusts his glasses. Well, to know if she's an ideal match, we actually need more details. It's already obvious she's small and weak, which likely won't result in strong children. But what pack does she belong to? Is she valued in her pack? Would choosing her create strong allegiances? I can't help myself. I say, how romantic. Philip looks confused, but Jace just smiles. She seems big enough for whatever I need her for. Feeling uncomfortable, I pick up a bag of icing and just start doing what Robin is doing, but I'm decorating the sides of the cake with pink. The other men grab frosting tubes and we're all working together. Having them busy and not talking to me calms me down just a little. Then Jace says, "You look good enough to eat." I regard him in confusion. Then he squirts a little frosting on the tip of my nose. Before I can say more, he leans forward and licks the tip of my nose. I'm so disgusted that I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. He squirts some frosting on his finger and lifts it to my lips. Lick. I sit in stunned silence. He wants me to lick the frosting off his finger? What's this? Cayson is suddenly behind me, and a second later, Ezra is there too. You guys sampling the cakes? Jace looks annoyed. We were. Well, Cayson says, why stop there? Taking the green frosting in his hands, Cayson squirts it all over Jace's face. My mouth drops open. The tables around us go utterly silent. I look up at Cayson in absolute horror. There's a playful smile on his face, but there's something underneath that smile that I don't understand. What the fuck did you just do? Jace asks, frosting dripping onto his clothes. He's clearly just making a mess, Robin says angrily. Oh, you look a bit hungry too, Ezra says. As if I'm in a bad dream, Ezra grabs a handful of our poorly decorated cake and throws it at Robin, hitting him square in the face. Eat up. You've got to get bigger and stronger if you want to capture the perfect Omega, one who can tolerate your personality and give you the big family you so rightfully deserve. Without a word, Robin stands and grabs a handful of cake and throws it at Ezra. But Ezra ducks, and the cake hits an Omega just behind him. The table of alphas look between her and Robin, rage in their expressions, and then they're digging into the cake on their table. I don't know how it happened so fast, but within seconds, the entire ballroom descends into madness. It's a food fight that no one can escape from. I get hit by cake from every direction until Ezra and Cayson pull me under the table, and we all hide out as the war rages. Looking at them in horror, I ask, "What were you two thinking?" "Those guys were asses," Cayson tells me nonchalantly. I look at Ezra, expecting more maturity, but he just shrugs. "Big asses." What am I even supposed to say? But instead of saying anything, I picture Robin's and Jace's faces when they were covered in cake and icing, and I just start laughing. And once I start laughing, I can't stop. Reaching over, I pick cake out of Ezra's hair, and then some off Cayson's face. "You two are absolutely insane." Cayson grins at me. "And you love it." Maybe I do. It certainly makes life more interesting. 18. Cayson. It's the next morning after the food fight, and our subsequent lecture from the Ultimas about proper behavior at the selection. The weather is absolutely perfect outside. I can't help but think as I walk through the stables, stopping in front of a particularly beautiful black horse. It seems like a great day to seduce a beautiful woman. But sometimes, seduction takes planning. Glancing around and pulling an apple from my pocket, I say, "Here you go, girl." I took the apple from the breakfast table, knowing we would be riding today, and knowing these horses don't get nearly enough love. If I wasn't a wolf, I'd think horses were my spirit animal. The horse looks at me skeptically for a moment, then takes the apple in a single bite, chomping it noisily. I grin and pat her neck, wishing I had stolen more apples. "That girl is actually a male horse," a man says, coming around the side of the stable. I direct my grin at him instead, holding up my hands to him like we're long-lost friends. My smile instantly puts him at ease, and the short beta's face relaxes, and the tension in his body calms, if only by a little bit. I actually don't blame him for being immediately on edge after seeing an alpha in his territory. A lot of us are complete shitheads. "Reginald," I say casually, even though we'd only met once before. "My man, thank you so much for meeting up with me." "Come on," he says, glancing around impatiently, probably nervous about getting caught. "Let's just get this over with before someone sees us." "No worries, my man," I say, pulling out the money from my pocket. I slip it to him, and he quickly hides it away in his jacket. Discretion is key. I get that. Listen, Faye, got it? She's the one wearing the yellow blouse with the flowers. Reginald nods and starts to pull away, but I reach out and grab his arm, wanting to express how important this is to me. "No, listen. There's another girl here named Felice. Don't get it mixed up, all right? Faye." Reginald yanks his arm away from me, a look of disgust passing over his features. I'm sure he thinks he wishes he didn't have to stoop to such extremes, but he's the one with the drinking problem and not enough money to fuel the habit. I'm just the one taking advantage of a good situation when I see one. "Got it," he says, annoyance in his voice. You'd think this was his first time fixing a game. Good man. He lifts a brow. Shouldn't you head back to the others? I should. Of course. Thanks again. Then I stride back out of the stables, probably with less discretion than I should. But then again, I think I'd be more suspicious slinking around. When I round the corner, I see all the Omegas and Alphas hanging out in a clearing near the stables. Even though there are far too many people, I find Faye right away, and she instantly takes my breath away. She's standing with her head held high next to another Omega. Like the others, she's wearing riding leathers, but her blouse is yellow with small flowers stitched into it. Even from here, I can see how the clothes hug Faye's body, showing that she has more curves than the dresses let on. Of course, I could feel those curves when I had my hands on her body in the water the other night. But it's a completely new thing, seeing them in the light of day. Not that I mind the dresses either. Earlier, at breakfast, she was wearing a pale green dress with a high neckline. It was cute and sexy all at the same time, and all I wanted to do was run my hands along her waist and tuck her into my side. Maybe finally get to taste those full lips of hers. Fuck. I need to sleep with this woman. It's the only way I'll stop obsessing over every inch of her. I'll just make sure she's aware that it'll be a one-time thing first. I meant it when I told Ezra I didn't plan to hurt her. I swallow hard and turn, watching as Reginald makes his way across the field. Crossing my fingers in my pocket, I hope he doesn't fuck it up. I need to spend the day with Faye. I need to get her out of my head. It's a gorgeous afternoon. The sun is shining, and the horses neigh cheerfully. Faye leans to the side and says something to the woman standing next to her, and I can't tear my gaze away from how her shirt stretches to accommodate her chest. My brain feels foreign to me. This girl is doing something to me that I don't understand. The other night, when I saw Faye climbing into the boat with Ezra, I'd felt a rush of jealousy. The same rush of jealousy I'd felt when Ezra came to his room smelling like her. My thoughts had gone crazy. Why was she climbing into a boat with him when she was supposed to be climbing into a boat with me? I'd wanted to shout and throw a fit like a goddamn toddler. I wanted to grab Ezra and pull him out of the damn boat. I just wanted to loudly say for everyone to hear, I saw her first. And I did. Didn't I? Not that it matters. I am not in the market for an Omega. I just want to have a little fun. And for some reason, only one Omega will do for me right now. Good morning, everyone, the Ultima, Brock says from the front of the field. Today's event will be horseback riding and a scavenger hunt. It's a chance to work together as a team and follow clues to a special treat. I guarantee you'll have a blast and get to know a new potential match. Now, the groupings. Reginald steps forward and starts reading off the names. I bounce on my heels, looking between him and Faye, who's holding hands with her friend. It's like we're all playing a game, but I've already won it. It's just that no one else knows that quite yet. The friend squeals when her name is called with 3 other alphas and goes off to meet with them across the field. Immediately after, Faye's name is called with mine, and she looks over. When our eyes meet, she raises an eyebrow at me, and I shrug like, what are the chances? It's hard not to smile. What are the chances indeed? All the rest of the names are called, including Ezra being paired with the irritating girl who he'd gotten stuck with at the cake decorating event.
He and I exchange a glance, and I can practically feel his jealousy dripping off of him. Then everyone starts moving. It might be my ego, but Faye doesn't look unhappy to be partnered with me, which I'll take, since she seems to be trying so hard to give me an icy reception at every turn. "I guess we're partners," she says, stopping in front of me, brow raised. "Looks like it," I say, hiding my smile. "I guess I'm just that lucky." "Or I'm just that unlucky," she banters. I slide closer to her, ignoring all the people who are being given their horses and sent on their way. "Faye, Faye, we both know you like me, so why keep up with the game?" She leans in, and her delicate scent comes over me. I have to stop myself from breathing her in, or I'll end up like a teenage boy sporting an erection based on just a girl's scent. It's not that I'm playing it subtle with her, but I do need to keep in control of some part of this situation. "I can't help it if I win every game I play," I tell her, flashing her a cocky smile. Her hazel eyes are filled with mirth. "I hate to break it to you, but you're playing a game by yourself." "That's okay. I'm used to playing with myself," I say, not missing a beat. Her jaw drops open and her eyes go round. Then she's laughing. And even though she's laughing at me, I don't mind one bit, because she has a damn beautiful laugh. My luck just gets better and better when we're brought out our horses, and it's the one I fed earlier. Remembering the apple I gave him, no doubt, he nuzzles into my hand affectionately. Apparently, I'm impressing everyone today. Now I just need to make sure I impress the girl I want to impress. "Wow," Faye says, glancing between me and the horse. "I wouldn't have thought you'd be good with animals." In all fairness, I'm not. But I have a thing with horses. We understand and respect each other. Not that she needs to know that. "There's a lot of stuff you don't know about me, baby," I murmur, winking at her. And she rolls her eyes. "Let's keep it that way," she says, and I blink at her. Since meeting her, it's been shocking that she's so opposed to my advances. Normally, after this amount of effort, it's as easy to get a woman eating out of my hand as it was the horse and apple. Faye is different. It's like she's not just playing hard to get. She's actually hard to get. And maybe, for the first time in my life, I'm willing to work to get something I want. Something competitive stirs in my chest. I grab Faye's waist and assist her onto the horse. I jump on after her, giving her a cocky grin when she glances over her shoulder at me. "That's right, babe. I'm your knight in shining armor." The servant who brought out our horse hands Faye a little scroll. "Your first clue." Faye takes it in her little hands, and I have the strange urge to compare our hand sizes. Most omegas are small, but Faye is tiny. I bet I could spin her on my dick like a top. The thought makes my blood heat up, and I have to actively distract myself so Faye won't feel the evidence of my arousal. "Our clue," Faye says, reading from the paper they gave her. "You'll find me under a sad tree where you can sit on me." My own Woody will be sad if she doesn't sit on me soon. We stare at the paper for a long moment before the answer clicks in my mind, but I want to give her a chance to guess, since I'm good at things like this. I know from experience that games are more fun when everyone feels useful and included. "A sad tree," she says, frowning. "Trees don't have emotions." "You're right. Sad. Crying. What could it mean?" She perks up. "The weeping willow."
Ah, yes. But can we sit on it? I ask, pretending to ponder the question. Turning around, she smiles at me, and her smile takes my breath away. The bench under the weeping willow. I bet that's it, I say, returning her smile. Making her happy is better than winning any game. We ride for a few minutes, and no other riders follow our path. That tells me that either we're going in completely the wrong direction, or every couple has been given different clues and will end up at different spots. Either way, I don't particularly care. I want to draw out every possible moment I can enjoy with her firm ass pressing against my hard cock. So, Faye, tell me more about yourself. She lifts a brow. More about myself? Yes. I try to think of an easy place to start. Do you play a lot of games like this? I used to. With my brother. She shakes her head like she's trying to shake off the conversation. What about you? Do you play a lot of games? Probably not the kind of games you're used to. As a boy, I had a whole pack of idiot boys to play with, so we were always busy and getting into trouble. Now, things haven't changed all that much. I have a group of guys I've been seeing the world with. They're morons, but I love them. Just recently, we followed a group of girls to somewhere that was supposed to be an awesome club, but ended up being a room with a group of armed guys who intended to rob us and beat us up. Unfortunately, they weren't aware we were shifters, so they're probably still in the hospital. Her mouth is hanging open. I lift a brow. Not the sort of games you were talking about. Her eyes crinkle. No, not at all. That's insane. I shrug. We only have one life. We need to live it well. By nearly getting robbed and beaten by thugs? I grin. But now I have a great story to tell. You're crazy, she tells me. And you're beautiful, I tell her right back. She shakes her head like she thinks I must be out of my mind. Time to regroup. So, where is your favorite place to travel? Some of the bravado fades from her face. I've never really been anywhere. Really? I know packs are more careful with their omegas, but they still have the ability to travel. She nibbles her full lip. I mostly spend my time at my cabin and go into town when I need to. That doesn't sound very exciting. It's not. She gives me a funny look. But in my experience, excitement just means trouble. Then you haven't experienced the right kind of excitement. I shift my hands on her waist. I'll be glad to be your teacher. She laughs. Oh, I bet. We arrive under the weeping willow, and Faye seems far too eager to get off the horse. I just wish she wanted to get off with me. I jump off, then take her waist and slowly lower her down, pulling her against me. Don't we need to look for the clue? She asks, sounding breathless. In a minute, I whisper, then slide my lips down her throat. She leaps out of my grip, then hurries to the bench. The next clue must be under here somewhere. I shift my cock, trying to make the bastard less noticeable, then stop in my tracks as she leans down on the bench and starts searching for a note, her perfect ass high in the air. Found it, she says, snagging the note and standing up, a smile on her face. And man, I feel like I'd do anything to make her smile. What does it say? Soar on me to fly high in the air. Her brows wrinkle, and she takes a minute before she's smiling again. The swing set under the pine tree. Let's give it a shot, I say. I help her back up on the horse, then slide on behind her. Man, I hope there are 1,000 more clues. I could ride pressed up against Faye all day. What's your favorite color? I ask as I steer the horse towards the swing. She looks at me like she's trying to figure me out. Why do you care? Isn't it clear I'm trying to get to know you? She trains her gaze straight ahead. If I haven't made it clear, I'm not looking for an alpha. I'm just trying to get through these games and get home, alone. I laugh, but she doesn't. I frown. Faye, I know you said it before, but I didn't think you were serious. You have to be looking for an alpha. You're going to go into heat soon, and you're going to be begging any man to put his dick in you. Men will abuse that. You're going to want to find the right alpha to mate you. Her cheeks heat at my words. I live far enough from any other wolves that when I go into heat, I'll just take care of it myself. This time I chuckle. You have to know that won't satisfy you enough. You're going to end up crawling on your hands and knees to the closest alpha and begging him to put you out of your misery. I can see it in her face. She never considered just how bad she'll do without an alpha. But she seems to be trying her hardest to stick to her guns. The thing is, if that's her plan, that's insane. If she doesn't find an alpha here, in all likelihood, the alpha of her pack will assign a male to take care of her needs when she goes into heat, with protection. And then they'll send her to the games next year to find her match all over again. I know this might be hard, but you're not getting out of this. An Omega needs an alpha. She needs a loving partner to help her through going into heat. I tell her. So, you may as well accept it and choose an alpha. Choose you? She asks, lifting a brow in disbelief. My gut clenches. No, I'm not going home with an Omega. I'm the kind of guy who is good for a few nights of fun and, not much else. I believe that, she says, without missing a beat. It kind of hurts that she sees me that way, even though that's who I am. Every time she's spoken to me, has she just seen me as a guy who's trying to get in her pants and not a potential match? Am I that obvious? I don't know how to feel about that. Leaning in closer, I let my nose run down the side of her throat. The thing is, you'd never forget your time with me. No matter how short it might be, I can guarantee it'd be worth it. For you. Her words are a challenge as she stares back at me, like she actually believes them. I can't help myself. No, for you. My gaze locks with hers. I would make you come so many times, you wouldn't even be able to walk when I was done with you. She's breathing hard, uncertainty in her face. I think I'll pass. I think I'll give you more time to picture what it'd be like. We reach the swing dangling from the big pine tree. I help her off the horse, and my eyes are glued to her as she searches the swing for the next clue, before finding it secured under the swing. She lifts it up with a brilliant smile and shows it to me as she rushes over to me. I grasp her around the waist and pull her against me. Her eyes go wide, and we stand pressed against each other. Heat courses through my blood, daring me to try all the many things I want to do to this woman. Instead, she looks down and unrolls the scroll between us, almost as if she's unaffected by our closeness. The clue is, you'll find me at the lush river bend. Want to take a little break from the hunt? My voice low and husky. She pulls away, not meeting my gaze. I think we need to finish it. Reluctantly, I again help her back on the horse and swing on after her, waiting to see what she'll say about where to go next. But she seems to think we've both come to the same conclusion, so she just sits quietly, waiting. All right then. Here we go then, I say, deftly steering the horse in the opposite direction. Where are you going? Faye asks, twisting a bit in her seat to look at me. The water is in that direction. You should remember, you still smell like it. I raise my eyebrows and sniff at myself, and she shakes her head like she thinks I'm impossible, which I like. If she's getting under my skin, I might as well get under hers. But no matter how frustrating she finds me, the thing is, I'm good with clues. That's a pond, not a river. And I believe our clue isn't referring to a river at all. You can't be serious, she says. I most certainly am. She looks back at me. You'd think you were an expert at this with your attitude. I lean forward and rub my lips against hers. Maybe I am. She jerks back and seems to take a minute to answer before saying, I can't wait to see where this takes us. Then she fixes her gaze straight ahead of us. My eyes roam over her back and down to her ass in the riding leathers, watching the way it bounces on the saddle, almost obscenely. I can't help it. I picture what it would be like to have her riding on me like that. Oh, fuck me. I need this woman. Leaning forward, I sniff at her neck, and once again, her scent of lavender and vanilla, laced with something else, swims over me, making my cock stiffen. This woman smells good enough to eat. Speaking of which, I better be eating her out before the end of the week. I will be, if I have anything to say about it. You still smell like pond water too, I say, murmuring so my lips are just against her skin. Maybe you should come back to my room and we can help each other wash up properly. I can't imagine there's anything clean happening in your room, Cayson. I take one hand off the reins and pull her harder against me. And to my surprise, she doesn't pull away immediately. Her perfect ass just rests against my erection, making me feel even more desperate to have her. We can be as dirty as you want in my room, I say, already picturing all the ways I could have her, what I would do if I had a night alone with her. Thanks, but no thanks. You already got me dirty enough in the lake. She seems to realize what she said a minute later, because her cheeks go red. Oh, I know. I remember our little swim in the lake quite clearly, I tell her, loving the tension I feel in her body. When we crest a hill, there's a small pavilion with a little fountain. I pull the horse up and tie him to a tree, then help Faye down. Her body slides against mine in the most intoxicating way possible as I bring her down. When her chest brushes against mine, I tighten my grip on her waist, and I swear I can see arousal in her gaze. We're all the way out here. Nobody is around, just me and Faye. We could truly do whatever we want right now. I start to lean closer to her, intending to offer her anything she wants with me. But she pulls away, moving toward the pavilion. It's hard not to be disappointed. None of my usual tricks are working. What's more, I'm doing things outside of my comfort zone and they're still not working. How can I win her over? What does she want? She leans down, reading the poem from the plaque affixed to the outside. A poem I was well aware of, When the world tips from its axis and threatens to end, dare come find me at the lush river bend. When she looks up at me, there's a bit of awe in her gaze, probably because few people would know about this random poem at a random spot on the castle grounds. I know, to most people, I'm not known for anything but my good looks and tendency for messing around, but when Faye looks at me like this, I have the sudden urge to show her that I'm much, much more than that. "How did you know that this was here?" she asks, curiosity in her voice. I could tell her that reading is one of my secret hobbies, that I recognize the poet and the plaque's location right away, but I won't. That's too much information, and may lead to more questions I'd rather not answer. I want her to know that I'm not a complete dunce, but she doesn't need to know more than that. "I like to take walks," I say, followed by a shrug. Her eyes narrow, like she doesn't believe me, but she picks up the little scroll. "Now your hunt is complete. Enjoy your lunch treat." I turn my attention away from the plaque, gesturing to the little picnic laid out in the pavilion for us. "Shall we?" 19. Faye. Cayson is looking at me like I'm something he wants to eat. And the thing is, he's making me feel all kinds of things I haven't felt before. It's scary and exciting, but exciting is basically another form of scary, so I don't know how I feel. We sit down on a blanket spread in the pavilion and start unpacking the food. There are tiny little sandwiches cut in triangles, scones, biscuits, perfectly ripe berries with cream, and tea. Vague memories of me having tea time in town with my friends come back to me. Before the selection, I hadn't eaten foods this dainty in a long time. In years. "Hungry?" he asks, and his gaze slides over me. Licking my lips, I look away from him and just nod. I'm definitely hungry, but for something that isn't food. Something I've never wanted before. I just can't stop thinking about the way it feels to have him so close to me on the horse. How easily I can feel his attraction pressed against me. Have I ever made another man feel like that before? I'm not sure, but I know I've never felt this way before. Even now, my body urges me to crawl across this blanket just to get closer to him, to feel the heat from his body against my own, to feel the strange contrast of his hard muscles against my soft body. Cayson puts a plate out for each of us, which is strangely sweet. I wonder what the hell is wrong with him, though. I've never known an alpha to serve someone else. I've never known one to be kind, or funny, or romantic, other than Ezra. Alphas are assholes. "You have to try this," Cayson says, taking a little pastry from a plate and leaning across the blanket. I meet his eyes, willing myself to fight against him, but I just open my mouth obediently, and he gives me a bite of the pastry. "Oh," I say, bringing a hand to my mouth as a deliciously bitter chocolate flavor bursts over my tongue. "That is good." Cayson continues to pick things off the plates, insisting on feeding them to me. A blush rises on my cheeks, and I find myself leaning closer to him. Why is it so nice to be fed? What's wrong with me? "Have you had these pastries before?" "No," I say, shaking my head. "They don't usually make them in my region due to the altitude." "Are you in the mountains then?" And he actually looks curious. Yes. Pack ivory. Pack ivory, he murmurs before feeding me another bite. That explains a lot. What exactly does that explain? He flashes me a smile. All the most beautiful girls come from Pack Ivory. I give him an amused look. I don't think your pack mates would be happy hearing you say something like that. My pack mates aren't here right now, Cayson says, grinning. And besides, you can't argue with the truth. I know that this is a game to him, a routine he does with every girl he's trying to get into his bed. But I can't help it. It's working. I think I like him, despite all logic. What's your pack? You can't tell? He asks, raising an eyebrow. Pack Steel. Pack Steel is a powerful pack with a lot of males. From what I've heard, the leader of the pack is a control freak who insists on perfection from his people, which stands at odds with the packs near it. Then a thought occurs to me. Your lands border Ezra's, right? Cayson gives me a playful look. Let's not talk about Ezra right now, sweetheart. The guy is a total buzzkill. I think of Ezra's serious, stern expressions and have to stifle a laugh. He may be a buzzkill, but he helps to balance Cayson's endless playfulness. How do you like the region? It's fine, Cayson says, before giving me a bite of one of the sandwiches. It's delicious, with crisp greens and a dill sauce. But do you know what's better than the Pack Steel lands? Italy, France, Germany. If you want to have the time of your life, Faye, you have to travel. Travel? I laugh, looking at him up and down as he reclines casually, his hands planted behind him. Must be hard to travel between all your alpha duties. Yeah, well, he says, and something darker passes over his face for just a moment. You find it easy to avoid responsibilities when you have a dad like mine. Interesting. He has issues with his dad. Like what? Do we really want to spoil this fine picnic with talks of an old asshole? I would love to hear about an old asshole. He raises his eyebrows, like he wasn't expecting me to repeat the vulgar language. Well, he says, starting slowly, like he doesn't quite know where to begin. Growing up, my dad, being the man that he is, always found me lacking. So I decided that if I was going to be judged poorly for trying my best, I might as well drop the effort altogether. I'm confused. He's an alpha, and that's not how it works. But doesn't your pack need you? That's for them to figure out, Cayson mutters. What about you? You're not looking for an alpha? So what, you have someone to go home to then? Because I find it impossible to believe you're just actively choosing loneliness. I swallow thickly, trying not to think about the empty cabin waiting for me in the outskirts of my pack's territory. It's liberating to have so much freedom, but also incredibly lonely at times. Not that I mind being lonely. Do I? No, no one is waiting for me, I say, taking a deep breath. I'm something of an orphan. Oh, shit, Cayson says, scrubbing a hand over his hair. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry, I say, forcing a laugh and running my hands over my arms. My parents and grandparents died some time ago. My brother, just 3 years ago. Was he sick? The image of Miles' dead body flashes into my mind again, and I grimace. willing the image to leave my head. To my surprise, it does. I've never been able to do that before. Get the images to leave me alone instead of swallowing me whole. No, I say, pressing my lips together to try and keep my composure. He was murdered. Murdered? Cayson's eyes go wide. By who? I shake my head, knowing I can't tell Cayson the truth about this. I don't know, I say. Then I reach forward to tear a piece off a scone. But you're right. We shouldn't be ruining such a nice picnic with talk like this. I'm sorry that happened to you, Faye, Cayson says. And when I meet his eyes, I see a rare, genuine sincerity there. He must keep it hidden, buried under his joking personality. Well, what do we have here? A voice says, and I turn to see Ezra strolling up the path to the pavilion. Oh no, Cayson says, groaning and falling back on his back. Speak of the devil. Oh? Ezra says, glancing between the two of us with a smile on his face. You were speaking about me? No, Cayson says, sitting back up. Just as I say, yes, Cayson has really been gushing over you. Cayson lifts his hands from his face and gives me a dirty look. Ezra sits down next to us, grabs a plate, and starts eating, all while Cayson is glaring at him. And for such a serious man, Ezra is grinning like a fool as he crashes our picnic. Don't you have an Omega to eat with? Cayson asks him dryly. Ezra smiles. We finished. I already walked her back to her room like a gentleman, and bribed the right person to learn where you two would end up. Gentleman my butt, crashing a damn picnic, Cayson mutters. I do believe you crashed our boating outing, then crashed both of our boats, not me. Turnaround is fair play, Ezra says, followed by a smirk. Laughing, I dig into the food with a hunger I haven't felt in years. There's just something about their banter, about these two men, that just puts me at ease. I don't know how to explain it. When we finish all the food, Cayson puts it away while still muttering to himself about irritating wolves who don't know when to leave, which just causes me to laugh harder. How can such a big man be so funny? So unthreatening. I'll never know. Well, that was fun. But why should the fun end? Should we go for a run? Ezra asks, jerking his head toward the nearby thicket of woods. I've been dying to stretch my wolf all day. Both of their gazes fall to me, and for some reason, the idea of shifting in front of them sends a hot flush of lust through my body. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the feeling. After a long moment, I get to my feet, brushing off the leather riding pants they insisted on dressing us in. I haven't shifted since arriving here, and it would be nice to relieve some stress with a run. Sure, I say, watching as joy spreads across their faces. Why not? 20. Faye. Who would have thought Faye could be so fast? Ezra sends, pure joy coating the thought. He was right about shifting. It feels impossibly good to be running through the woods, dodging the trees, smelling and seeing and taking in every enhanced sense. Even just hearing another wolf's words in my mind feels strangely comforting, reminding me of my youth spent running with the other kids in town. Since Miles died, I'd shifted less and less. I don't know why. Especially now when it feels so good. Cayson and Ezra are running on either side of me, their scents mixing together and washing over me, all warm spices and wood smoke. We run down the side of a hill, and Ezra jumps on me playfully, taking extra care not to hurt me as we roll down the side of the hill. Cayson jumps into the pile, pushing Ezra off of me and nuzzling into my neck. I wonder if anyone in my pack runs like this, exploring and having fun together. I know there are frequent hunting parties, but it's not the same as spending time together just for the sake of it, stretching our legs and running through the trees. All at once, memories of running with my brother flood into my head, and I can't stop thinking about what it was like to laugh and play with him. The two of us sneezing as we ran through the fields of flowers outside our cabin. The two of us wrestling with each other, or catching the scent of a rabbit and giving chase, laughing like idiots. My brain returns to the present moment when I see something small and white flash out of the corner of my eye. Over here, I say, catching the scent of a rabbit and turning, running as fast as I can toward it. Even though we won't kill it, the chase is always fun. The rabbit is terrified. I can smell the fear rolling off of it, and I wonder for a moment if that's what I smell like to the alphas. Probably. Omegas are barely a step above prey. At least, that's what my grandmother always used to say. I can feel Ezra and Cayson gaining on me, and I run faster, wanting to catch the rabbit and show it to them. Show them that I'm not as weak as everyone thinks. I'm actually pretty good at hunting small things. It's probably because I understand them. Know what it's like to constantly be running from something bigger. Cayson jumps over the top of me, reaching the rabbit just as it dives into the hole. I can feel Ezra's amusement as we watch Cayson paw at the hole, desperately trying to get the rabbit that's long gone. I sit back and watch him continuing to dig, even though he's never going to be able to dig far enough to unearth his prey. We lost him, I say. Not yet, Cayson says back. You're never going to get him, buddy, Ezra says, coming to sit beside me, letting his tail brush mine. But Cayson is like a puppy, going around in circles, digging and digging for way longer than he should, which just fills me with amusement. Cayson really is fun to be around. Damn, he's gone, Cayson finally mutters, kicking dirt at the hole, as Ezra and I look on, trying not to laugh. Our amusement fades when Cayson sniffs the air suspiciously. Suddenly, I smell it too. The acrid scent of blood. What is that? Cayson asks. Ezra sounds uncertain. Are shifters allowed to hunt out here? Even if shifters were allowed to hunt out here, nobody would kill something and just leave it. Not on the castle grounds. It would be beyond bad manners. We'll check it out, Ezra says firmly. Faye, stay here. That's silly, I tell him. It's probably nothing. She's right, Cayson says without hesitation. Let's just find the scent and then go back to having fun. Someone leaving their kill out here is hardly our problem. We can just inform the staff to clean it up. I get the feeling Ezra isn't happy with this idea, but he starts moving and we follow, hyper aware of the scent with each step we take. As we get closer to the smell, we all realize at once that this isn't the scent of an animal. It's the scent of another shifter. Gods, Ezra sends to us. And we round the corner and find the body there, dead on the ground. Sarah. The breath leaves my body. Cayson moves in front of me to block me from the scene, but it's too late. I've already seen her lying there in the dirt, her head bent at an awkward angle, a single dark boot print on her throat. Her eyes, lifeless and empty, stare out across the forest. I know immediately, with every cell in my body, that this was Kurt's doing. Panic courses through me and I turn, running through the forest, ignoring the sounds Cayson and Ezra make to try and get me to slow down and wait for them. When I come to a stuttering halt, my legs buckle under me. I shift back to my human form and fall to the ground, panting, images flashing through my head faster than I can stop them. My heartbeat races and my breathing speeds up to the point of hyperventilating. What did Sarah do to him? Or was she just an easy target? I hate to think about what might have happened to her before her last moments. The fear she must have felt. She was just here like the rest of us, to find a mate, to try and secure a good future for herself. And instead, she's lost everything and had her body left here to rot. Was this intentional? Did Kurt leave her here for me to find? Did he know Cayson and I were going to be out here? Ezra comes over and nuzzles his head next to mine. My heart starts to slow a bit, his scent and the warmth of his body calming me slightly. I wrap myself around him, digging my hands into his fur and letting my tears fall onto him. Cayson comes onto my other side, and then I'm clinging to both of them, trying to get my breathing under control, trying to stop the images from circling in my mind. It's all the same, the boot print, the dead body, Kurt. Cayson and Ezra shift back after a moment, kneeling beside me, getting their nice clothes dirty and not seeming to care. I keep clinging to them. Their faces press into my throat, and I breathe in their calming scents over and over, wondering why their scents seemed to push the images away, wondering how I went from fearing every alpha to trusting these two. Are you okay? Ezra finally manages. I don't know how to explain it, how to get them to understand what's happening to me without telling them the truth. I have to tell them the truth. I've seen that before, I confess, wiping tears from my face. It's the exact same way Kurt killed my brother. Shit, Ezra murmurs. My stomach turns as realization dawns on me. I think I have to tell the Ultimas. I think it's my responsibility, but I also don't think I can go through that again. Faye, Cayson says, his voice soft but serious. I believe you, but I also have to be honest with you. Accusing Kurt will only make things harder for you. Are you sure you want to do that? You don't have anything to gain and everything to lose. Am I sure I want to do that? I almost laugh. I already did that once, and look how it turned out. No, I say, shaking my head. I don't want to do anything at all. Back at home, when I tried to get help after my brother's murder, I was basically laughed away. Fucking Kurt, Cayson murmurs. But we can't just let him get away with this, Ezra says, his brows drawing together. Cayson shoots him a strange look. But if accusing him is only based on her word, it could... We'll tell the council. The Ultimas, Ezra says, standing and using an authoritative voice. It's the right thing to do. But, I start. I know I should, but the truth is, I'm scared. I don't want to. Cayson looks at Ezra. They're not going to believe us. Not with the son of Dexter. They won't believe me, he means. Ezra's hands curl into fists. It's not our job to determine what the council will do. It's just our job to tell them what we found and allow them to react accordingly.
I don't know if I can go through this again, I confess, feeling more tears rolling down my face.
Ezra's expression gentles. There's a difference this time. Last time, you were alone. This time, you have us. Last time, I saw him kill my brother, but it wasn't enough. I tell them, emphasizing each word. This will just end in Kurt wanting to hurt me even more. Ezra kneels back down. I know this is hard, Faye, but we need to tell the council everything we know, because that girl deserves justice. Someone killed her like an animal. She deserves better than that.
Miles deserved better than that.
And Faye, Cayson says gently, we can tell the guards to keep an eye on you. We can do what we can to protect you from him. I want to tell him that what he's saying are just words. When I go back home to my cabin, in the middle of nowhere, by myself, a cabin Kurt knows about, I'll be the furthest thing from safe. Each and every day I live, I'll be waiting for the day Kurt comes for me. But as terrified as I am, I know that Sarah does deserve better. And that if there's any chance to catch my brother's killer, I have to take it. Besides, could I live with myself if I just walked away right now? Okay, I tell them softly, wiping away more tears. Cayson and Ezra wrap me in a warm hug that makes me feel safe. It makes me feel like the world can't hurt me. But I know it's a lie. As safe as I feel with these alphas, I won't always be by their sides. And when I'm not, Kurt will find me. Of that, I have no doubt. 21. Faye. I'm pacing back and forth in my room, my breath coming in and out so fast that my head is spinning. The truth is, I'm upset. I'm upset that the world is exactly the way I thought it was. If only I was wrong. Glancing at my mirror, I wince. I've had my hands on my face and neck too much today. The makeup, to cover the bruises from Kurt, has rubbed off. I'll need to ask Adeline to borrow more. The last thing I want, when I'm already feeling so vulnerable, is to look broken too. As broken as I feel. As I expected, the council, the three Ultimas, did nothing to help the situation with Sarah. When I testified that this was exactly the same way Kurt had killed Miles, they said that case was never solved. Like me seeing him murder my brother was somehow not evidence. I was told that, unless I had concrete evidence, I shouldn't be pointing fingers, and especially not at an alpha. When Ezra and Cayson revealed my bruises and what they had witnessed with Kurt, Kurt was made to apologize for getting too excited near an Omega. And he did so, with gritted teeth and eyes filled with rage, and I was reprimanded for stepping away from the games and being a temptation for Kurt. Cayson and Ezra had looked on with disbelief. The council said they'd look into Sarah's murder, but their tones and even their expressions said they wouldn't be looking into Kurt. I highly doubt they'd even speak to him further, because speaking to him would make him upset that his honor was even being questioned, and they don't want to deal with an angry alpha, or his dangerous father. Cowards. All of them. There's a knock on my door, and my entire body goes rigid.
remembering the way Kurt had come shoving in here before. It's only been an hour since I was dismissed by the council, and only a few hours since we found Sarah's body. So, Kurt will still be fired up, and the dark night would be a great cover for whatever he might have planned for me. Except, now, Cayson and Ezra assigned a guard to sit at my door. Kurt wouldn't risk attacking me with a guard around, would he? I walk to the door slowly and open it, just a crack, prepared to start screaming if I need to. When I see Adeline on the other side, I let out a breath of relief and usher her into the room. "Hey," Adeline says, holding up her foundation. "I saw you in the hallway earlier. I thought you might need this." "Thank you," I say. I sigh, tilting my head up so she can apply more to the tender skin of my neck. Adeline focuses on the task at hand while I stare at her. She has her light brown hair braided down her back today, and she's changed from her riding clothes into a pretty purple dress. "How did the scavenger hunt go?" I ask. She grins. "I was partnered up with 3 sexy alphas. I'm not sure whether I had a real connection with any of them, but I wouldn't mind a night spent with any or all of them." "Adeline." My cheeks heat. She laughs. "Oh, come on. Like you weren't checking out that Cayson on your ride. You hardly seemed upset to have him as a partner." I'm embarrassed that she noticed. He's not the worst looking, but I'm still not in the market for an alpha. "Think if you say it enough, it'll be true?" she asks with a wink before looking at my neck and face and saying, "You're all done." "I'm going to owe you an entire bottle of the stuff," I mutter, catching her eye as she tucks her makeup into her pocket. She laughs, and we fall backwards onto the bed, side by side, both looking up at the ceiling. Thoughts about Kurt and Sarah come back to me, and I feel a tension sing through my body. How is it that I can know who murdered someone, but not be able to get justice for anyone just because I'm an Omega? The unfairness of it all burns inside of me. "I heard about the meeting with the council." "Well, everyone sort of heard about the meeting. Secrets don't last long here," Adeline says, running her hands over the duvet beneath us. "Is it true, Faye? Do you think Kurt killed again?" It feels like there's no point in continuing to tell people the truth about the situation. The people with power, who could actually do something with it, never actually help me. But I take a deep breath, deciding to tell Adeline what happened. At the very least, maybe I'll reinforce why she should stay away from Kurt at all costs. "Yes." I breathe, the images of the murder popping into my mind like they always do. I close my eyes against the picture of Miles' lifeless eyes. She was killed the same way as my brother. I heard the snap of my brother's neck, watched the life leave his body. I feel her groping across the bed, and I reach out, hooking our pinkies together like we used to when we were little kids. Just the small bit of contact calms something inside me. It's weird. I thought reconnecting with people would be horrible after so long, but it's actually kind of nice. I think I might have missed this. "What do you think the council will do about Kurt?" Adeline asks. I can't stop the humorless laugh that bubbles up from my lips. "Absolutely nothing," I say, shaking my head. Just like last time when I went to the authorities about my brother. "That's terrible. I can't imagine we live in a world like that." And yet we do.
It shattered something inside of me when I realized my place in the world and what alphas could get away with. To save time, they should just write it into law that alphas are allowed to murder people in cold blood. What's the point in having a law if you never enforce it? That would be terrifying, Adeline says, shuddering. It's already terrifying, I counter, and she goes quiet. A part of me feels bad. My life was better before I learned the truth about the roles omegas and alphas truly play in our world. Should I really show Adeline the side of the mirror? What if in doing so I hurt her too? She rolls over to look at me. What do you think will happen then? Since the council isn't going to do anything about it? I release a slow breath. Well, Kurt stood before the council and denied everything, suggesting that I'm making things up because I have some kind of grudge against him, and they seemed to believe everything he said. I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to forget that moment. So, I think Kurt will keep doing what he always does, whatever he wants, without any consequences. The bodies will pile up, but everyone will look the opposite way, unless he kills someone more important than betas and omegas. I almost hope he does, so we can finally get justice, which is a terrible thought. She hesitates, then pushes forward. Do you think he's going to find a way to be worse to you now? Of course I do. I see Kurt's cold eyes behind my eyelids, and my spine goes stiff. Kurt has already been targeting me since the moment I showed up at the selection, but I have no doubt it'll get worse with this new accusation. I absolutely have a target on my back now, and there's no escaping it. But I can't freak out. If I do, he'll already win. I just have to stay safe, make sure I'm not selected by any alpha, and get out of here so I can go home. Hopefully, with Kurt's alpha duties, he'll forget about me and leave me alone. After the scene in the woods today, I can't shake the feeling that even when I'm back at my cabin, I'll just be a sitting duck for Kurt to come and shoot whenever he feels like it. Because if Kurt could kill Miles and Sarah over absolutely nothing, I'm sure he'll kill me over this without hesitation. Am I safe anywhere now? For a fleeting moment, I think about what it would be like to have Cayson and Ezra with me, like I did in the woods today. But I push the thought away. Ezra isn't looking for an omega. I'm not looking for an alpha. And Cayson doesn't seem like the kind of person who can commit to something for breakfast, let alone spending the rest of his life with another shifter. I'm on my own in this. If I survive, if I die, it's all on me. I'm afraid, I admit, after a long moment. I'm afraid that there's nowhere I can go now that Kurt won't be able to reach me. My only possibility of a happy ending is getting back to my cabin and never seeing Kurt again. As long as Kurt leaves me alone there, it will all be okay, Adeline says, pulling on my hand and twining our fingers. She's trying to sound convincing, I know, but there's an undercurrent of fear in her voice I'm not sure she could cover with all the positivity in the world. Not that I blame her. I've gone ahead and further pissed off a psychopath. Lucky me. 22. Ezra. The picture in my hands is worn and frayed, and I know that taking it out and looking at it just makes it degrade faster. But I can't help it. I'm afraid that if I stop looking at it, I'll forget about my feelings.
and I can never forget about her. In the picture, Katie and I are sitting on the beach in the sand. Her long brown hair is messy. There's sand on her face, and her dark eyes are full of amusement. And there I am, smiling, like an absolute fool, unaware that in a few short months, she'll be lost to me forever. But that was 2 years ago. Right now, with thoughts of Faye running through my head nonstop, it feels like I'm betraying Katie, negating the love I have for her to something secondary. Most people only have one love in their life, and I had mine. I've known deep down inside that I meant to spend the rest of my days alone. So why is some nagging feeling telling me differently now? I can't help it. Every time I think of Faye, I feel strange, different, changed. I think of her sitting in that boat with me, bickering with Cayson, playing and jumping around in her tiny wolf form, and something in my chest gets warm. Warm in a way I've missed. But I've had one love. I lost it. That chapter in my life is closed. Isn't it? It is. It should be. Besides, Faye will definitely find an alpha. I find it hard to believe that there's not a single other alpha at the selection who's failed to notice how intelligent, beautiful, and intriguing she is. She'll have men fighting over her. She doesn't need some heartbroken wolf like me, who isn't even sure he's capable of loving her the way she needs to be loved. That's right. Faye can do better than me. One day, Faye will live in a beautiful house with the man of her dreams. They'll have a handful of kids together, and they'll all love her unconditionally. Her alpha will rid her of the ghosts of her past and make her feel safe and protected at all times, just like she deserves. She doesn't need me. There's a knock at the door, and it can only be one person this late at night. I quickly fold the picture, tucking it back into my wallet before Cayson comes strolling in, a bottle of scotch hanging from his fingers. His blonde hair is wild on top, as wild as his dark eyes. I wonder if he's already had a few. Not that I blame him. The meeting with the council was brutal. "Hey, man," he says, striding in before letting his back hit the wall beside my bed. He slides down so he's sitting on the ground with the scotch between his legs. "Long fucking day." "Right," I say, eyeing the scotch. I know drinking right now probably isn't the answer, but I can't deny that a little numbness might feel good. As an alpha, I'm not accustomed to feeling useless. Usually, it's as if the world is always there, bowing in servitude. Experiencing this side of life is unpleasant, to say the least. "Did you see her face earlier?" Cayson asks, taking a swig of the scotch, pain etched across his face. "When the council told her not to point fingers?" "Yes," I say, my voice tight. I slide down off the bed and come to sit across from him, my fingers reaching out for the bottle. He reluctantly passes it to me. It was unpleasant. She was fucking devastated. I can't believe they're doing this. They sent that girl's body home, and I haven't heard anything else about an investigation. It's like they don't even care. It really was like they didn't care. Had an alpha been murdered, this entire place would have been torn apart. Each person would have been questioned, and people would have been brought in from the outside to help with the investigation. This was a slap in the face to Sarah and her family. I can't believe this is actually how this situation will be handled.
There must be more to it that we're not seeing. There has to be. It's true that Kurt's father, Dexter, is a dangerous man. The kind of man who starts wars over perceived insults and has the kind of instability that every wolf seems to fear. But even he isn't untouchable. It's just that the Ultimas don't want to potentially start a war over the loss of one Omega, especially with a pack filled with strong males. Which is sad. I think we just have to trust the process. Once the Ultimas have time to think, I'm sure justice will be served. I say, without thinking, because it's a sentiment I always believed. Though I'm not so sure I believe that anymore. Hell, how can I possibly think that now? All my life I've believed in the Council, in the order of things. I knew deep inside that alphas, betas, and omegas all had their places in our society, but all were valued and protected the way they needed to be. But seeing things through Faye's eyes makes me feel like I bought into a lie that's been told so many times that everyone just believes it. Cayson raises an eyebrow at me, like he can hear the skepticism in my voice. Trust the process. Right, he says, taking the bottle back from me. There's a tense moment before I say, the guards haven't seen him near her door. I guess there's at least that. The guards are our best bet at keeping her safe. Other than moving in with her and watching her every move, which we wouldn't be able to do, not unless we claimed her as our Omega, which we, of course, wouldn't do. Cayson gives me a tired look. To make things worse, I can't focus on anything else. I even had a dream about her last night. Wow, I say, raising my eyebrow sarcastically. You, dreaming about a woman? I'm pretty sure the horny bastard dreams about women every night, getting his rocks off even in his sleep. There's no way his dreams are even close to appropriate for most of the population, so dreaming about Faye like that is no surprise. No, dude, he says, leaning forward. You don't understand. It wasn't a sex dream. What? That actually does surprise me. Cayson dreaming about a woman, about Faye, without the entire thing revolving around sex. Maybe he has to ease up on the liquor. Cayson ruins the moment by continuing. But that's the thing. I think my body is just confused. I think I just need to bang it out of my system. I already tried it with a couple of other Omegas, but I couldn't even get started. Being near other women, it's just not scratching the itch. I think the only solution is that I need to get Faye, then the urge will go away. Something itchy moves under my skin at his words, but I push it away. There's just something about that girl, man, Cayson says, taking a swig from his scotch. It's like she's a brainworm or something, stuck in my head. I have to admit, I say, running a hand over the back of my neck and reaching for the bottle. I'm feeling a connection with her too. No shit, Cayson says, laughing. He doesn't look surprised, just happy. Big bad Ezra has a crush on our little Faye. I can't believe this. Very funny. You want her. This is great, Cayson. A great conversation. I drawl out. You want to kiss her, don't you? I roll my eyes. Yeah, just keep going. Did you fall in love with her out on the water like a perfect little prince? Are you about done? Silence falls over the room, but we're grinning at each other, and Cayson reaches forward, slipping the bottle from my grip and dripping the last of it onto his tongue. It doesn't matter how I feel, I say after a long moment of silence passes between us. I'm not going to do anything about it. I've already decided. I'm just trying to get through the selection so I can get home. Being away for this long is already making me nervous. Cayson nods, rolling the bottle between his hands. I'm not going to do anything either, Cayson says. Except maybe try to get under her skirt before this whole selection is done in a few weeks. But I'm sure as hell not claiming her as my Omega. There's way too much other stuff I'd rather do than bring an Omega home for my dad to gripe about. I nod, not missing the sour tone laced through Cayson's words. He may be saying he has no interest in claiming Faye, but the look on his face is saying otherwise. And, despite my best intentions, I relate to the feeling far more than I would like. 23. Faye. The ballroom has been set up with a stage at the front and little tables with chairs around them all over the room. I have no idea what's coming next, but I just pray that whatever it is keeps me far away from Kurt. I can feel his eyes on me from where he's sitting at one of the tables across the room, his dark aura like something tangible hovering over him. I'm just glad he's so far away from me. I don't think I'd be able to move if he was any closer. From beneath my lashes, I glance at Cayson and Ezra at another table. They're sitting together, laughing, both looking ridiculously handsome this morning, even though their gazes keep sweeping to me as if making certain I'm okay. While Ezra tends to wear dark colors and clothes that are finely tailored but practical, Cayson leans more toward bright colors and styles that dare anyone to compete with him. I'm honestly kind of surprised that both men are friends when they seem to be such opposites. Ezra is more serious, but with gentle smiles and gentler touches. And Cayson is all fire, sweet talk, flirting and laughter. It's weird. I actually don't think I'd mind being paired up with them for whatever event we'll be having today. The ballroom door opens, and in strides Hector. Heads lower as the Ultima strides through the room, and I gaze up at him with my head bowed. His gray hair has been neatly styled, and he wears a black formal shirt and slacks. Power radiates from him, but unlike with Lance and Brock, there's something dark and miserable about him. I shudder as I think about my meeting with them when I spoke my concerns about Sarah being killed by Kurt. Lance had seemed disturbed and open to the possibility. Brock seemed to be constantly trying to get a read on me, and Hector had been spewing mad at just the idea that I would accuse an alpha of something. Asshole. He strides to the stage and everyone falls silent, his power sweeping over us, whether we like it or not. A servant hands him a drink, and his gaze moves about the room, lingering on me briefly, before continuing on. I wish they'd sent one of the other Ultimas to do this. Good morning, everyone, Hector says, standing at the front of the ballroom. Let's take a moment of silence for Sarah Tarek. The council stands with her family during this difficult time. Yeah, right. The eyes of far too many people fall on me, and I try not to flinch. It's weird having everyone know that I accused Kurt of murder, but weirder to know they're all aware that my concerns were dismissed. Do they think I'm a liar? Or do they all suspect Kurt Bain is just as psychotic as his dad? The moment ends, and then Hector is smiling as if that moment was enough to truly mourn a lost life. Now that you all have had a chance to get to know one another, we're moving into the best part of the selection, the first round of selections. He pauses, waiting for everyone to laugh, and there are a couple of titters throughout the room. Adeline puts a hand to her mouth to stifle her laugh, but not because he's funny, I know, but because of his failed attempt at a joke. But I don't laugh. I don't like anything about this guy, including his jokes. As all of you know, periodically we will do a round of selections to weed out those alphas who have found their omegas, so we can focus on those who are still searching for their perfect fits. At least this is one event I don't have to pay a lot of attention to. No alphas will be claiming me today. I all but made sure of that by avoiding being paired up with any of the others whenever possible. Now I just have to be prepared to clap a lot and try not to look bored. Anyway, he says, his tone a little droller, let's start with the mates who have already agreed on their matches. A servant pulls up a paper, slowly reading through a list of names. 3 omegas stand with the council. 1 has 2 alphas, 1 has 3, and the final has a whopping 4 alphas standing behind her, grins on their faces. It kind of amazes me. How could anyone choose the person they're going to spend the rest of their life with that fast? I know I couldn't do it. Okay, everyone. These alphas and omegas have certainly been lucky to find each other, but they won't be leaving yet. We'll be making sure they don't end up connecting with any of the other males that will be here in the coming days, but for now, let's celebrate them finding one another. The ballroom erupts into cheers, a whistle breaking out across the crowd, and we watch as they turn to go, leaving the room completely. For now, they'll get to just spend time with each other, but they'll be back to join the rest of us when the feral wolves come. Good luck to all of them. Okay, now that those guys are on their way, we're going to start the claiming process. During the claiming, alphas are given a chance to claim their omegas. After the claiming, omegas will have some additional time here at the selection to get to know their alphas better, to see if they feel the same connections their alphas feel. As we all know, when an alpha claims an omega, that almost always leads to a pairing. If multiple alphas claim the same omega, alphas will need to get to know each other to be sure a successful match can be made. It's rare, but sometimes alphas are not compatible, in which case the omega simply stays with the alpha who she feels a connection with. My fingers are trembling uncontrollably under the table, and Adeline reaches out, putting her hand over mine. It's weird. I know I'm not going to be chosen, but just the idea makes me feel panicked. What if I made eye contact with one of these alphas and now they've decided they want to have me? It's almost impossible as an omega to get out of a claim, unless the alphas who choose her don't get along. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. These alphas can choose from any omega. They're not going to choose you. The alphas start going to the front of the room, voicing their claims. Adeline's leg is jumping. Alpha after alpha, but nobody has said her name. I briefly feel a stab of sorrow for her. As much as I don't want to be claimed, she wants to be claimed, and she's an absolutely amazing woman who deserves only the best men. Our side of the ballroom has emptied halfway out, with many of the alphas standing at the front of the room with the council. Each time they claim an omega, she comes up to stand with them on the stage. The claim is followed by clapping, and more often than not, kisses between the newly paired couple. After the alphas make their claims, it's mostly just a formality for the omegas and alphas to spend time together, so they can solidify their connection. These people have basically just chosen their life partners. All the alphas seem to be finished when Kurt suddenly stands. My heart leaps into my throat, wondering what poor girl he's going to choose. I just keep picturing her lying dead on the ground like Sarah, like my brother. Being paired with him is basically a death sentence. That's when Kurt strides up to the podium, leans over it, and projects his voice so it echoes throughout the room. I claim Faye of Pack Ivory. My entire body freezes. Bile lurches into my throat and terror flows through me.
It feels like my soul is floating above my body. This can't be happening. It can't be. He couldn't. He wouldn't. The terror inside of me begins to change shape into anger. Anger at myself. Why didn't I see this coming? I should never have accused him of killing Sarah. I should have kept my mouth shut. Now I'm as dead as she is. It's just, I never would have expected Kurt to do this. Claiming me as his Omega means I'll be his mate. We'll be expected to have sex, to have children, to build a family together. Surely there would be better ways to hurt me. Killing me without claiming me as his mate would leave fewer questions, unless he plans to keep me as his mate and torture me. The thought of actually being his mate is worse than my fear of being murdered by him. It sends a kind of fear through me that makes my entire body shake and my soul feel frozen in my chest. When I don't move immediately, people start to look around, murmuring, glancing in my direction and likely wondering why I haven't pranced forward, pleased to have been chosen. This doesn't happen. I know it doesn't happen. All Omegas are happy with the Alpha that chooses them. But I can't do this. I can't let Kurt choose me, even though I have no choice. Faye, Kurt says, staring right at me. Of Pack Ivory. I can't do it. I can't move. I would rather die in this chair than go and join Kurt on stage. My mind starts running through all the possible ways I can get out of this, but nothing comes to mind. I can't directly deny him. The Ultimas would simply get angry and make me partner with him anyway. If I run, I've already learned they'll just catch me, and that will make everything all the worse when they hand me to Kurt. What do I do? Hector swings his angry glare onto me. Faye of Pack Ivory has been chosen by an Alpha. He knows I accused Kurt of murder. How can he possibly stand here and back up Kurt's claim of me? He has to know that Kurt only wants to hurt me. Isn't there any justice? Isn't there any safe place I can go in this world? Faye! Kurt snaps, red creeping up his throat, and I know I'm going to pay for this. There's a noise from across the ballroom, but I can't turn and look at it. I can barely breathe. All around me, eyes are starting to turn my way, and I know that at any moment, Hector will use his ability to command to make me stand by Kurt. And then there's no going back. A moment later, I watch, shocked, as Cayson and Ezra approach my side of the ballroom. I stare at them, not understanding why they're coming toward me. Ezra's jaw ticks, and there's something dark and dangerous in his eyes. Cayson stands taller, a challenge in his gaze as it sweeps across everyone in the ballroom. Ezra and Cayson come to stand at my sides. Adeline scoots to another chair, her eyes wide at the sight to give them some room. I look from one of them to the other, not understanding what they're doing. If they're trying to help me, there's no way to save me. Surely they understand that. I, Ezra of Pack Azure, claim Faye of Pack Ivory, Ezra says, loud enough for the entire room to hear. Without missing a beat, Cayson says, I, Cayson of Pack Steel, also claim Faye of Pack Ivory. What? They're claiming me? No, they don't want a mate. What are they doing? With that, Ezra takes a seat next to me, putting a protective hand on my knee. Cayson sits on my other side, taking my clammy hand. Both men scream of tension through every inch of them,
and my mind is left trying to work this out.
She should stand up here with me, Kurt snaps angrily.
Ezra flashes him a dangerous smile.
We're all quite comfortable where we are.
They glare at each other, and I wonder if Kurt is thinking of when Ezra kicked his ass in my room. Probably. He's probably also considering if he can take on Cayson and Ezra, which he can't. Something inside of me eases a little. I'm safe with Cayson and Ezra, for now. Kurt looks absolutely murderous. I don't know what Cayson and Ezra are up to, but with them sitting on either side of me, I suddenly feel like I'm able to move my body again, like Kurt won't be able to hurt me. Thank you, I whisper, a tear streaking down my cheek. They squeeze me gently, and I look away from Kurt, wondering where we go from here. 24. Faye. Come on, Cayson says, his hand gripping mine the second the council calls for the event's end. I see Kurt on the stage, trying to make his way toward us, but Cayson and Ezra usher me through the crowd before he can even step down into the main ballroom area. My last view is of Adeline looking concerned in the crowd behind me, and then we're out of the ballroom. My head feels light as we push open the doors leading to the outside. I came to this selection hoping to leave here without an alpha, and here I am, with 2. 3 if I count Kurt. Oh my gods, Kurt chose me as his omega. My stomach turns, and I yank away from Ezra's grasp, turning and vomiting into the bushes as anxiety courses through me. Ezra rubs his hand on my back, but Cayson hovers nervously. We have to go, Cayson says, before he gets out here, or we'll have to deal with that prick before we've talked. When I'm done, Ezra offers me his handkerchief, and I use it to wipe my mouth, grateful. I pull out the mint leaves from my pocket and chew on them as we walk, knowing it will freshen my breath and soothe my stomach. Not that that's my major focus. Kurt is my alpha. The urge to vomit rises again, but I push the feeling down. There's a way out of this. There has to be a way out of this. My mind starts working. When an alpha selects an omega, they continue participating in the games to get to know each other further, but it's just a formality. If an alpha wants an omega, she's his. Unless multiple alphas claim her and they don't get along. I've never heard of an omega rejecting an alpha. I don't even think the Ultimas would allow that to happen, because they want their alphas to be happy, to have whatever omegas they want. Our opinions don't matter at all. Ezra takes my hand and walks me to an area of the castle grounds that I've never been to before. There's a garden and a massive greenhouse like something out of a fairy tale. He leads me in that direction while constantly looking behind us as if looking for something. For Kurt. As soon as we walk into the greenhouse together and I know we're alone, I turn to the 2 of them, my eyes wide. My mind is working. I'd been so terrified about Kurt, I wasn't really focused on their role in this. Why had they claimed me? And what the hell do we do now? Why would you do that? I ask, my gaze darting between the 2 of them. Cayson, the commitment phobe, and Ezra, who made it clear from the very first day he wasn't interested in claiming an omega. Something isn't adding up. Ezra's gaze darkens. Kurt is a monster. He killed your brother. He killed that girl. He broke into your room, planning to hurt you. And if I were to take a bet,
He chose you as his Omega to do something awful to you.
He murmurs, turning on his heel and pacing back and forth. Is my future that clear? I sit down on the brick wall, lining the plants, feeling lost and weak. That's what I thought the second he said my name. But once an alpha claims an omega, it's almost impossible to escape them. Cayson sits down next to me and takes my hand.
There's one way out of it,
he says, taking a deep breath.
We're going to fake a bond with you. Then make sure we don't bond with Kurt, so he'll be forced to back off. This way, we can keep you safe from him and get the three of us out of the selection without being paired.
I stare at him. That could actually work. It's just about the only way an omega can escape an alpha. Except, no one would do something so crazy, because if the council found out, they'd be in deep shit. Do they realize the danger they're putting themselves in? If the council finds out,
the council will not find out,
Ezra says, spinning around, his tone matter of fact.
And besides, my respect for the council has waned recently, in light of how they're treating this murder case. Sarah deserves a trial, an investigation, and it seems like all she's going to get is the three of us knowing what happened to her.
My breathing starts to slow. This could work. If Cayson and Ezra fake a bond with me until the end of this election, I may be able to leave here without Kurt or anyone else claiming me. Okay, I say, taking a deep breath. Okay, thank you.
For this to work,
Ezra says, turning around and looking at Cayson and I with a serious expression.
It has to be really believable. That scene in the ballroom isn't going to do us any favors. Right now, it looks like our claim was just a reaction to Kurt's. Which it was.
Cayson adds, giving me a little smile.
But we need to convince everyone that we're in love, that we're completely infatuated with Faye, and that she's completely in love with us, that we're chosen mates.
Ezra's serious gaze lands on me, and I swallow thickly. It's like he's trying to determine whether or not I'm capable of pretending to love them, a thought I don't blame him for.
Can you do that, Faye?
Cayson asks, his gaze running over me in a way that heats my skin.
Can you pull off acting like you're interested in the two of us?
If it means staying safe from Kurt, I'll do anything. Yes, I say shakily, suddenly thinking about the attraction I've already been feeling and trying to shove down. Yes, I can do that.
Good,
Ezra says, his eyes still too intense as he looks at me.
Because this is your only chance to get away from Kurt. If we fail...
He doesn't have to say it. I know what will happen if I fail. If you enjoyed this book, grab Book 2, Claimed by the Feral Wolves. This has been Claimed by the Alpha Wolves, a paranormal reverse harem romance. The Omega Selection, Book 1. Written by Lacey Carter Anderson. Narrated by Beth Ann Rutherford. Copyright 2025 by Lacey Carter Anderson. Production copyright by Lacey Carter Anderson. About the author. Lacey Carter Anderson is a USA Today best-selling author who loves reading, writing, and drinking excessive amounts of coffee. She spends her days taking care of her husband, 3 kids, and 3 cats. But at night, everything changes. Her imagination runs wild with strong-willed characters, unique worlds, and exciting plots that she enthusiastically puts into stories. Lacey has dozens of tales, science fiction romances, paranormal romances, short romances, reverse harem romances, and more. So please feel free to dive into any of her worlds. She loves to have the company. And you're welcome to reach out to her. She really enjoys hearing from her readers. You can find her at email laceycarteranderson@gmail.com. That's LACEYCARTERANDERSEN@gmail.com. Mailing list https://www.subscribepage.com/Lacey Carter Anderson. Website https://LaceyCarterAnderson.net/ Facebook http://www.facebook.com/author Lacey Carter Anderson.